Power system corpse system, spawned by virus and resentment. Grades walking corpse, mindless iron corpse, invulnerable bronze corpse, immense strength silver corpse, awakened powers gold corpse, commands horde corpse, king sentient corpse, emperor human form. Human abnormal system awakened, gain elemental or special abilities e.g. lightning space telekinesis levels 1 to 9. Martial artists, temper the body with blood chi stages, body tempering meridian opening golden body. Immortal divine system protagonist exclusive, cultivate through incense and prayer, power receive worship from the masses. Grades gathering spirit chi, refining foundation, establishment, core formation, nascent soul, divinity transformation. Cold, piercing cold. That was the excruciating pain of being torn apart by countless zombies, flesh ripped to shreds. Qin Mo, don't blame us. Only if you die can we lure the horde and survive. The twisted faces of his past life teammates haunted his mind, followed by endless darkness and suffocation. Ah. Qin Mo suddenly sat up from the bed, gasping heavily, cold sweat instantly soaking his pajamas. He instinctively touched his neck and chest. The skin was intact, no blood, no torn wounds. No stench of decay, no piercing screams. Outside the window, morning sunlight streamed through the gap in the curtains onto the floor. Downstairs came the faint calls of breakfast vendors and the noise of car horns. Where is this? Qin Mo's trembling hand grabbed the phone on the bedside table. As the screen lit up, the string of numbers exploded in his mind like a thunderbolt. June 15, 2035. I'm back. I actually came back. Qin Mo clutched the phone, knuckles white from force, eyes shifting from confusion to ecstasy, then settling into a chilling, killing intent. There were exactly 3 whole days left until the red rain that would destroy all humanity. In 3 days, a bizarre red meteor shower would cover the globe, followed by raging viruses in the air, turning 80 of the world's population into bloodthirsty zombies in an instant. Animals and plants mutated wildly, civilization collapsed, order vanished. In his previous life, Qin Mo was just an ordinary salaryman who lived like a rat for 3 years in the apocalypse, only to end up devoured. Since heaven had given him a second life, he would never be an ant again. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a vast icy mechanical voice suddenly resounded in his head. Detected abnormal soul fluctuation from host. Binding incense fire divine path system. Binding successful. Detected host is on the eve of the apocalypse. Starter pack issued, Qingxian Cave Heaven Level 1. System. Qin Mo froze for a moment, then joy overwhelmed him. The Reborn standard cheat had arrived late, but it had finally come. With a thought, his consciousness was pulled into a gray misty space. This was a patch of black soil about 10 mu in area, so fertile it seemed to ooze oil. In the center was a spirit spring, clear to the bottom, emitting an enticing aura of spiritual energy. In a corner of the space stood the blurry outline of an ancient Taoist temple. Though dilapidated, it exuded a solemn sacred aura. Qingxian Cave Heaven Level 1. Function 1. Spirit spring irrigation accelerates crop growth, purifies water, improves physique when consumed. Function 2. Time acceleration, time inside flows 10 times faster than outside, can be upgraded. Function 3. Incense shrine requires believers to offer prayer, power helps host condense divine status and use divine magic. Incense and divinity. Qin Mo stared at the temple phantom, a cold smile curving at the corner of his mouth. In this collapsed order of the apocalypse, human life is as cheap as grass. To survive, one needed not just supplies but also power. And the incense divine path was destined to make him the one true god over this wasteland. Consciousness returned to reality. Qin Mo glanced at the time, 7:30 a.m. Time was tight, only 3 days. He dashed into the bathroom, splashed cold water on his face, and stared at the young man in the mirror, pale but with sharp eyes. He took a deep breath. The top priority now was to get money and stockpile supplies. Qin Mo owned a villa left by his parents on the outskirts of Jiangqing, nestled by mountains and rivers, high in altitude with few neighbors, an excellent site for an apocalypse shelter. Additionally, he had 2 apartments in the city. Selling houses is too slow, no time. Qin Mo's mind raced. Mortgage. No bank approval, takes too long. His eyes landed on several online loan apps and credit cards on his phone. The apocalypse was coming. Who cared about credit scores? Who cared about debts? Qin Mo smirked coldly, fingers flying over the phone. Within 2 hours, using his good credit record, he frantically withdrew 5 million in cash from various platforms, credit card cash advances, and even loan sharks. That 5 million was the absolute maximum he could scrape together. Then he dialed the real estate agent, speaking urgently. I want to sell 2 city apartments and the suburban villa, all urgently. 60% of market price but cash only, contract today. The agent was obviously stunned by this golden opportunity but agreed immediately, saying they would bring people to view the houses right away. Qin Mo ignored their surprise, hung up and drove straight to the agricultural wholesale market. Since he had the Qingxian Cave Heaven, grain and vegetables could be grown in the space, but for now it was only 10 mu with limited time acceleration. He had to stock up on initial food. More importantly, he needed to stockpile large quantities of meat, seasonings, daily necessities, and most crucially, weapons. The agricultural wholesale market was bustling with noise. Qin Mo rented a huge refrigerated truck and began madly sweeping goods. Boss, 500 pigs. Butchered cotton packed. Beef 2 tons. Rice best northeast rice 10,000 caddies first. Flour oil salt sugar 5,000 caddies each. Qin Mo's lavish spending stunned the market bosses, but at the sight of thick stacks of cash everyone worked like chicken blood. While directing loading he secretly used the space to store goods directly. Received 5,000 caddies of rice 1,000 caddies of pork. Seeing the mountain of supplies in the space, Qin Mo felt slightly relieved. But it wasn't enough. He drove to the hardware city. Generators large quiet ones 5 units. Solar panels full set 10 units. Steel pipes, steel plates, barbed wire, the more the better. Also, do you have machetes, crossbows and trenching tools? The hardware store owner, a bald burly man, eyed Qin Mo warily. Bro, buying so many controlled weapons and steel, what are you planning? Qin Mo remained calm, pulling a thick stack of red cash from his bag and slapping it on the counter for the family mine in self-defense. Boss, don't you want to make money? The bald man's wariness instantly turned into a fawning smile. Yes. Of course. What model of crossbow do you want? I have imported ones powerful. Qin Mo purchased a large number of cold weapons. Although firearms were unavailable in the early apocalypse, a sharp machete and a strong crossbow were more practical than guns, and no noise to attract hordes. After finishing all this, it was already evening. Qin Mo returned to his suburban villa. The villa had a huge yard with 3-meter-high walls, originally for burglary prevention, now perfect for defense. He immediately contacted several renovation and security companies demanding overnight work. Raise the wall to 5 meters, electrify the top and install anti-climbing spike nets. Seal all windows with bulletproof glass. Replace the gate with a bank vault-grade blast door. The foreman looked at Qin Mo like he was crazy. Boss, this will cost extra, and working all night tonight labor fees have to double. Money is not a problem. Qin Mo transferred a 2,000 deposit on the spot. If it's finished tonight, double the final payment. Nothing motivates like silver. Soon the villa was brightly lit with welding and cutting sounds filling the night. While the workers were busy, Qin Mo didn't idle either. Using the time acceleration function of the cave heaven, he planted various high-yield vegetables and fruit seedlings bought from the market. Watered with spirit, spring crops that normally took months to mature now bore fruit in just half a day inside, less than an hour outside. Qin Mo harvested a batch of spirit fruits and spirit rice. The abundant energy made him feel refreshed. Detected host consuming spirit items, physique slightly improved. Current physique mortal, sub-health mortal, healthy. Not enough. Qin Mo clenched his fist. I must gather incense as soon as possible to start divine cultivation and completely transform. The next day, the day before the apocalypse. The 2 city apartments and the suburban villa had all been transferred. Although the price was ridiculously low, Qin Mo had a total of 12 million in cash. Adding the previous 5 million, he now had 17 million in hand. He spent all this money on medicine, fuel and seeds. Antibiotics, painkillers, bandages, alcohol, these would be more precious than gold in the apocalypse. Gas and diesel. Through black market channels he secured several large fuel tanks and buried them in the villa's basement. After all this, Qin Mo returned to the villa, which had been remodeled beyond recognition. The once cozy home was now a steel fortress, 5-meter walls topped with high-voltage wires, sealed windows, a blast-proof door thick enough to withstand explosives. Inside, the warehouse was stuffed with supplies. Qin Mo sat on the living room sofa playing with a tactical dagger from the black market, his gaze calmly fixed on the wall clock. Time ticked by. Night fell and the sky outside turned an eerie dark red. The air became sweltering as if the whole world were a giant steamer. Qin Mo stood up, walked to the window and peered through the bulletproof glass into the pitch-black night. He knew the so-called red rain was about to arrive. Just then the villa's front door was pounded violently. Qin Mo. Qin Mo, are you home? It's Aunt Wang next door. Open the door. My water pipe burst, can I use your bathroom? Qin Mo frowned. Next door lived a middle-aged couple, usually friendly. But Qin Mo clearly remembered that after the apocalypse broke out, the couple beat their maid to death to steal food, then ate her. Qin Mo. Don't pretend you can't hear me. I know you're home. We're neighbors, can't you help with this tiny thing? The voice outside grew shrill and aggressive. Qin Mo sneered, ignoring her. Bang. 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 The knocking turned into pounding. Surnamed Qin, don't be ungrateful. I'll call the police and report you for illegal possession of contraband. Qin Mo's eyes chilled. He walked to the door and stared coldly through the video intercom screen at the shrewish woman outside. Scram. Only one word, not loud but carrying a chilling menace. The woman outside froze as if she hadn't expected the usually meek Qin Mo to talk back. You dare curse me? Fine. When your parents abroad come back tomorrow, I'll see how you explain. She blustered, but seeing no response she stomped away. Qin Mo watched her retreating figure, murder flickering in his eyes. Tomorrow. Tomorrow they wouldn't even have the chance to become ghosts. He turned back to the living room, took a bowl of freshly harvested spirit rice from the space and ate it heartily with braised pork. After eating his fill, Qin Mo sat cross-legged on the sofa studying the system panel in his mind. Incense Fire Divine Path System Host Qin Mo. Realm Mortal Unranked. Divine Office None. Followers 0. Incense Value 0. Divine Powers None. Everything begins tomorrow. Qin Mo glanced at the time 2350. The sky outside was already blood red and the air was filled with a nauseatingly sweet stench. Suddenly a blinding red light streaked across the night sky, followed by a second, a third. Countless meteors fell like rain of fire, illuminating the entire city bright as day. It's here. Qin Mo stood abruptly, walking to the window. The red lights landed in various parts of the city, instantly triggering violent explosions and fires. Then blood-curdling screams began to rise from every corner, spreading and merging. Downstairs, the security guard who had been complaining about the heat suddenly let out an inhuman roar, his body twisting grotesquely, skin rapidly festering, eyes rolling back. He opened a bloody maw and bit into the resident beside him. Blood splattered, dyeing the ground red. The apocalypse had arrived. Qin Mo watched the hellish scene below, his face showing no fear but a hint of anticipation. He turned and walked toward the basement where he had prepared the first big gift. Since he was reborn with a system, he would not only survive but live better than anyone. Since the gods and Buddhas above refused to save the world, then I, Qin Mo, shall forge a heavenly court. The crimson rain lasted for a full 10 minutes. When the last streak of red dissipated into the night sky, the entire city of Zhongqing seemed to freeze, followed by utter chaos. Qin Mo stood by the floor-to-ceiling window on the second floor of the villa, looking down upon the world outside. Below, the normally diligent security guard was now lying on top of a resident, frantically tearing at the other's throat. Blood gushed out like a fountain, staining the security guard's uniform and the lawn in front of the gate. The bitten wild boar convulsed a few times and stopped moving, but less than half a minute later the corpse began to tremble violently again, then stood up in an extremely twisted posture, emitting eerie clicking sounds from its throat, joining the hunt. The transformation speed is faster than in my past life. Qin Mo narrowed his eyes, calculating inwardly. In his previous life after the Crimson Rain, the zombie virus had a latent period of several hours, but this time infection and mutation occurred almost instantly. This meant that the reaction time left for survivors was compressed to nothing. Just then the villa's broadcast system emitted a harsh static noise, followed by the property manager's terrified, distorted shout, "Help! Help! Monsters! Monsters are eating people! Everyone run! Ah!" The broadcast cut off abruptly, replaced by the bone-chilling sound of chewing. Qin Mo expressionlessly cut off the villa's main power, only keeping the backup generator and independent security system running. He turned back to the living room and switched on the surveillance screen. The infrared cameras around the villa clearly projected the scene outside onto the screen. The once quiet high-end villa area had now turned into a slaughterhouse. The streetlights flickered and the streets were filled with fleeing people and zombies in hot pursuit. Screams, cries, and crashing sounds mingled into a dirge of the apocalypse. Qin Mo's gaze swept across the images, finally stopping at the villa next door. That was the home of Aunt Wang, the shrewish woman from earlier. At this moment Aunt Wang stood in her yard with disheveled hair, swinging a baseball bat wildly at the air. At her feet her husband had already turned into a zombie, staggering towards her. "Old Zhang! What are you doing? Are you crazy?" Aunt Wang screamed, smashing the bat onto her husband's head. A dull thud sounded and zombie old Zhang staggered but did not fall. Instead he lunged more ferociously, sinking his teeth into Aunt Wang's arm. Ah! A piercing scream penetrated the thick walls. Even through the surveillance Qin Mo could feel that despair. But he did not move. Not only did he not move, he even poured himself a glass of red wine, gently swirling it as if watching a play. This was the apocalypse. No mercy, no law, only the survival of the fittest. A few minutes later the screens next door gradually faded into silence. Qin Mo glanced at the surveillance. Aunt Wang and her husband had both turned into zombies, aimlessly wandering in the yard, occasionally bumping into the wall. Time to get down to business. Qin Mo put down the wineglass, took out a set of black tactical armor from his space, put it on, held a sharp alloy machete, carried a crossbow on his back and 2 daggers at his waist. He did not go out through the front door but headed to the basement. The basement of the villa had been specially modified with a concealed side door leading directly to the woods behind the villa. Qin Mo opened the side door and a strong smell of blood rushed towards him. He carefully moved through the shadows, using his past life experience to avoid several zombies wandering nearby. His goal was clear the security booth at the community entrance. There was not only the backup power control box but more importantly a treasure he had heard about in his past life. The developer of this high-end villa area was a military enthusiast and had secretly stored a batch of riot gear in the security booth, including several riot guns. In his past life this batch of equipment was discovered by a survivor team, allowing them to dominate the early apocalypse. In this life these belong to me. Qin Mo approached the security booth silently like a leopard. The booth's door was half open with low growls coming from inside. Qin Mo peered through the crack and saw a security guard who had turned into a zombie trapped in an iron cage frantically scratching the bars. On the table there was a black box. Qin Mo took a deep breath, suddenly pushed open the door, and the machete turned into a cold flash, precisely striking the zombie's neck. 2. The head flew off, black blood spattered. Qin Mo dodged the blood, quickly stepped forward and opened the box. Inside were 2 Type 97 riot guns, 10 boxes of tear gas and rubber bullets. Nice. A flicker of joy passed through Qin Mo's eyes. He directly put the box and guns into the Qinshin cave heaven. Just as he was about to leave, several red dots appeared on the surveillance screen. Zombies. The noise had attracted nearby zombies, at least 5 or 6 were surrounding the security booth. Qin Mo was not flustered at all. He calmly surveyed the terrain, then took a bucket of gasoline from his space and poured it at the entrance of the security booth. Boom! Flames instantly rose, forming a wall of fire. The zombies, afraid of fire, were blocked outside, only able to hiss angrily beyond the fire. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Qin Mo quickly returned to the villa. Once inside, he immediately started the backup generator and turned the voltage of the high-voltage fence to maximum. Zzzzzzz, blue electric arcs jumped on the wall, emitting a heart-pounding sound. After doing all this, Qin Mo did not rest. He knew that the real test had just begun. As the night deepened, survivors in the villa area began to realize the severity of the situation. They started trying to call for help, but phones were dead and the network was down. They could only look towards the safest-looking place around, Qin Mo's villa. Because Qin Mo's villa not only had the highest walls but was also brightly lit, apparently well-stocked. Is anyone there? Please open the door. My daughter has a fever and needs medicine. I'm the owner of Building 3, I have money. I'll give you $1 million, let me in. Mr. Qin. I know you're in there. I'm Shaoli from the neighborhood committee, we've met before. In front of the villa gate, a dozen people had gathered. Some knelt and kowtowed, some frantically pounded on the gate, and some tried to climb the wall but were electrocuted and fell down screaming. Qin Mo sat in the surveillance room coldly watching. His fingers lightly tapped the table, weighing the pros and cons in his mind. Take these people in. The risk is high. Human hearts are hard to predict. In the early apocalypse, the ugliness of human nature will be exposed. But not take them in. The incense deity path system requires believers, requires incense power. Without believers, he cannot begin divine path cultivation and cannot use divine abilities. I must take them in selectively. A sharp light flashed in Qin Mo's eyes. And I must establish rules. He turned on the external broadcast system. Listen up, people outside. Qin Mo's voice spread through the speakers across the villa area, cold, authoritative, devoid of emotion. The crowd outside instantly fell silent. Everyone looked up, terrified yet hopeful, at the fortress-like villa. If you want to live, listen carefully. First, I don't take in useless people. If you have abilities or a skilled doctor, cook, repairman, combatant, you can stay. Otherwise, get lost. Second, entering the shelter means signing a soul contract. Your life, your loyalty, everything you have belongs to me. Betrayers die. Third, there is no free food here. If you want to survive, you must work and contribute. More work, more reward. Those who don't work will be expelled. After saying these 3 rules, Qin Mo paused, his tone turning even colder. Now we'll give you 10 minutes. Those who meet the conditions stand on the left side of the gate. Those who don't meet them leave immediately. After 10 minutes, the gate closes and you're on your own. The broadcast ended and the crowd outside erupted into uproar. Soul contract. What does that mean? Too domineering. Is he trying to make us slaves? But there are monsters outside. If we don't agree, we die. Some were angry, some hesitated, but more were weighing pros and cons. Soon someone stepped out. It was a middle-aged man in a white coat carrying a medical kit. I'm a doctor. A surgeon. He shouted at the camera. I can treat illnesses, I can perform surgery. Let me in. Next, a burly bald man stepped out holding a fire axe stained with black blood. I'm a retired Special Forces soldier. I can kill and protect people. Then a young girl stepped out shakily. I know how to farm. I graduated from Agricultural University. 10 minutes passed quickly. In the end, only 8 people stood on the left. The others, unwilling to be enslaved or thinking they could survive, left cursing. Qin Mo looked at these 8 on the surveillance and curled his lips into a cold smile. Very good. He pressed a button and the gate slowly opened a crack. Come in, my first batch of believers. When the 8 people timidly walked into the villa hall, they were stunned by the sight before them. The spacious and bright hall was piled with various supplies. The air was filled with the aroma of food, not the smell of blood outside. In the center of the hall, Qin Mo sat on a high-backed chair looking down at them. Behind him stood a simple altar that had just been set up, on which was a token emitting a faint golden light condensed from the incense deity system. Reward. Kneel. Qin Mo said calmly. The 8 survivors hesitated for a moment, but seeing Qin Mo's icy gaze and the fully armed automatic turrets around, they eventually yielded, kneeling down one by one. The moment they knelt, the system prompt sounded in Qin Mo's mind. Detected worship by believers gained incense power 8. Incense power meets threshold. Do you want to begin divine path cultivation? Begin. Qin Mo thought in his mind. Divine path cultivation activated. Congratulations, host. You have been promoted to Spirit Gathering Realm Divine Path. Obtain divine abilities, divine might, basic eye of insight. A warm current instantly surged through Qin Mo's limbs and bones. His aura became profound and majestic, as if a true deity had descended upon the mortal world. He slowly stood up, his gaze sweeping over the 8 kneeling people, his voice booming like a great bell in their ears. From today on, I am your God. Those who believe in me shall have eternal life, those who defy me shall have their souls scattered. The 8 people trembled, a deep sense of awe rising from the depths of their souls. They dared not even look into Qin Mo's eyes, bowing their heads lower, shouting in unison, "We pay homage to the Divine Lord." Qin Mo watched this scene, feeling an unprecedented surge of exhilaration. This was the life he wanted. This was the way the apocalypse should be opened. Rise. Qin Mo restrained his aura, returning to calm. Doctor, go treat the Special Forces soldier's wound. The rest get tools from the warehouse and reinforce the gate. We have a tough fight tonight. Yes. The 8 responded in unison, their movements neat and orderly like trained soldiers. Qin Mo nodded with satisfaction. Just then the system issued another warning. 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 Large-scale zombie horde detected moving towards the shelter. Estimated count 500. Horde leader Iron Corpse, second order. A cold glint flashed in Qin Mo's eyes, but a bloodthirsty smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Come just in time. I'll use you to consecrate my divine might. Divine Lord, the main gate has been reinforced and all windows are nailed shut with solid wooden planks. Zhao Gang, a former Special Forces soldier, ran into the hall with blood all over his face, kneeling on one knee before Qin Mo. His wounds had been hastily treated by the surgeon Li Weigua. Though pale, his eyes burned with a fearless ferocity. Qin Mo sat upright in a high-backed chair, idly toying with the incense fire divine spark that emitted a faint golden glow, his expression serene. Well done. As a reward, you will receive a double ration of food. Zhao Gang jerked his head up, a flicker of ecstasy in his eyes. In this apocalyptic world where human life was as cheap as grass, double rations meant a massive boost to survival odds and, more importantly, a sign of his special status in the Divine Lord's eyes. Thank you for your grace, Divine Lord. I would go through fire and water for you, even unto death. He kowtowed heavily, his forehead striking the marble floor with a dull thud. Just then the ground began to tremble faintly. At first it was like a heavy truck passing in the distance, but soon the tremor grew violent, causing the crystal pendants of the chandelier to clink. They're here. Qin Mo rose slowly, walked to the French window and gazed through the darkness toward the main road of the villa district. On the infrared surveillance feed, the once empty streets were now swarming with dense black shadows. Like a school of piranha drawn to the scent of blood, they converged from every corner of the city, a silent deadly tide of black surging toward this solitary beacon. 500. That was the system's conservative estimate. At the forefront of the horde, a zombie of distinctly abnormal build trudged forward with heavy steps. Its skin bore an eerie iron-gray hue, muscles bulging so taut they nearly burst through its tattered clothes. Each footfall left a shallow imprint on the concrete. A second-tier zombie, the Iron Corpse. Quite a grand spectacle. A cold smirk curled at the corner of Qin Mo's mouth. Far from fear, he felt his blood boil with excitement. In his past life he had scurried like a rat before such a horde. But in this life he would trample these monsters underfoot. Everyone to your battle stations. Qin Mo's voice, transmitted through the broadcast system, carried an undeniable authority that echoed through every corner of the villa. Though fear gripped the hearts of his 8 newly converted followers, the memory of Qin Mo's godlike power and the horrors outside forced them to steel themselves and take up arms. Zhao Gang guarded the inside of the main door with a fire axe, assisted by 2 other able-bodied men wielding steel pipes and baseball bats. Dr. Li Weigua, along with the female student from the agricultural university, hid at the stairwell on the second floor, clutching the simple Molotov cocktails Qin Mo had distributed, ready to provide support. Boom! The first wave of impact struck and the reinforced alloy door groaned with a teeth-grinding screech of twisting metal. Soon the yard was packed with a dense throng of zombies. They clawed madly at the walls, some even climbing over their comrades in a desperate attempt to scale them. But the moment they touched the high-voltage electric fence, blue arcs of electricity struck them, sending them tumbling down, charred and reeking of burnt flesh. Yet the sheer number of zombies was overwhelming. As the corpses piled higher, those behind climbed over their fallen brethren, inching closer to the top of the wall. Divine Lord! They're about to get in, a follower cried out in terror. Qin Mo stood on the second-floor terrace, looking down at the scene with golden light swirling in his eyes. What's the panic? He slowly raised his right hand and a golden halo gathered in his palm, divine power transformed from incense fire faith. Eye of insight open. With a low shout, Qin Mo's eyes flooded with golden radiance. In his vision, the entire battlefield transformed. Every zombie's movement became sluggish and predictable. At the center of the horde, the iron corpse emitted thick black energy, revealing its weak spot, a vertebra at the nape of its neck. Zhao Gang, lead the men back into the hall and leave the gate open, Qin Mo suddenly commanded. What? Zhao Gang froze. Divine Lord, if we open the gate they'll flood in. I said retreat. So retreat. Qin Mo's voice was icy. Or do you intend to defy a divine edict? A shudder ran through Zhao Gang, cold sweat drenching his back. He dared not question further and roared, everyone fall back. Now. Though confused, the followers scrambled back into the hall, guarding the stairway to the second floor with grim determination. Qin Mo gazed at the empty yard gate and with a thought remotely unlocked it. With a creak, the heavy gate swung slowly inward. The horde pent up outside surged into the villa's front yard like a bursting dam. Roar! Hundreds of zombies howled as they poured in, greedily sniffing the scent of the living, charging madly toward the villa's hall. Just as they were about to storm inside, Qin Mo moved. He leaped from the terrace, his black warrior armor tracing an afterimage through the night. Instead of landing, he stood firmly atop the door lintel like a guardian deity. Divine might suppress. With a thunderous shout, the golden orb in his palm exploded, transforming into a visible golden shockwave that swept across the yard. This was the divine ability of the spirit-gathering realm, divine might. To ordinary humans it was merely a pressure, but to zombies with shattered souls acting on instinct alone it was a devastating blow. The dozens of zombies in the lead froze the instant they touched the golden ripples, then their heads burst like melons struck by a sledgehammer, pop pop pop. Headless bodies toppled forward, black blood splattering. Though the zombies behind feared nothing, the divine might slowed their movements to a crawl as if trapped in quicksand. Now. With a sharp gleam in his eyes, Qin Mo produced a crossbow from nowhere. Arrows whistled through the air, precisely piercing the eye sockets of the paralyzed zombies. Each arrow claimed a life. Yet it wasn't enough. The horde was too vast and the divine might consumed immense energy. Qin Mo couldn't sustain it forever. Just then the second-tier iron corpse shoved its way through the pack, lumbering into the yard with heavy steps. Its murky red eyes locked onto Qin Mo, perched above, seeming to sense the alluring energy radiating from this human. Roar! The iron corpse stomped the ground, cracking it, and launched itself like a cannonball, its thick arm swinging with a whoosh toward Qin Mo. That strike could tear through steel plates. Watch out! Zhao Gang couldn't help shouting from above. Qin Mo remained motionless until the iron corpse's claws were mere centimeters from his face. He tilted his head slightly, narrowly evading the blow. Simultaneously his alloy machete flashed from its sheath. The blade gleamed like snow, swift as a startled swan. With a wet thud, a massive head flew into the air, thick black blood gushing from the iron-gray neck. The iron corpse's colossal body crashed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. But then something shocking occurred. The headless iron corpse didn't collapse immediately. Instead it convulsed violently, the muscles at the wound writhing as if trying to heal, or perhaps gestating something far more terrifying. Second-tier zombies are indeed tenacious. Qin Mo snorted coldly, giving his foe no chance. He grabbed at the air with his left hand, an invisible suction emanating from his palm. Incense Fire Path Devour. The thick black energy wafting from the iron corpse's corpse was forcibly drawn into Qin Mo's body. Devouring second-tier zombie corpse energy. Incense Fire points 50. Minor increase in physical strength. A wave of warmth surged through him and Qin Mo felt his power sharpen slightly. With the leader fallen, the remaining zombies howled but lost their direction. Qin Mo stood atop the iron corpse's body, surveying the yard full of monsters. He took a deep breath, channeling the last of his incense fire faith into his throat. Get lost. A roar infused with divine power thundered across the villa like a thunderclap. The sound waves materialized into a tangible blast, hurling all zombies within 10 meters away. The remaining zombies were finally terrified by this horrific force. Though they knew no fear, their instinct to avoid danger drove them to retreat, fleeing this cursed ground. Qin Mo didn't pursue. His incense fire points were nearly depleted. Chasing would only leave him vulnerable. Close the gate. Set the fire. Zhao Gang and the others snapped out of their daze, quickly activating the backup power. The heavy alloy door slid shut. Meanwhile, the automatic sprinkler system pre-installed around the yard activated, but instead of water it sprayed the gasoline Qin Mo had prepared. With a whoosh, flames erupted, turning the front yard into a sea of fire. The slower zombies were engulfed, instantly becoming perfect fuel. The battle was over. From the siege to its conclusion, less than 20 minutes had passed. Qin Mo jumped down from the gate, his black armor stained with a few drops of black blood. Yet he stood even taller, like a drawn sword. Inside the hall, the 8 followers looked at Qin Mo as he entered, their eyes no longer held mere awe but fervent worship. What they had witnessed was nothing short of a miracle. One man, one blade, holding back 500 zombies and slaying the terrifying iron corpse. Long live the Divine Lord. Someone shouted first, and then, ignoring the dirty floor, they all fell to their knees, prostrating themselves before Qin Mo. Detected fervent worship from followers. Incense Fire points 80. Follower loyalty significantly increased. Qin Mo was deeply satisfied with the system's chime in his mind. This was precisely the effect he wanted. Only by displaying absolute power in the apocalypse could he make these survivors submit, completely becoming his most loyal followers and tools. Rise. Qin Mo walked to the high-backed chair and sat down casually, taking the towel Li Weiguo handed him to wipe his hands. Tonight was just an appetizer. As the red rain continues, more powerful mutated creatures will emerge and conflicts among human survivors will begin. He swept his gaze over the group, his voice low and forceful. If you want to survive, to hold power in this new world, you must become stronger. Zhao Gang, take some men to clean up the yard. Keep the iron corpse's crystal core, burn the rest. Use the ashes to fertilize the garden in the back. Li Weiguo, tally the resource consumption. And that agricultural student, have her plan a redesign for the villa garden. We need to grow grain, vegetables and raise chickens and ducks. The rest of you take turns on watch. Keep an eye on the monitors. Yes. By your divine decree, they answered in unison, full of vigor. Qin Mo waved them away. Alone in the hall, his imposing demeanor faded, replaced by a hint of weariness and deep contemplation. With a thought, he retrieved the crystal core from the iron corpse's skull from the Qingxin cave heaven. It was a dark red covered in strange patterns, warm and pulsing with energy. A second-tier crystal core. A glint of shrewdness flashed in Qin Mo's eyes. If I combine it with the system's divine furnace function, I might break through to the mid-spirit gathering realm or even comprehend a second divine ability. He looked out the window. The distant city still blazed with fire screens rising and falling. But this was only the beginning. Qin Mo clenched the crystal core, a cold smile curling at his lips. In my past life I was trampled like a dog. In this life I will be the master of this apocalypse. I will build my divine kingdom and make all the gods and Buddhas bow before me. He closed his eyes and began channeling the violent energy from the crystal core through his divine spark, merging it into his meridians. Outside the villa, the firelight illuminated his profile like an awakening demon god. Yet in the depths of the city, unseen by him, several pairs of eyes, filled with intelligence and malice, watched the villa through telescopes, standing firm amid the horde. Interesting. This Qin Mo seems to hold some remarkable secret. A man in military uniform lowered his binoculars and spoke quietly into his communicator. Notify the dragon group. Abnormal energy fluctuations detected in Zhengcheng. Suspected high level awakened. Requesting instructions. The basement of the villa had been transformed by Qin Mo into a temporary seclusion chamber. The heavy soundproof door was tightly shut, completely isolating the clamor of the outside world. In the center of the room, Qin Mo sat cross-legged on a specially crafted metal chair, his hand tightly gripping the dark red second-order crystal core. System, activate the divine path furnace. As Qin Mo silently commanded in his mind, a pale golden light screen visible only to him unfolded before his eyes. At the center of the screen, an ancient furnace phantom slowly rotated, emitting a devouring suction force. Qin Mo hesitated no longer and pressed the second-order crystal core against the furnace phantom. The moment the core touched the light screen, the eerie patterns on its surface seemed to come alive, writhing and struggling wildly. A violent corrosive black energy attempted to fight back, but under the suppression of the divine path furnace, these black mists were swiftly stripped away and shattered, ultimately transforming into the purest energy liquid that surged wildly into Qin Mo's body through the meridians in his arm. Ugh! Qin Mo let out a muffled groan, his face instantly flushing red. This energy was too vast and domineering, like a torrent of molten lava being forcibly poured into his slender meridians. A searing pain struck, as if every bone in his body was being crushed inch by inch, only to be forcibly reconstructed by a powerful life force. Sweat instantly soaked through his black tactical vest. Qin Mo clenched his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. Refine. It's... He growled lowly, activating the newly acquired incense and fire divine path art. In his dantian, the divine spark formed from incense and faith spun rapidly like a greedy black hole, frantically devouring this pure energy. Energy injection in progress. Physical strength enhanced. Energy injection in progress. Mental power increased. Detected unwavering willpower in the host, breaking through bottlenecks. Time ticked by minute after minute. The air in the basement seemed to grow scorching hot, and a faint golden halo even began to emanate around Qin Mo's body. It was the overflow phenomenon after the perfect fusion of incense divine power and crystal core energy. After an unknown duration, a crisp crack echoed, as if some invisible shackle had been completely shattered. Qin Mo's eyes snapped open and two beams of tangible golden light shot from his gaze, leaving two shallow scorch marks on the opposite wall. He exhaled a long breath of turbid air which shot out half a meter like an arrow, carrying a pungent foul odor, the impurities expelled from his body. Qin Mo clenched his fist and a crisp sound like popping beans came from his knuckles. An unprecedented surge of immense power filled his entire being. The midstage of the spirit gathering realm. Achieved. Qin Mo stood up, feeling the surging divine power within him. Now, not to mention a single second-order iron corpse, even if a third-order agile zombie appeared, he was confident to confront it head-on. Even more thrilling, with the breakthrough in his realm, information about a new divine ability emerged in his mind. The second divine ability of the divine path, psychic telekinesis. With a thought, Qin Mo's gaze fell on a heavy wrench in the corner. Rise. To his astonishment, the wrench weighing a full 10 Qin wobbled and floated into the air without any external force. Though it could only be maintained for a few seconds and consumed considerable energy, it was undoubtedly a lethal surprise in battle. Now I truly have the capital to stand firm in this apocalypse. A glint of sharp light flashed in Qin Mo's eyes. He glanced at the system panel. The incense value had been completely depleted from the breakthrough, reduced to 0. It seems I need to find a way to harvest a new batch of incense value. Qin Mo walked out of the basement and returned to the first-floor hall. By now dawn was breaking. After a night of fierce battle and cleanup, the atmosphere in the villa had undergone a dramatic transformation. The survivors, once terrified and restless, were now orderly moving supplies and repairing the gate under Zhao Gang's command. Seeing Qin Mo emerge, everyone paused in their tasks. They were astonished to find that the God Lord's aura seemed to have changed again. If last night Qin Mo had been a majestic war god, now he resembled a bottomless ancient pool exuding an even more profound, unfathomable and unapproachable aura. God Lord. Zhao Gang immediately dropped his work and hurried over, his face brimming with undisguised excitement. You've emerged from seclusion. Your presence seems even stronger. Qin Mo nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. You performed well last night. As a reward, today's food rations will be increased by 30%. Thank you, God Lord. The crowd shouted in unison, their fervor intensifying. Just then the villa's surveillance monitor suddenly flickered, emitting a sharp alarm. God Lord, there's a situation. The young college student in charge of monitoring called out nervously. Outside the gate. A group of people has arrived. Qin Mo's expression turned stern and he strode to the surveillance screen. Outside the villa's gate, 3 modified off-road vehicles were parked, their bodies welded with thick steel plates and equipped with sharp ramming horns at the front. A dozen fully armed men stepped out of the vehicles. They no longer carried simple clubs but were uniformly armed with standard rifles and submachine guns. Among the convoy, an ambulance was parked bearing the inscription Jiangcheng 3rd Hospital. Military. Or a survivor militia. Qin Mo frowned slightly. In his past life, the military should have already fully retreated to establish defensive lines in the safe zones by this time. Why would an armed squad appear in this upscale villa district? On the screen, the leader was a burly man in a camouflage vest, his face covered in thick stubble. He held a megaphone and shouted toward the villa gate survivors inside. Listen up. We are the search and rescue team of the Thunder Survivor Camp. We've detected energy fluctuations from a large-scale zombie gathering here and have come to eradicate them. Now open the gate immediately and accept our reorganization and rescue. Reorganization. Rescue. Qin Mo sneered coldly. This was no rescue, it was clearly an attempt to reap the benefits. The commotion from last night's zombie horde, the blazing fires and loud noises, had undoubtedly attracted the attention of nearby factions. This team had likely been lurking in the shadows for a long time, waiting until the horde was eliminated by Qin Mo before swooping in to claim the spoils. God Lord, what do we do? They have guns. Zhao Gang tightened his grip on the fire axe, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He wasn't afraid of zombies, but he knew all too well the fragility of ordinary humans against firearms. Qin Mo waved his hand, his expression calm. What's there to panic about? Zhao Gang, take 2 men and open the gate. Ha! Open the gate. Zhao Gang was stunned. Open the gate and invite them in. A playful smile curled at the corner of Qin Mo's mouth. Since they claim to be here for rescue, how could we refuse their goodwill? Though confused, Zhao Gang had developed absolute obedience to Qin Mo's orders. Taking a deep breath, he led 2 followers and cautiously opened the side door. Seeing the gate open, a glint of greed flashed in the burly man's eyes. This villa was completely intact, having even withstood last night's zombie horde. It must be packed with supplies and survivors. Brothers, keep your guns ready. If anyone inside doesn't cooperate, just mow them down. The burly man muttered a low order, then swaggered into the villa's front yard with 7 or 8 of his men. Upon entering the hall, the burly man was dumbfounded by the mountain of supplies before him. Rice flour, canned goods, and even fresh vegetables and meat. Damn, we've hit the jackpot. We've really hit the jackpot this time. One of the underlings behind the burly man couldn't help but exclaim. Suppressing his excitement, the burly man casually aimed his gun at Qin Mo, forcing a fake smile. Brother, I didn't expect to find such a well-organized shelter in a place like this. I'm Lei Hu, captain of the Thunder Camp. This area is now under military control. All supplies and personnel must be registered and distributed uniformly. As he spoke, several of his men began to approach the female followers with ill intentions, their eyes roving over them brazenly. The female student from the agricultural university, terrified, hid behind Li Weigua, trembling. Qin Mo sat on the high-backed chair, unmoving, merely watching Lei Hu's performance calmly. Uniform distribution. Qin Mo let out a light laugh, tapping his fingers on the armrest. And what if I refuse? Lei Hu's face darkened and he pressed the gun directly against Qin Mo's head, snarling viciously. Kid, don't be ungrateful. In Jiangqing no one dares to defy the Thunder Camp's orders. You think blocking a few zombies makes you a big shot? Believe me, you'll blow your head off right now and everything here will still be mine. The followers around turned pale with fear. Zhao Gang was about to charge forward but was stopped by a single glance from Qin Mo. Blow my head off. Qin Mo slowly rose to his feet, his gaze calmly fixed on Lei Hu's eyes. In that instant Lei Hu felt an unprecedented terrifying pressure enveloping his entire being. He felt like an ant stared down by a dragon, his very breath becoming labored. You. What are you trying to do? Lei Hu realized in horror that his finger couldn't even pull the trigger. What am I trying to do? A faint smile curled at the corner of Qin Mo's mouth, a golden glint flashing in his eyes. Psychic control. Crack. Before everyone's eyes, the assault rifle in Lei Hu's hand was instantly twisted and deformed as if crushed by an invisible giant hand, the barrel exploding outright. Ah! Lei Hu screamed in agony, his tiger's mouth split open, blood gushing, and the scrap metal clattered to the ground. Before he and his men could react, Qin Mo's figure had vanished from its spot. In the next second, Qin Mo appeared before Lei Hu, one hand effortlessly gripping his neck, lifting him into the air like a chicken. You're a superpower. Lei Hu kicked his legs wildly, his face turning a livid purple, his eyes filled with disbelief and terror. Superpower. Qin Mo shook his head, his voice icy. No, I am your god. Kneel. With Qin Mo's soft command, an invisible force pressed heavily down on Lei Hu's knees. Bang. Lei Hu's knees slammed heavily onto the marble floor, the sound of shattering kneecaps clearly audible. Ah! A piercing scream echoed through the hall. The remaining armed men were utterly petrified. Their guns clattered to the floor and their legs gave way, uncontrollably dropping to their knees as well. Detected strong intimidation, acquired follower false fear value 10. Detected peak loyalty from Zhao Gang and others, acquired incense value 50. Qin Mo casually tossed Lei Hu, who lay like a dead dog, onto the ground. His gaze swept over the armed men kneeling and begging for mercy, his tone indifferent. Since you're here, don't bother leaving. Perfect timing, my sanctuary still needs a few laborers for mining. He turned around his back to the crowd, the black trenchcoat billowing without any wind. Zhao Gang, break their limbs and throw them into the basement cages. As for this captain. Qin Mo glanced at the still moaning Lei Hu on the floor, a glint of cruelty in his eyes. Drain his blood and feed it to those zombie dogs in the backyard. Remember, I want the zombie dogs alive to test the new medicine. Yes, God Lord. By now Zhao Gang and the others looked at Qin Mo with eyes filled with the reverence one might reserve for a demon. They knew that the God Lord they followed was not only powerful but also ruthless and merciless, far from a benevolent being. Yet perhaps in this apocalypse only such a fierce individual could lead them to survival. Qin Mo paid no heed to the screams behind him. He walked to the floor-to-ceiling window and gazed out at the gray, overcast sky in the distance. Thunder Camp, huh? He recalled that in his past life there had indeed been such a faction, rumored to have military backing, acting tyrannically but ultimately wiped out entirely in a beast tide. Since you've provoked me, your existence ends here. Qin Mo clenched his fist, and in his palm a newly condensed golden divine thunder crackled and sparked. The new divine ability would be perfect for using these people as practice targets. The morning sunlight streamed through the heavy bulletproof glass into the hall, dispelling the gloom of the night, yet unable to clear the lingering scent of blood in the air. Qin Mo stood before the massive surveillance screen, a cup of freshly brewed Blue Mountain coffee in hand, his expression tranquil. On the screen in the underground cage, Lei Hu's fully armed squad had been completely disarmed, huddled in a corner, trembling like lambs awaiting slaughter. Good morning, Divine Lord. Zhao Gang entered with dark circles under his eyes, the weary, his spirit was unusually fervent. Last night's killing the chicken to scare the monkey had made him fully understand how to survive in this sanctuary, absolute obedience to Qin Mo. Qin Mo took a light sip of coffee, his gaze fixed on the screen. Last night's commotion should attract more attention. Though this villa is sturdy, it still has blind spots when facing massive zombie hordes or heavy weaponry. We need to expand. Expand. Zhao Gang was taken aback, then a glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes. Divine Lord, do you mean? This villa's footprint is considerable, but the wall is only 3 meters high and the defensive depth is insufficient. Qin Mo set down the coffee cup, turned and walked to the villa's sand table, modeled his finger pressing heavily on an empty area behind the villa. I want to enclose the rear forest, tripling the sanctuary's area. Simultaneously, the walls will be raised to 5 meters, topped with high-voltage electric fences and auto-sentry turrets, the walls reinforced with reinforced concrete, forging it into an apocalypse fortress. Zhao Gang gasped. Such a scale of work might have been nothing before the apocalypse, but in this collapsed world it was a pipe dream. But Divine Lord, we don't have enough building materials nor heavy machinery. Materials aren't a problem and machinery isn't either. Qin Mo cut him off, a mysterious golden glint flashing in his eyes. You just need to manage the manpower. Lei Hu's group and those wandering survivors outside are ready labor. Qin Mo offered no further explanation. He possessed the Qin Cave Heaven pocket dimension by storing building materials within. He could transport them to the construction site unseen. As for heavy machinery, he recalled that 5 kilometers away lay a large building materials market stocked not only with cement and rebar but also several intact excavators and loaders. Zhao Gang take 2 men and drive the modified off-road vehicle to the building materials market 5 kilometers away. There are things I need there. Qin Mo casually tossed Zhao Gang a list. Remember, be quick. If met with resistance, show no mercy. Yes. Zhao Gang took the list, saluted, turned and strode away. Qin Mo watched his retreating figure, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He dared to expand the sanctuary so boldly because he had just broken through to the midstage of the spirit-gathering realm, greatly increasing his power and more importantly unlocking the system's divine architecture feature. By consuming incense value, he could bestow divine blessings upon the sanctuary, granting ordinary building materials the miraculous ability to resist zombie corrosion and even nourish the spirits of his followers. Dr. Li. Qin Mo turned to look at Li Weigua, who was distributing breakfast to the followers. Divine Lord, I am here. Li Weigua hastily set down the bread and ran over respectfully. Go to the basement and give Lei Husk Group some treatment. Qin Mo said flatly. Don't let them die, but don't let them have it easy either. I want them to understand that here labor is their only reason to exist. Li Weiguo's heart tightened as he instantly grasped Qin Mo's intent. This was to be a reform through labor. Understood, Divine Lord. I will exercise proper discretion. Having arranged everything, Qin Mo went alone to the villa's backyard. Once a meticulously tended garden filled with rare flowers and plants, it was now cleared, replaced by a patch of leveled earth. With a thought, Qin Mo retrieved the riot gun and several cases of ammunition confiscated from the security room the night before from the Qin Cave Heaven. Then he turned his gaze to the charred zombie corpses. System extract corpse chi and convert it into divine fertilizer. As the system's prompt sounded, the zombie corpses dissolved into pools of black liquid emitting a pungent stench. Yet under Qin Mo's control, the liquid swiftly seeped into the ground, merging with the soil. The once barren land visibly grew fertile, even exuding a faint aura of vitality. With this divine fertilizer, that agricultural college girl should be able to grow some crops imbued with spiritual energy, Qin Mo mused inwardly. Just then the alarm outside the villa blared again. Divine Lord. It's bad, the college student on monitor duty shouted in terror. Outside. There are so many people. More than last night's zombie horde. Qin Mo frowned and strode quickly to the monitoring room. Before the villa's main gate, hundreds of survivors had gathered in a dark mass. They were ragged, gaunt, clutching various crude weapons, their eyes filled with despair and madness. At the front of the crowd, several men in security uniforms shouted through a megaphone, people inside. We know you have food and water. Let us in, or we'll break down the gate and we'll all die together. Their nearby residents and the security guards who escaped earlier. Zhao Gang had returned at some point, his expression grim. Divine Lord, it seems last night's fire not only attracted Leihu but also these starving survivors. Qin Mo looked at the crowd frantically pounding on the gate, on the screen, his eyes devoid of any pity. In the apocalypse, a saintly heart was the most worthless thing. Turn on the broadcast. Qin Mo said coldly. Yes. Soon his icy commanding voice echoed across the villa complex. If you want to live, listen carefully. The sanctuary is expanding and needs a lot of labor. If you are willing to sign a soul contract, become my follower and work for me, I will give you food and shelter. But if you cause trouble or try to resist. Qin Mo paused, his tone turning frigid. Leihu will be your fate. As his words fell, the surveillance screen showed a scene from the basement. Leihu chained was being forced to carry heavy stones with electric shocks as punishment for the slightest pause. The clamor outside instantly fell silent. The survivors stared at the brutal images on the screen, their faces turning pale with fear. But the threats of hunger and death left them no choice. I am willing. Just give me a bite to eat and I'll do anything. A gaunt elderly man stepped forward tremblingly. I am willing too. I'm a bricklayer, I can build walls. I'm an electrician. I can wire things up. Soon the crowd stirred and more people stepped forward, expressing their willingness to submit. Qin Mo watched this scene, a cold sneer curling on his lips. Very well. Zhao Gang opened the side gate and let them in. Remember, search them first, then disinfect, and finally sign the contract. Any suspicious move, kill on sight. Yes. As the side gate opened, the hundreds of survivors flooded into the villa like a tide. Qin Mo stood on the second-floor terrace, looking down upon it all from on high. His gaze swept over these ragged survivors, his mind already beginning to blueprint the new sanctuary. Walls, watchtowers, plantations, farms, barracks, workshops. An apocalyptic divine kingdom belonging to him was rising from these ruins. With the influx of hundreds of new survivors, the once spacious villa courtyard instantly became overcrowded. The air was thick with the stench of sweat, blood, and the peculiar decay of despair. Qin Mo stood on the second-floor terrace, his gaze coldly surveying the scene below. He did not issue orders hastily, but instead activated his inside eye. In his vision, most of these survivors had a grayish-white aura hovering above their heads, signifying mediocrity, cowardice, or even potential betrayal. Yet a select few had faint red or blue glows, marks of possessing a valuable skill or special potential. Zhao Gang. Qin Mo's voice came clearly through the loudspeaker to Zhao Gang, who was maintaining order. Pick out those with red and blue auras and detain them separately. The rest take them to the construction site at the back hill. Have them start clearing weeds and rubble immediately. Yes, Divine Lord. Zhao Gang dared not delay, leading a few trusted followers to weave through the crowd, selecting people as if choosing livestock. Soon over a dozen individuals were isolated. Among them was a frail young man with thick-rimmed glasses clutching his laptop tightly, his eyes filled with terror yet a stubborn resilience. I'm a computer engineer. My name is Zhang Wei, the young man stammered. I understand network architecture and can repair surveillance equipment. A glint of sharp light flashed in Qin Mo's eyes upon hearing this. In this apocalypse, with networks down and communications severed, an engineer with technical skills was worth more than 10 strong warriors. Take him to the surveillance room, Qin Mo ordered calmly. Have him rebuild the villa's monitoring system. I want complete coverage with no blind spots and remote control over the drones. Besides Zhang Wei, a short middle-aged woman with calloused hands caught Qin Mo's attention. I am a senior pastry chef. I used to work at a 5-star hotel. The woman lowered her head, her voice trembling. I can make many kinds of delicious food as long as there's flour. Qin Mo nodded. Food is paramount for the people. In the apocalypse, someone who could turn coarse rations into tasty meals was key to stabilizing morale. Go to the kitchen. Report to Li Weigua. The screening process lasted a full hour. Eventually, over 300 survivors were herded to the construction site at the back hill, where they began grueling manual labor under the threat of whips and guns. The remaining dozens of elderly and infirm were mercilessly expelled from the sanctuary. Divine Lord, keeping them is just a waste of food, Zhao Gang said, somewhat puzzled. My sanctuary does not support idlers, nor does it keep the useless. Qin Mo's tone was icy. Besides, releasing them provides some snacks for the zombies outside, reducing the frequency of sieges on us. After dealing with the personnel issues, Qin Mo immediately turned to address new crises. With the expansion of the sanctuary, the existing power supply was already stretched thin. Although the backup generators were still running, their fuel reserves were limited. Once the fuel ran out, the high-voltage electric fence and monitoring systems would all shut down. System check the current incense value balance. Current incense value 320 points. Qin Mo frowned. This amount of incense value was far from enough to sustain the consumption of major divine structures. It seems I need to stir up some big commotion. Qin Mo's gaze turned towards the dead city beyond the villa. He remembered that 3 kilometers away there was a large chain supermarket. In his past life, a fierce battle for survivors had broken out there, ultimately claimed by a powerful team of psychics, becoming their foothold in Zhangchang. In this life, that supermarket must be mine. Zhao Gang, prepare a vehicle. Qin Mo turned and walked into the hall, changing into a new black combat suit. I'm going out. Divine Lord, where are you going? Take me with you. Zhao Gang hurriedly followed. No. You stay and guard the sanctuary. Suppress any troublemakers among the newcomers. Qin Mo waved his hand. I'll go alone and return shortly. With that, Qin Mo's figure flickered and disappeared through the back door of the villa. He didn't drive, but instead used his newly comprehended divine movement technique, a basic bodyguard from the spirit-gathering realm, moving like a black specter through the ruins and shadows. In just 10 minutes he arrived near the large supermarket. The front door had been smashed open, revealing a pitch-black interior from which occasional beastly roars emanated. Qin Mo did not enter recklessly. He activated his inside eye. Soon he sensed something was amiss. On the second floor of the supermarket, an extremely powerful energy fluctuation was brewing. That aura was cold and malevolent, several times more terrifying than the iron corpse from last night. A third-tier zombie. Or a mutant beast. Qin Mo's heart tightened. He immediately restrained his aura and lurked in the shadows to observe. Just then a team of people burst out from the supermarket entrance. They were well-equipped, each wearing bulletproof vests and wielding automatic rifles. Leading them was a woman in a red trench coat carrying a massive flamethrower. Quick! Load the supplies onto the truck. That ghost-face spider is about to hatch. The woman in red shouted anxiously. Qin Mo's pupils constricted sharply. Ghost-face spider. This was an extremely rare mutant creature adept at weaving webs to hunt, possessing high intelligence and mental control abilities. In his past life, this very ghost-face spider had caused countless tragedies in Jiangqing, even controlling a survivor squad, becoming a major blight on the city. He hadn't expected it to hatch here ahead of time. Since I've encountered it, I can't let you live. Murderous intent flared in Qin Mo's eyes. He silently circled to the back of the supermarket, using his psychic object manipulation ability to gently pry open the ventilation duct grate. Once inside, a thick rancid stench assaulted him. Sticky white spider webs were everywhere. The corpses of some survivors were wrapped in cocoons hanging from the ceiling, dried out to mere skin and bone. Holding his breath, Qin Mo climbed the walls like a gecko, evading the patrolling first-tier zombies, and headed straight for the second floor. The fresh food section on the second floor had been transformed into a massive nest. In the center, a gigantic spider lay atop a pile of rotting corpses. Its back bore a pattern resembling a human face, its 8 long legs like sharp spears twitching constantly as if undergoing a painful metamorphosis. Around it, over a dozen fully armed survivors stood with guns raised, nervously aiming at it. It was the same team from the truck. "Open fire. Kill it before it fully hatches," the woman in red commanded. Rat-a-tat-a-tat, a hail of bullets instantly rained down on the ghost-faced spider, chipping its carapace and splattering green blood everywhere. Roar! The ghost-faced spider let out a piercing shriek and lunged upright. Its body suddenly swelled to double its size. The ghost-face pattern on its back seemed to come alive, opening a gaping maw to spew a cloud of white venomous mist. Ah! My eyes! Several survivors were instantly engulfed by the mist, collapsing with screams as their skin rapidly ulcerated. Damn it! It's poison mist! Fall back! The woman's face paled as she raised her flamethrower, unleashing a long dragon of fire at the spider. Flames engulfed the ghost-faced spider, but it seemed unafraid of fire, instead becoming more frenzied as it swung its legs, charging at the woman in red. At this critical moment, a black figure descended from above. Divine might suppress. Qin Mo's body slammed onto the spider's back like a meteor, unleashing a terrifying golden shockwave. The once ferocious ghost-faced spider froze as if crushed by a mountain, unable to move. You! Who are you? The woman in red stared in shock at the sudden appearance of Qin Mo. Ignoring her, Qin Mo's alloy machete turned into a flash of cold light, plunging deep into the spider's head. Squelch! Green ichor gushed out. The ghost-faced spider convulsed violently a few times before falling still. Killed third-tier mutant creature ghost-faced spider. Gained incense value 500. Obtained rare materials ghost-faced spider venom sac ghost-faced spider silk. Qin Mo withdrew his blade, casually storing the corpse into his Qinxian cave heaven, then turned to the dumbfounded woman. The supplies here are mine now, Qin Mo stated flatly, his tone brooking no argument. The woman in red snapped back to reality. Looking at Qin Mo's unfathomable aura and the massive indentation left by the spider's body, a powerful sense of helplessness welled up inside her. Who exactly are you? She gritted out. I am your god. Leaving behind this cryptic remark, Qin Mo's figure flickered and vanished into the darkness. He left the woman and her team standing amidst the debris, staring at each other in awe and fear. Qin Mo did not leave immediately. Using his divine sense, he manipulated the supermarket's surveillance cameras to record the previous scene. With this footage plus the ghost-faced spider's corpse, a cold smile curled at the corner of Qin Mo's mouth. This is not only the best deterrent but also an excellent tool for harvesting incense value. He moved like lightning, swiftly returning to the sanctuary. By now the expansion project at the back hill was showing initial results. Under Zhao Gang's lash, hundreds of survivors had arduously dug a moat 5 meters wide and 3 meters deep. Standing at a high vantage point looking at the bustling scene before him, Qin Mo felt an unprecedented sense of accomplishment. System extract incense value and activate divine structure enhancement. With Qin Mo's command, a golden curtain of light descended from the sky, enveloping the entire sanctuary. The originally crude walls instantly became indestructible, surface etched with mystical runes. The water in the moat turned crystal clear, exuding a faint spiritual energy. Even the toiling survivors felt a surge of vitality, their fatigue swept away. Divine Sanctuary basic constructed. Defense increased by 200. Follower cultivation speed increased by 50. Passive skill acquired sacred aura. All attributes of followers within range increased by 10. Looking at the series of notifications on the system panel, Qin Mo nodded with satisfaction. Just then Zhang Wei's excited voice came from the surveillance room. Divine Lord. Divine Lord. I've restored part of the satellite signal. I found that the military has established a large safe zone on the outskirts of the city. And they are broadcasting citywide, searching for survivors. A trace of amusement flickered in Qin Mo's eyes. A military safe zone, huh? Inside the surveillance room, dozens of screens emitted a faint blue glow, casting light on Zhang Wei's face, which was flushed with excessive excitement. Divine Lord, look. He pointed at the lines of jumping code on the main screen, his voice trembling. This is the military's encrypted channel. Though most of the data stream is corrupted, I've captured the core broadcast content. They call this safe zone Dawn Base, located at the former 703 military control zone on the outskirts. Qin Mo stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze calmly sweeping across the screens. The broadcast was brief, carrying the official's characteristic calm and authority. It reported on the global catastrophe, announced that the national forces were reorganizing, called for survivors to converge on designated coordinates, and promised food, medical care, and shelter. Dawn Base. Qin Mo murmured the name, savoring it. In his past life, this base had indeed existed, standing as one of the most formidable survivor fortresses in central China. But Qin Mo knew all too well that it was also a paradise for the powerful and the supernaturally gifted. Ordinary survivors there were mere consumables easily dispatched on suicidal cleanup missions or reduced to lab rats for certain influential figures. Divine Lord, should we respond? Zhao Gang tightened his grip on his gun, his eyes a mix of longing and wariness. That's the military, they have tanks and artillery. If we join. A mocking smile curled at the corner of Qin Mo's lips. Zhao Gang, do you think we'd be going as survivors or as slaves? Zhao Gang froze and cold sweat broke out on his back. Issue the order, the sanctuary is to enter the highest state of alert. Qin Mo turned his tone, brooking no dissent. Zhang Wei, cut all outgoing active signal transmissions, keep only the receiving function. I don't want our coordinates detected by anyone other than the military, like those predators lurking in the shadows. Yes, sir. Zhang Wei immediately worked the keyboard. Qin Mo left the surveillance room and stepped onto the terrace. Above the distant city, several searchlight beams pierced the night sky and the faint roar of heavy helicopter rotors could be heard. The military's movements were faster than he had anticipated. It seemed the state's resources ran far deeper than appearances suggested. But this did not hinder his plans. System check, current status. Divine Path Sanctuary Basic has been activated. Current believers 342. Incense value 820 points. Killing face spider 500. Daily offerings from believers 20. With a thought, Qin Mo turned his gaze toward the construction site on the hill. Under the blessing of the holy aura, those survivors who had once been gaunt and staggering now had rosy cheeks and remarkable strength. The moat, which should have taken 3 days to dig, was already more than half completed in just half a day. More importantly, Qin Mo could clearly sense faint streams of white energy rising from the heads of these believers, flowing ceaselessly toward the phantom altar at the center of the villa. This was the incense of faith. Divine Lord. Something terrible has happened. Just then a believer in charge of kitchen logistics stumbled over, his face full of panic. Chef Li Weigua says. A bag of flour is missing. And 2 cans of luncheon meat are gone too. Qin Mo's eyes turned cold. How much is missing? A 50-gene bag of flour, and those were our last cans of high-quality luncheon meat. The believer stamped his feet in distress. Chef Li says it must be those people who sneaked in, they have sticky fingers. Qin Mo said nothing, simply turning quietly and walking toward the temporary camp where the new survivors were held. His pace was unhurried, but with every step the air around him seemed to congeal. The temporary camp was an open area fenced off with barbed wire where over 300 survivors huddled together shivering. Seeing Qin Mo approach, the crowd parted automatically. Qin Mo stood on the platform, his gaze sharp as a blade slowly sweeping across every face. Who took the flour and luncheon meat? His voice was low but carried a pressure that struck at the soul. The crowd fell into a deathly silence. No one admits it. Qin Mo let out a soft laugh, his fingers tapping lightly on the railing. In my sanctuary, theft is a capital offense. I didn't take it. Innocent. A weaselly man suddenly jumped out, pointing at a burly man beside him. It was him. I saw him sneaking something into his clothes. His name is Wang Hu, he used to be a convict. The accused burly man Wang Hu changed color and shoved the weaselly man hard. Bullshit. I didn't take it. You're the one crying thief to cover yourself. Well, no, if it's you after a search, Qin Mo said flatly. Zhao Gang immediately stepped forward with 2 trusted men, pinning Wang Hu down and searching him thoroughly. Soon Zhao Gang pulled a half bag of squashed flour and 2 cans of luncheon meat from Wang Hu's trousers. Divine Lord found it. The crowd erupted instantly. Wang Hu's accomplices instinctively tried to shrink back, but Qin Mo caught them with a keen eye. Only him. Qin Mo narrowed his eyes and activated his inside eye. He saw black aura rising from Wang Hu's head, and not far behind him 3 others also had ominous gray-black glows flickering above their heads, the color of greed and betrayal. Drag him out. Qin Mo pointed at Wang Hu, then at the 3 others. And you 3 come along. The 3 turned deathly pale. They tried to run but found their legs as heavy as lead, an effect of the divine might suppressing them. Divine Lord, spare us. We were just too hungry. Wang Hu fell to his knees with a thud, kowtowing frantically. We're willing to work. Don't kill us. Qin Mo looked down at him from on high with not a trace of pity in his eyes. I gave you food, I gave you shelter, I even gave you a chance to grow stronger. But you chose to steal. Today it's flour, tomorrow will it be weapons? The day after will you open the gates and let the zombies in? Kill 1 to warn 100 and trust is established. Qin Mo raised his hand and in his palm a bolt of golden lightning crackled. Divine might, thunder punishment. Boom. A golden thunderbolt as thick as an arm descended from the sky, striking Wang Hu and the other 4 with pinpoint accuracy. Before they could even scream, their 4 bodies were instantly charred black and the air filled with a burnt smell. A dead silence fell over the entire scene. The remaining survivors stared at the godlike man on the platform, their fear reaching its peak. They finally realized that this was not the charitable shelter of the past, this was a theocratic state with a strict hierarchy. Throw the bodies outside the walls. Qin Mo withdrew his hand, his tone as calm as if he had merely swatted a few flies. Tell those things out there that this is the fate of those who betray me. Yes, sir. Zhao Gang and the others replied in unison, their voices filled with fervent worship. After dealing with the traitors, Qin Mo did not rest. He went to the kitchen where the master pastry chef Li Weiguo was standing nervously. Divine Lord, I failed to guard the supplies. It's not your fault. Qin Mo took a bag of fresh high-quality flour and a few jean of premium pork belly from his spatial storage, placing them on the counter. Use these to make a good meal. Tonight I want everyone to know that by following me they won't just survive, they'll live like human beings. Li Weiguo looked at the ingredients, which would have been expensive even before the apocalypse, and his eyes reddened instantly. He kowtowed heavily. Thank you, Divine Lord. Thank you, Divine Lord. As night fell, the sanctuary was filled with the long-missed aromas of meat and bread. When steaming hot meat buns were distributed to the survivors, many held them with tears streaming down their faces. Received devout offerings from believers, incense value 50. Received grateful willpower from believers, incense value 30. The system's notifications rang out one after another. Qin Mo sat on the top floor of the villa sipping tea brewed with spirit spring water, watching the scene below. Grace and severity wielded together, that is the art of governance. Just then the searchlights outside the villa suddenly shone on the gate. A military armored vehicle painted in camouflage rumbled to a stop before the villa's heavy blast-proof door. A cold voice came from the loudspeaker on the vehicle's roof. People inside, listen up. We are the 3rd rescue team of Huaxia. We have detected abnormal energy fluctuations and life signs here. Open the door immediately for inspection. Zhao Gang looked at Qin Mo nervously. Divine Lord, what do we do? Open fire. Open fire on what? Their allies. At least for now. Qin Mo set down his teacup and straightened his collar. Open the door. Invite them in. The gate slowly opened. The armored vehicle drove into the courtyard, and as its door opened, a squad of fully armed soldiers jumped out. Leading them was a burly middle-aged officer with a major's insignia on his shoulder, his eyes sharp as an eagle's. He glanced around at the towering walls and electrified fences, a flicker of surprise passing through his eyes. To have established such a formidable fortress just 3 days after the apocalypse broke out was no feat for an ordinary person. I am Lei Zhan, captain of the 3rd rescue team. The officer walked up to Qin Mo, saluted, and scrutinized the young man who seemed far too youthful to be the master here. We need your cooperation to register the situation here. Qin Mo replied flatly, returning neither the salute nor showing any trace of subservience. This is my private territory. Outsiders are not welcome to linger. Lei Zhan frowned, clearly unused to this attitude. Mr. Qin, these are times of national crisis. All resources should be allocated under a unified plan. We suspect you are hoarding a large quantity of contraband supplies and even possibly engaging in the illegal detention of survivors. As he spoke, his hand rested on the holster at his waist, and the soldiers behind him raised their weapons. The atmosphere instantly became tense. Qin Mo smiled. He slowly rose to his feet, and an invisible pressure enveloped the entire courtyard. Captain Lei, you can eat whatever you like, but you must choose your words carefully. Qin Mo took a step forward, and Lei Zhan instinctively stepped back half a pace. You say I'm hoarding supplies. Then go ahead and check my warehouse. You say I'm illegally detaining people. Then go ask those hundreds of well-fed survivors outside if they're willing to go with you. Qin Mo pointed at the survivors who were devouring meat buns in the distance. Lei Zhan followed his gesture and was instantly stunned. Those survivors, though ragged, were all energetic, holding real meat buns in their hands with a look of impossible in the apocalypse happiness on their faces. How? How is this possible? A young soldier behind Lei Zhan couldn't help exclaiming. Captain, at our base our brothers only got half a piece of compressed biscuit today. Lei Zhan's expression shifted uncertainly. He realized that this young man before him was definitely a tough nut to crack. Moreover, the resources he held were fatally attractive to the base. Mr. Qin, Lei Zhan took a deep breath, suppressing his shock, his tone softening. My apologies for the earlier offense. To be honest, the base is indeed critically short of supplies. If you are willing to donate a portion of your supplies, the base will award you an outstanding contribution medal. And might even arrange a high-level advisory position for you. Advisor. Qin Mo let out a scornful laugh. Not interested. Then what do you want? Lei Zhan gritted his teeth and asked. I want a partnership. Qin Mo raised 3 fingers. First, my sanctuary remains autonomous. The military will not interfere in its internal affairs. Second, I need the military's blueprints for heavy weapons and a supply of fuel. Third, in exchange I will regularly provide food to the base. At the word food, Lei Zhan's eyes lit up. In the apocalypse, grain was life, military power, everything. You. How much can you provide? Lei Zhan's voice was hoarse. Enough to feed your entire squad and more. Qin Mo took a steaming hot meat bun from his pocket and tossed it to Lei Zhan. Have a taste. This is a gesture of good faith. Lei Zhan caught the bun and, ignoring the heat, took a big bite. The savory meat juices exploded in his mouth. Real pork, not synthetic meat, and certainly not zombie meat. Lei Zhan closed his eyes and tears nearly fell. He hadn't had a single hot meaty meal in half a month. Deal. Lei Zhan opened his eyes, his gaze becoming resolute. Mr. Qin, I accept your terms. But I have one condition: you must come back to the base with me to meet our commanding officer. Qin Mo shook his head. I won't go. But I can send a representative. His gaze fell on a man in the corner who had been silently wiping a crossbow bolt. Qin Feng, come with me for a moment. The man named Qin Feng looked up, revealing a stern face. Qin Mo walked over to him and said in a low voice, go to the base. Remember, your mission is to observe, learn, and bring back any technology, blueprints, and talent you can get your hands on. As for your identity, just say you're my steward. A sharp glint flashed in Qin Feng's eyes and he nodded firmly. Understood. After seeing off Lei Zhan and Qin Feng, Qin Mo stood at the entrance watching the taillights of the armored vehicle fade into the distance. System, open the shop. Divine Path shop is now open. Current exchange list: first grade spirit gathering pill 100 incense points, compendium of basic talismans 500 incense points, divine path building blueprint, spirit gathering array 1000 incense points. Qin Mo looked at the expensive spirit gathering array blueprint, a gleam of desire flashing in his eyes. Looks like he'll have to go hunt a few more mutant beasts. He turned his gaze toward the pitch-black night sky, a bloodthirsty smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Since the military has arrived, those demons and monsters hiding in the shadows should be getting restless too, shouldn't they? After the military's armored vehicles departed, the sanctuary regained its superficial calm, yet a more tense atmosphere permeated the air. Qin Mo stood on the rooftop terrace of the villa. The night wind carried the acrid scent of distant city fires to his face. He did not let down his guard despite the military's temporary retreat. In this world of shattered order, so-called alliances were merely veils for bartering interests. Only absolute power remained the eternal truth. System, check the incense value balance. Current incense value 1150 points. That earlier maneuver of authority and benevolence had not only intimidated the survivors but also harvested a vast amount of grateful willpower through the distribution of meat buns. Exchange for the complete basic talisman manual and also exchange for 10 first-grade spirit condensing pills, Qin Mo silently commanded. Exchange successful. Consumed 1000 incense value points. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the complete basic talisman manual, which has been automatically infused into your mind. 10 first-grade spirit condensing pills have been stored in the system space. As the exchange completed, Qin Mo felt a vast torrent of information surge into his mind. From the most basic swift movement talisman and Vajra talisman to offensive ones like Palm Heart Thunder talisman and explosive flame talisman, and even some bizarre talismans involving soul attacks, all were clearly etched into his memory. So this is the power of the divine path. Qin Mo clenched his fist, feeling the latent energy stirring within him. With enough incense I can become infinitely stronger. He turned and descended the stairs, arriving at the open space behind the villa. Once a garden, it had now been leveled, prepared as the future core formation area. Zhao Gang, bring a few men over. Bury these spirit stones along the lines I've drawn. Qin Mo retrieved 10 faintly glowing stones from his spatial storage, the lowest grade inferior spirit stones he had just exchanged with the remaining 150 incense value points in the shop. Though of poor quality, they were essential for setting up formations in this kite-pleated apocalypse. Zhao Gang couldn't comprehend the intricate lines, but he was already blindly obedient to Qin Mo's commands. He immediately led a few trusted men to dig pits at 8 designated points in the open space, burying the spirit stones. As the final stone was set, Qin Mo formed hand seals and muttered incantations. Boundless heaven and earth, borrowing the power of the cosmos, divine path, decree, gather spirit. Boom! An invisible wave radiated from the villa, spreading outward in an instant. The once stagnant air began to flow. The sparse spiritual energy of the surroundings, as if drawn by a tremendous force, converged frantically toward this area. Spirit gathering array first grade successfully deployed. Array effect: spiritual energy concentration within the sanctuary increased by 5 times, follower cultivation speed increased by 30, hosts all attributes increased by 20 within the array's range. It worked! A sharp glint flashed in Qin Mo's eyes. With this spirit gathering array, the sanctuary would become not just a safe haven but a natural sacred ground for cultivation. Just then Qin Feng, who had been standing in a corner cleaning his crossbow, approached. Divine Lord Lei Zhan left me a communicator before he left. Qin Feng handed over a black military walkie-talkie, his expression grave. He said there's unusual activity near the university town in the west. A massive zombie horde might be gathering. It seems there's an extremely powerful mutant leading them. University town. Qin Mo frowned slightly. Jiancheng University town located in the western district was densely populated. The instant the apocalypse struck, hundreds of thousands of students and faculty became hundreds of thousands of zombies. It was indeed an absolute forbidden zone. Is Lei Zhan trying to use a borrowed knife to kill? Qin Mo sneered. The timing of this intelligence right after the military left made his intentions clear. They knew Qin Mo had experts referring to Qin Feng and formidable combat power. They wanted to probe his depths, perhaps even hoping he would go and relieve the pressure from the zombie horde there. Divine Lord, let me go, Qin Feng said solemnly. I am your steward, such dirty heavy work should be mine. Qin Mo looked at Qin Feng and shook his head. No, I will go myself this time. You personally? Zhao Gang was startled. Divine Lord, it's too dangerous over there. What if? There is no what if, Qin Mo interrupted, his gaze profound. The spirit gathering array is complete, but I need more incense value to upgrade the system. Ordinary zombies provide too little incense value. Only that leader-level mutant is worth the fight. More importantly, he needed real combat to test the newly acquired complete basic talisman manual. Zhao Gang, you stay and guard the base. Activate level 1 alert. If any reckless force dares to probe, show no mercy. Understood. Qin Feng, you're with me. Bring that heavy crossbow and plenty of bolts. As you command. The night was deep. A modified black off-road vehicle silently drove out of the sanctuary's gate. Qin Mo sat in the driver's seat. Qin Feng sat in the passenger seat, clutching the modified heavy crossbow tightly. The vehicle sped through empty streets flanked by abandoned cars and a few wandering zombies. Roar! An iron corpse in tattered security guard uniform spotted the off-road vehicle and charged at it with a roar. Courting death. Qin Mo held the wheel with one hand and casually flicked a yellow talisman with the other. Swift movement talisman, go. The talisman ignited without flame, transforming into a streak of light that adhered to the vehicle's front. The already heavy off-road vehicle instantly seemed injected with a stimulant, its speed skyrocketing. It transformed into a black lightning bolt, smashing the iron corpse dozens of meters away, turning it into a pulp. Killed one iron corpse. Obtained 5 incense value points. Divine Lord, these talismans are incredible. Qin Feng exclaimed in awe. This is just an appetizer, Qin Mo said with a faint smile. Half an hour later they arrived at the university town. The campus, once filled with the scent of books, had become a living hell. Dismembered limbs were everywhere, the glass of teaching buildings was shattered, the sports field was densely packed with wandering zombies. At the center of the field a massive fleshy nest slowly writhed, emitting a nauseating stench. That is. Qin Feng looked through the binoculars and gasped. Divine Lord, that's a mutant giant corpse. It must be at least 5 meters tall. Perched atop the fleshy nest was a colossal creature. It was covered in black bristles with bulging muscles, and it dragged an iron pillar torn from a street lamp, wielding it like a spiked club. Target: mutant giant corpse, peak bronze corpse. Danger level high. Expected drops: large amount of incense value, mutant crystal core. Peak bronze corpse. Equivalent to a peak first-grade mortal warrior. Qin Mo's eyes blazed with battle intent. Perfect for testing my blade. Qin Feng, clear out the minor threats around here. Don't let them get close. This big one is mine. With that, Qin Mo pushed open the car door and strode out. His appearance instantly drew the attention of thousands of zombies on the field. Roar! The zombie horde erupted, surging toward Qin Mo like a black tide. Wretched beasts, how dare you act so insolently! Qin Mo bellowed, his voice laced with the oppressive might of the divine path, causing the hundreds of zombies in the lead to freeze momentarily. Then with rapid hand movements he sent dozens of talismans flying like scattered petals. Explosive flame talisman. Detonate. 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 Boo. 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 A series of violent explosions erupted, sending flames soaring into the sky. The leading wave of zombies was instantly blasted to pieces, with severed limbs and debris flying everywhere. But this was only the beginning. The mutant giant corpse, awakened by the explosions, let out an enraged roar. It leaped down from its nest, cratering the ground upon impact. It swung its iron pillar, brutally smashing through the burning horde as it charged toward Qin Mo. What immense strength! Qin Mo felt the ground tremble and narrowed his eyes. The giant corpse closed in its iron pillar, whistling through the air as it slammed down toward Qin Mo. Vajra talisman, protect me. Instead of dodging, Qin Mo pressed a golden talisman to his chest. Clang! A deafening sound of metal clashing rang out. The ground beneath Qin Mo's feet cracked instantly, but he stood immovable, a faint golden glow enveloping his body. He had withstood the terrifying blow. What? Qin Feng, observing from the shadows, was stunned. That was a force capable of crushing an armored vehicle. The Divine Lord had withstood it with his physical body. No, with a talisman. My turn now. A cold smirk curled at the corner of Qin Mo's mouth. He had somehow produced an ally Tang Dao from his spatial storage. Thunder Arc Palm Heart Thunder. He formed a sword gesture with his fingers lightning crackling at their tips and tapped the giant corpse's thick arm. ZZZT. Blue lightning instantly coursed through the giant corpse's body. It let out a piercing shriek, half of its body paralyzed, its movements stiffening. Die. Qin Mo moved like lightning boosted by the swift movement talisman. He leaped 3 meters into the air, his Tang Dao transforming into a flash of cold light, aiming a decisive slash at the giant corpse's neck. Thud. A massive head flew into the air, black blood spraying out, only to be deflected by the golden shield around Qin Mo. The colossal headless body crashed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Killed mutant giant corpse, peak bronze corpse. Obtained 500 incense value points. Obtained 1 mutant crystal core, bronze grade. The battle ended faster than expected. Qin Mo landed, sheathed his blade, and didn't have a single stain on him. The surrounding zombies, having lost their leader, fell into chaos. Seizing the moment, Qin Feng pulled the trigger of his heavy crossbow bolts, precisely reaping zombie heads to clear the battlefield for Qin Mo. Qin Mo walked to the giant corpse's body and retrieved a thumb-sized dark red crystal core from its skull. A fine treasure. Qin Mo said, feeling the energy within the core. This core should be enough to inscribe a second-grade talisman. Just then the system's notification chimed in Qin Mo's mind. Detected that the host has slain a peak bronze corpse powerhouse, intimidating a region. Triggered special mission, Divine Might emerges. Mission requirement: collect 1000 incense value points within 24 hours. Mission reward: unlock the second-grade Divine Path shop list and the Divine Sense scan function. 1000 incense value points. Qin Mo looked at the dense zombie horde, a slight smile playing on his lips. Looks like he'll have to work overtime tonight. He turned, gazing toward the few dormitory buildings deep within the university town that still showed faint lights. There were survivors there. Qin Feng, get ready to work, Qin Mo said calmly. We're going to save the world. Qin Feng paused, then a knowing smile spread across his face. In this apocalypse, saving people was never about kindness, it was about reaping rewards. The night wind swirled the scent of blood across the empty playground. Qin Mo casually tossed the dark red copper-grade crystal core into the air and caught it steadily, the cool touch of the core against his fingertips. He turned his gaze to the silent dormitory buildings in the distance, a playful smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Qin Feng, turn off the headlights, keep only the parking lights on. Don't make too much noise. We need to descend like gods, not break in like bandits. Qin Feng understood immediately, a grim smile spreading across his lips. He slung the heavy crossbow onto his back, pulled a tactical dagger from his waist, and lowered his voice. Understood, Divine Lord. I'm well versed in this kind of psychological warfare. The two of them walked one after the other, stepping over scattered bones and severed limbs, heading toward the nearest male dormitory building. Occasional stray zombies lunged at them, but Qin Feng's dagger lashed out like a viper's tongue, precisely severing their brainstems. The movements were swift and clean, with even the screams stifled in their throats. The dormitory's main door was half open, revealing a pitch-black interior that resembled a gaping maw ready to devour. Qin Mo stood at the entrance, not rushing in. He closed his eyes and slightly extended his Divine Sense. Divine Sense scan unlocked. He chuckled inwardly, forgetting the system hadn't been upgraded yet. But it didn't matter. For him now, hearing and smell were the best radars. Help! Help! An extremely faint voice came from the 3rd floor, accompanied by heavy thumping sounds as if something was battering a metal door. Let's go! Qin Mo's figure flickered, a faint light shimmering from the divine movement talisman beneath his feet, and he glided up the stairs like a ghost. 3rd floor, room 302. The reinforced security door was already deformed from the bashing. Desperate cries seeped through the crack. Outside, over a dozen zombies were frantically clawing at the door panel, the screeching of nails against metal, setting teeth on edge. If you don't want to die, step back. A cold, clear voice suddenly echoed through the corridor. The zombies clawing at the door froze in their movements and turned their heads sluggishly. What met their eyes was a young man in a black trench coat. Under the dim emergency lights, his gaze was colder than the night itself. Roar! A zombie lunged forward with a screech. Qin Mo didn't even raise his hand with a mere thought. An explosive flame talisman ignited silently in his palm. Boom! Fire exploded in the narrow corridor, sending a wave of heat billowing. The zombie instantly turned into a fireball, flying backward and knocking over several others behind it. The cries inside room 302 ceased abruptly. Qin Mo strode forward, placing a single hand on the deformed security door. Vajra talisman strength. Golden runes flashed across his palm and vanished. He let out a low grunt, his muscles tensing as he tore the several hundred-pound security door clean off its hinges, producing a screech of twisting metal. The door opened. Inside, 7 or 8 ragged students huddled in a corner, clutching mop handles and fruit knives, trembling as they stared at the man who stood at the doorway like a demon god. Don't kill us. We have no food left. A glasses-wearing boy stammered, raising a broken mop handle, his voice choked with tears. Qin Mo ignored them. His gaze swept the room and finally settled on a girl in the corner clutching her arm. Her face was pale, clearly injured, but her eyes were remarkably resolute as she fiercely shielded a little girl behind her. Zombies cleared, Qin Mo said flatly, turning to look outside. Qin Feng had already dealt with the remaining zombies in the corridor and walked in, his dagger dripping with blood. He glanced at the terrified students, a flicker of mockery in his eyes, and deliberately spoke in a sinister tone, "You're in luck. My Divine Lord is in a good mood today." Divine Lord. The students exchanged bewildered glances, utterly confused. Qin Mo stood at the doorway, the night wind rustling his coat. Behind him were burning zombie corpses and utter chaos. He seemed enveloped in a sacred, inviolable aura. "I am the master of the sanctuary, Qin Mo." His voice was low but clear in everyone's ears. "Now I give you two choices. First, stay here and die, or become one of those monsters outside. Second, come with me to my sanctuary. There's food, water, and safe beds." Really? There's food?" The boy with glasses swallowed hard, his eyes filled with longing and doubt. Qin Mo didn't answer. Instead, he took a steaming hot meat bun from his system space and casually tossed it over. The meat bun landed precisely in the boy's arms. Its searing heat and the long-forgotten aroma of wheat instantly shattered his psychological defenses. He took a trembling bite, tears streaming down his face. It's real. It's a meat bun. It's real. Wah!" The girl in the corner also burst into tears, tears of joy at surviving a calamity. Detected intense gratitude and willing power, incense value 10. Detected nascent devout faith, incense value 15. Watching the cascading notifications in his mind, Qin Mo nodded with satisfaction. "Eat up then, let's go. It's not safe here." The next few hours were destined to be an unforgettable night for the survivors of Jiangcheng University Town. That godlike man, accompanied by a taciturn assassin, plunged like a sharp blade into the most densely zombie-infested areas. The library, the cafeteria, the laboratory building. Wherever there were survivors, there was Qin Mo. He did not soothe them with gentle words like a traditional savior, nor did he plunder them brutally like a warlord. He simply used absolute power to clear obstacles and then traded the most direct resources, food and water, for their allegiance. Every strike was like a thunderbolt. The roar of the palm thunder, the brilliance of the explosive flame talisman, the indestructibility of the Vajra talisman. These supernatural feats were nothing short of miracles in the eyes of these ordinary students. "Divine Lord. Watch your left." In a teaching building lobby, Qin Feng bellowed, firing a bolt from his heavy crossbow that pinned an agile zombie attempting a sneak attack. Without turning his head, Qin Mo struck backward with a palm blade tinged with faint golden light, cleanly severing the head of a charging iron zombie. "Too slow." Qin Mo frowned at Qin Feng. Qin Feng gave a wry smile. "Divine Lord, you're fighting like an immortal. How can a mere mortal like me keep up with your pace?" As the battle progressed, more and more survivors joined their ranks. From a handful of people at first to dozens, and finally swelling into a procession of several hundred. They followed behind Qin Mo, watching his back, their fear gradually replaced by fervor. In this desperate apocalypse, whoever gave them hope of survival was their god. Incense value 5. Incense value 8. Incense value 20. Extreme worship. When the eastern sky began to lighten, Qin Mo led this mighty procession back to the sanctuary's main gate. Current incense value 23, 80 points. A single night had yielded a rich harvest. Zhao Gang had already received the notice and was waiting at the gate with a fully armed guard squad. Seeing Qin Mo return with so many people all looking disheveled yet exhilarated, a flicker of shock passed through his eyes before he immediately knelt on one knee. "We welcome the Divine Lord's return." The guard squad behind him shouted in unison, "Welcome, Divine Lord." Their voices thundered their momentum like a rainbow. The new survivors were startled by the spectacle, but soon they were infected by the solemn and majestic atmosphere, falling to their knees to prostrate themselves before Qin Mo. "Divine Lord. Please take us in. Divine Lord, your life-saving grace will never be forgotten." Qin Mo stood on the steps looking down at them, all his expression as indifferent as water. He raised his hand slightly and an invisible force lifted the few people at the front. "Since you have entered my domain, you shall obey my rules. First, absolute obedience. Second, more work, more reward. Third, betrayal means death." These three simple sentences, like golden laws, were etched deeply into everyone's hearts. Qin Feng, take them for registration and arrange their accommodations. Zhao Gang, count the people and separate the elderly, weak, sick, and disabled. The rest will start basic training tomorrow. Yes. After handling everything, Qin Mo finally felt a trace of fatigue. Though the talismans were immensely powerful, the heavy drain on his mental energy gave him a headache. He returned to the bedroom on the top floor of the villa, locked the door, and sat cross-legged on the bed. System check status. Host Qin Mo, Realm Divine Path, First Stage, Mid Incense value 23, 80 points. Cultivation Method, Basic Divine Refining Art, Beginner Skill, Basic Talisman, Encyclopedia, Proficient, Special Item, Mutated Crystal Core, Copper, Grade X1. Upgrade the system. Consuming 1000 incense value points upgrading the system. Upgrade successful. Divine Path Shop Tier 2 list is now open. The Divine Sense scan function has been unlocked. As the system prompt sounded, Qin Mo felt a cool sensation in his mind as if a layer of mist had been cleared away. With a thought, his Divine Sense instantly covered the entire sanctuary. The scene within a 100-meter radius was vividly presented in his mind. Zhao Gang was directing people to move supplies. Qin Feng was giving a pep talk to the newcomers, and even the movements of two mice in a corner couldn't escape his perception. So this is Divine Sense. A slight smile curled at the corner of Qin Mo's mouth. Anyone trying to pull tricks under my nose from now on is simply asking for death. He opened the Tier 2 shop list. Tier 2 Talisman Encyclopedia 5000 Incense Value. Tier 2 Spirit Gathering Array Diagram 8000 Incense Value. Marrow Cleansing Pill. Tier 1 200 Incense Value Pill. The prices were all steep, but one item in particular caught his attention. Puppetry Art Fragment 3000 Incense Value. Description allows the refinement of Tier 1 puppets. They are absolutely loyal, feel no pain, and fear neither death nor injury. Puppetry Art. A sharp glint flashed in Qin Mo's eyes. If I could forge an army of puppets, wouldn't that be far more cost-effective than keeping a bunch of humans who might betray me at any moment? But his current incense value wasn't enough. Looks like I need to keep working hard. Qin Mo picked up the copper-grade crystal core and began attempting to extract its energy using the method taught by the system, using it to nourish his own spirit. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of a ruined building outside the sanctuary, a man in camouflage was staring intently at the sanctuary's gate through binoculars. He was a scout sent by Lei Zhan. When he saw Qin Mo returning with hundreds of survivors in a mighty procession and witnessed the fanatical expressions on their faces, his pupils contracted sharply. How is this possible? He pressed the talk button on his communicator with a trembling hand. Captain, something huge has happened. That Qin Mo. It seems he really has become a god. Morning light barely touched the eastern horizon, a pallid wash that could not dispel the gloom hanging over Jiang City. The air reeked of rotten fermentation, the stench of death. Qin Mo stood on the top terrace of the sheltered villa, fingertips tapping lightly against the railing. His eyes were half closed, and the divine sense in his spiritual sea spread outward like an invisible net, silent and inexorable. With the system's upgrade, his divine sense now reached beyond 100 meters. Within that radius, the slightest disturbance, whined through grass, even the beat of a fly's wings, could not escape his perception. They're coming. Qin Mo snapped his eyes open. A cold cutting light flashed in his pupils. From the depths of the earth, his divine sense detected a heavy tremor. It was the resonance of countless feet striking the ground in unison, a rolling muffled thunder sweeping from the far side of the city toward the shelter at terrifying speed. Zhao Gang. Qin Mo's voice was low but laced with divine pressure, carrying clearly throughout the refuge. Downstairs, the man directing morning drill shuddered, looked up toward the terrace, and barked back at the top of his lungs. Present. All personnel, Condition 1 alert. Activate the defensive formations. Non-combatants retreat indoors immediately. Qin Mo stood with his hands folded behind him, his coat flapping in the morning breeze. The zombie horde is coming. Understood. Zhao Gang lost no time in carrying out the order. In less than 3 minutes, the hundreds of survivors who had been training dispersed toward the dormitories and classroom buildings with the practiced efficiency of prior drills. The guard squad scrambled to take the walls, and high points rifles were chambered, faces taut with tension and solemnity. Beyond the shelter, the streets showed the first signs of movement. Captain, I think he's spotted us. On a ruined rooftop, the scout lowered his binoculars, his voice trembling. In that instant, he had felt as though some monstrous predator had fixed him with its gaze. Every hair on his body rose. Lei Zhan snatched the binoculars, his eyes bloodshot around the lenses. He stared at the villa district ringed by high walls and ground his teeth. So what if he saw us? I don't believe he can hold back the beast tide. Notify the others, make some noise, draw the zombies that way. Once he dies, those supplies and the women are ours. Thunderous rumbling grew stronger at the corner of a distant street. The first black silhouette emerged. A massive mutated boar crashed forward, its hide bristling with black quills like steel needles, tusks flipped outward, saliva thick and viscous at its jaws. Behind it surged a dense tide of zombies, students in school uniforms, security guards in faded uniforms, and skeletal corpses long rotted to bone. They howled and roared, their eyes lit by a single craving for flesh. Fire! At Zhao Gang's command, the wall erupted in gunfire. Staccato rattles filled the air. Flames leapt from muzzles, bullets poured down like a merciless summer rain. The lead mutated boar blossomed with blood and flesh where rounds struck, yet its thick hide let it press on through the barrage until a heavy caliber bullet shattered an eye socket and it collapsed with a hideous wail. But the boar's fall only opened the gates of hell. The zombies behind it ignored their fallen comrade, trampling over corpses and pressing onward. In moments, the horde closed to within 100 meters of the wall. Lord of Faith, there are too many, at least 1,000. A guard cried out in panic. Qin Mo stood on the terrace, expression indifferent. He raised his right hand and spread his fingers, making a gentle grab at the air. Since they've come, let them stay. He willed it and the devotion points in his spiritual sea leapt. He expended 200 devotion points to obtain 10 Tier 2 Thunderfire talismans. With a flick of his wrist 10 yellow talismans each emitting a violent aura materialized in his palm as if summoned from nowhere. Electric arcs of crimson and indigo danced over their surfaces, merely holding them made one acutely aware of the annihilative power bottled within. Go! Qin Mo twanged a finger and the 10 Thunderfire talismans rose like scarlet butterflies drifting toward the densest pockets of the horde. The instant the talismans left his hand, Qin Mo formed seals with both hands and intoned thunder and flame. Heed my command, explode. Boo! Boo! 10 talismans detonated almost at once. A blinding weave of lightning and flame unfurled, creating a death domain dozens of meters across. Berserk thunder serpents, violet streaks of lightning, ripped through the horde, searing zombies to charred husks. Towering infernos surged, consuming limbs and bodies in an instant. The explosions deafened shockwaves hurled nearby zombies into the air. A vast swath of the once crowded horde vanished and the smell of scorched flesh hung heavy. A miracle. Another miracle. Surviving onlookers huddled behind windows, their fear instantaneously replaced by fervent zeal. They had never seen such power. It was not human, this was divine might. The system registered their awe, devotion points rose. Qin Mo ignored the chime in his mind and fixed his gaze on a singular presence within the horde. Toward the rear of the mass, a zombie in a tattered white lab coat walked slowly forward. Its skin was an uncanny gray white, its eyes glowed a ghostly green. In its hands it clutched a broken rebar like a crude blade. A copper-rank zombie mutated with intelligence, Qin Mo said with a cold smile. Perfect. I'll test my blade on you. The copper-rank zombie seemed to sense his scrutiny. It jerked its head up and let out a shrill piercing roar. At that cry the surrounding zombies reacted as if obeying a command. They shifted formation, ceasing their headlong charge to fan out and attempt to surround the shelter from all sides. Interesting. Qin Mo flashed and leapt from the 3-story terrace in a single bound. Midair he formed a seal, a swift-walk talisman adhered to his leg and he struck the ground like a cannonball, raising a cloud of dust. Divine Lord. Zhao Gang stared in horror and wanted to run out to protect him, but Qin Mo silenced him with a wave of divine pressure. Hold the wall. This one is mine. Qin Mo stood amid the swarm, hands folded behind his back, his black coat billowing in the heat like a dark deity. The copper-rank zombie swung its rebar with a slicing roar, the sound of air tearing as it struck. Its speed was terrifyingly greater than that of ordinary zombies. Qin Mo did not dodge. Only when the rebar was about to strike did he raise his right hand, bringing his index and middle fingers together as golden light flowed from their tips. Vajra finger. A crisp clang like metal striking metal rang out. Qin Mo's 2 fingers clamped firmly around the thick rebar. A flicker of human-like bewilderment passed across the zombie's milky eyes. It strained to wrench the rebar back, but it felt as if the bar had been welded to Qin Mo's fingers, immutable. Impressive strength, but too slow. Qin Mo sneered. A blinding flash of thunder condensed in the center of his left palm. Palm thunder, annihilate. He struck the copper-rank zombie in the chest. Boo! Violet lightning tore through the creature's body instantly. Before it could even scream, its chest was blown open and the spinal column behind was pulverized. The massive body convulsed twice and collapsed. Qin Mo casually waved his hand and a faintly copper-hued crystal core flew into his palm. Handled. He lifted his head and surveyed the stunned zombies around him. Since you've come, don't leave. Qin Mo raised both hands high above his head, palms facing each other as if bearing heaven itself. Spiritual power surged, his devotion points flowed away like a rapid stream. He expended 500 devotion points to cast a Tier 2 spell, 9 Heaven's Thunder Prison. The sky darkened as heavy clouds swallowed the pale dawn. Within those clouds lightning serpents writhed and thunder rolled like a beast in torment. Fall. Qin Mo slammed his hands downward. Crack. Crack. Dozens of thick thunderbolts fell like swords of celestial judgment, each strike snuffing life from swaths of the horde. The playground became a sea of lightning, the searing white light stunned the eyes. Zombies had no time even to struggle, many were reduced to ash. Within seconds the thunder subsided and the clouds dispersed. The crowded field was now empty, scarred black and smelling faintly of ozone. Over 1,000 zombies turned to dust. Qin Mo stood pale from the effort the strike had drained vast spiritual energy and devotion points, yet his gaze burned all the clearer. This was the power of a god. In this apocalypse only absolute force could forge absolute order. Hail the Divine Lord. The Divine Lord is invincible. The guards on the wall were first to recover, waving their guns and roaring in thunderous jubilation. Survivors inside the building surged forth, eyes filled with fervent worship as they beheld the figure standing amid the ruin. The surge of devotion fed the Divine Lord, devotion points rose sharply. The system notified that the follower Zhao Gang's faith rank had ascended to fanatic. Qin Mo paid the cheers no mind and turned back toward the shelter. Passing the copper-rank corpse he waved and the body vanished into his spatial pocket. It was valuable. Copper-rank zombie blood could be refined into toxin powder, bones could be forged into puppets. Back in the villa, Qin Mo had barely sat when Zhao Gang rushed in breathless. Divine Lord, your display has utterly cowed everyone. Morale is soaring and training has become more vigorous. Zhao Gang's face was flushed with excitement. Qin Mo nodded faintly. This is only the beginning. Issue orders from tomorrow. All survivors, male and female, must take part in labor. What kind of labor? Zhao Gang asked in surprise. We will build walls, cultivate land, and go on the offensive. Offensive. Qin Mo's eyes flashed cold. Passive defense is never a long-term solution. We will scour the surrounding resources clean and smother threats in their cradle. He paused, then added, also have Qin Feng come see me. I have a new task for him. Zhao Gang saluted and left to relay the orders. Qin Mo leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes to recuperate. The battle had been costly, yet it had also honed his mastery of divine techniques. More importantly, he had discovered something subtle when he cast the Nine Heavens Thunder Prison. The space around the shelter had shown a faint ripple. It's time to deploy a spirit gathering array. He opened his eyes and glanced at the Tier 2 spirit gathering array schematic in the marketplace list. Though expensive, it was undoubtedly a worthy investment. Once established, the array would vastly increase the shelter's chi density, accelerating his cultivation and hastening the awakening and growth of those followers with nascent abilities. Resources. Still far too scarce. Qin Mo sighed and looked at the copper-grade crystal core. It seems he'll have to make a trip to that place. In his mind's eye rose the underground archives of Zheng City University Library. From memories of his past life, he suspected a military-era secret laboratory lay hidden there, stocked with supplies and higher-grade crystal cores. Meanwhile, in the ruins beyond the shelter, Lei Zhan watched the dissipating thunderclouds. His binoculars shattered on the ground with a sharp crack. His face had gone the color of paper, his lips trembled. Thunder. The thunder. He muttered, hopelessness filling his gaze. This is not human. It's a monster. A god. The prowess he had once boasted of turned to a joke in the face of that cataclysmic lightning. Retreat. Get out of here. The farther from that monster, the better. Lei Zhan screamed and turned to flee. But a cold voice sounded behind him the instant he spun. Thinking of leaving? Did you ask me first? Lei Zhan froze and slowly turned his head. Qin Feng stood there, a tactical dagger flashing coldly in the sunlight, a mocking smile at one corner of his mouth. Our divine lord said that since they've come they shall not leave. Lei Zhan's pupils constricted. Before he could beg, blood welled along his throat. With a soft thud, the body hit the ground. Qin Feng flicked the blood from his dagger and spoke into his earpiece, Divine Lord, the fish are on the hook. Begin reeling them in. Qin Feng's report was brief and precise. The annihilation of the Lei Zhan faction did not stir much turbulence within the shelter. For the survivors, the disappearance of the ever-greedy Thunder Tiger meant a safer living environment. Qin Mo stood before the floor-to-ceiling window on the top floor of the villa, overlooking the orderly operations of the camp below. After several days of selection and cleansing, the more than 300 remaining survivors showed less of the initial numbness and terror in their eyes, replaced by a glimmer of desire for survival and blind worship of the God Lord. God Lord, this is the inventory of supplies scavenged from the Lei Zhan stronghold. Zhao Gang handed over a handwritten booklet with a respectful tone. Though the food is scarce, the weapons and ammunition are plentiful, and there are several modified off-road vehicles. Qin Mo casually flipped through it and nodded slightly. Well done. Distribute the weapons to the guard team and have Qin Feng prepare the vehicles. Remember, resources are the cornerstone of survival. Every screw must be utilized on the blade. Understood. Zhao Gang straightened up, his eyes filled with enthusiasm. After sending Zhao Gang away, Qin Mo's gaze turned towards the distant direction of Zhengcheng University. Although his divine sense could not cover such a distance, the memories of his past life were like a clear map. Below the university library, the secret laboratory left behind by the military was a stronghold he must seize. There not only lay a significant opportunity to unlock the second-tier marketplace, but also the core materials he urgently needed for the spirit gathering array. Qin Feng, assemble a 5-member elite team, bring the best equipment, and depart in half an hour. Zhengcheng University, once filled with laughter and joy, had now become a silent ruin. Qin Mo and his team of 6 stealthily infiltrated the campus in 2 modified off-road vehicles. To avoid disturbing the large horde of corpses, they chose to abandon the main entrance and enter through the staff passage on the west side. God Lord, the library is just ahead. Qin Feng lowered his voice, gripping his tactical dagger in reverse, vigilantly observing the surroundings. The library's main door was already shattered, the dark entrance resembling a giant mouth ready to devour. The air was thick with the smell of old paper and a faint stench of decay. Maintain formation, stay close to me. Qin Mo walked at the forefront with 2 likeness talismans clasped in his palm, ready to respond to any sudden situations. Entering the library hall, they were greeted by a scene of utter devastation: scattered books, overturned tables and chairs, and several long-dried bones. Qin Mo did not linger and headed straight for the elevator shaft in the corner of the hall. The elevator has long lost power. We will take the stairs. The entrance to the underground laboratory is on the 3rd basement level. The stairwell was dimly lit with only emergency indicator lights casting a faint green glow. The sound of their breathing was amplified in the quiet space and they treaded carefully with each step. Upon reaching the second basement level, an unexpected event occurred. Hiss. A grating sound that made their teeth ache came from above. Qin Mo suddenly looked up to see several pale long-limbed monsters hanging upside down from the ventilation ducts in the ceiling staring intently at them. It's a licker. Be careful. Qin Feng shouted, his heavy crossbow firing instantly. The bolt whizzed through the air, precisely piercing one of the licker's eyes. The monster screamed as it fell, but the others leapt towards them like cannonballs propelled by the wall's rebound. Form a formation. At Qin Mo's command, the guards quickly formed a circle, back-to-back guns pointed outward. Rat-a-tat. The tongues of fire erupted, but the lickers were too fast, agilely darting along the walls, and the bullets only shattered the plaster. Oof, mere tricks. Qin Mo snorted coldly, swiftly forming a hand seal, his fingertips tracing an arcane trajectory in the air. Binding talismans, rise. 3 yellow talismans flew out of thin air, sticking to the 3 moving lickers. At the moment of contact, they erupted with golden light. The lickers seemed to be bound by invisible shackles, instantly freezing in midair, maintaining their pouncing posture, unable to move. Attack! Seizing the opportunity, Qin Feng and the others rushed up to deliver finishing blows to the frozen monsters, easily resolving the crisis. God Lord is mighty. The morale of the team soared. Qin Mo remained calm and continued towards the third basement level. At the end of the corridor on the third basement level was a heavy alloy door. The door bore a faded pentagram emblem and a blurred warning inscription: military restricted area, unauthorized personnel keep out. This is the laboratory. Qin Mo stepped forward, placing his palm on the access control system. Detected host possesses divine thought power, attempt to force unlock. Unlock. With a thought, Qin Mo's divine sense pierced into the damaged electronic lock. With a crackling sound of electricity, the heavy alloy door slowly slid open. Beyond the door was a vast circular hall. In the center of the hall stood dozens of large cylindrical glass incubation tanks submerged with various bizarre biological specimens. Some had 3 heads, while others were humanoid creatures covered in scales. These are all bioweapons researched by the military. A team member exclaimed in terror. Qin Mo did not respond. His gaze was drawn to a control console in the center of the hall. On the console lay a crystal emitting a faint blue light. Is that a spirit stone? A hint of surprise flashed in Qin Mo's eyes. In this post-apocalyptic world where spiritual energy had revived, spirit stones were the coveted treasures of practitioners and the core materials for setting up a spirit-gathering array. He never expected to find such a rarity in this underground laboratory. God Lord, be careful. Qin Feng suddenly shouted. Just as Qin Mo reached out to grab the spirit stone, the ground beneath the console suddenly cracked open and a massive mechanical tentacle shot out, curling towards Qin Mo. It's a defense system. Qin Mo dodged the tentacle's attack with a flash. He looked up to see countless red electronic eyes lighting up on the walls surrounding the hall. Warning! Warning! Illegal intrusion detected, initiating secondary defense protocol. The cold electronic synthesized voice echoed in the hall. Following the dozens of combat robots rose from hidden compartments, their laser guns aimed at the group. Damn high-tech weapons. Qin Feng's expression changed. What are you panicking about? Qin Mo scoffed. A purple talisman appearing in his hand in the face of absolute power technology is merely a flashy toy. He tossed the talisman into the air, formed hand seals, and chanted 5 elements: thunder, heed my command, descend. Boom. In the originally enclosed underground hall, thunderclouds suddenly materialized. Purple lightning fell like a raging dragon, precisely striking each combat robot. Ziz, the intricate circuit boards were instantaneously fried by the thunder's assault. Those seemingly formidable robots had not even fired a shot before turning into heaps of scrap metal. After neutralizing the robots, Qin Mo approached the control console and picked up the spirit stone. System absorbs spirit stone energy. Detected high purity energy source absorbing. Absorption successful. Spirit value 5,000 points. Congratulations, host. Spirit value has reached the standard for opening the second-tier marketplace. Qin Mo's lips curled up as he opened the marketplace and directly purchased the second-tier spirit gathering array diagram. Set up the formation. With a thought, the array diagram transformed into a stream of light merging into the ground of the underground hall. Instantly, the entire hall was enveloped in a layer of faint blue light. The spiritual energy in the air began to surge wildly towards this place, and the previously murky air became remarkably fresh. Is this the spirit gathering array? Qin Feng took a deep breath, feeling every pore in his body open up. God Lord, I feel that cultivating here is more than twice as fast as outside. This is just the beginning. Qin Mo looked at the incubation tanks around him. Collect all these specimens and take them back for research in the laboratory. Also search for any information regarding the Corpse King here. Understood. Just then Qin Mo's divine sense suddenly picked up a faint fluctuation. He approached a computer in the corner, entering a password from his past life memories. The screen lit up revealing a top-secret file. Codename Patient Zero Identity Principle of Jiangcheng University Li Guoqiang Status Infected Mutation Level Unknown Suspected Corpse Emperor Note: This experimental subject possesses high intelligence, can control low-level zombies and has strong resistance to divine thought attacks. Qin Mo's pupil shrank slightly as he looked at the photo on the screen. The elderly man in the photo had kind eyes. He was indeed the highly esteemed principal of Jiangcheng University. I never expected the true mastermind to be hidden here. Qin Mo turned off the screen, a trace of killing intent flickering in his eyes. Li Guoqiang. It seems this apocalyptic game is even more interesting than I imagined. God Lord, where shall we go next? Qin Feng inquired. Qin Mo turned and walked toward the exit, his black windbreaker fluttering in the gentle breeze of the spirit-gathering array. Back to the shelter. Now that we know the enemy's details, it is time to prepare a grand welcome ceremony. Stepping out of the underground laboratory, the sky outside had already darkened. Qin Mo glanced back at the silent library, already formulating plans in his mind. What of the Corpse Emperor? In the face of his divine path, all demons and monsters shall be ground to dust. Let's go. The convoy roared, speeding towards the shelter with their bountiful haul. Behind them, in the shadows of the library, a pair of crimson eyes fixated on the receding headlights, a strange smile creeping across the lips. Divine path. Interesting. The off-road vehicle roared across the pockmarked asphalt, its engines thunder shattering the stillness of night. Beyond the window, Jiangcheng, once a thriving metropolis, lay in ruins, its skeletal remains pierced only by the occasional groan of wandering undead startled by the headlights. Qin Mo sat with eyes closed, conserving energy, yet his mind raced, calculating, analyzing. Li Guoqiang, once a titan of academia, had now ascended to something far more terrifying, of being rumored to stand at the apex of the undead hierarchy, the undead sovereign. Records of him from Qin Mo's past life were scarce. All that remained was the grim certainty that Jiangcheng University had fallen utterly in the earliest days of the apocalypse, so thoroughly abandoned that even the military dared not enter. Little did he expect such a staggering secret to lie beneath that desolation. Lord Deity, massive thermal signatures ahead. Qin Feng slammed on the brakes, voice taut with urgency. Qin Mo's eyes snapped open, and his divine sense erupted outward like a silent shockwave. Less than 500 meters ahead at the crossroad, swarms of black figures surged in from every direction. Their movements were rigid yet unnervingly swift. Crimson light burned hungrily in their hollow eye sockets. A tide of the undead, thousands strong. Li Guoqiang is herding them. Qin Mo's gaze hardened, frost glinting in his pupils. He has sensed us and seeks to ambush us en route. Lord Deity, shall we divert? Qin Feng gripped the steering wheel until his knuckles bleached white. No time. Qin Mo glanced into the rearview mirror, where another wave of undead advanced, closing the vice. They mean to entomb us here. Silence descended upon the cabin like a shroud. Though each guard was a rigorously selected elite, even they faltered inwardly before the scale of this assault, thousands of the dead converging as one. Why panic? Qin Mo's voice cut through the tension, calm, resonant, unshakable. Let them serve as living proof of the spirit-gathering array's might, and as harvest for our incense offerings. He pushed open the door and stepped out alone. Lord Deity. Stay in the vehicle. Watch. Cloaked in black, he stood before the convoy as night wind whipped his coat like unfurled banners. The tide drew nearer, rotting stench flooding the air. At the vanguard, ironclad corpses thundered within 100 meters, muscles coiling with monstrous strength, stirring gusts thick with decay. Qin Mo's expression remained impassive. His right hand rose, palm upturned. Spirit-gathering array, activate. A deep resonant hum vibrated through the air. Invisible spiritual energy now made manifest by the array coalesced into a swirling vortex of pale azure light. The foremost undead slammed against an invisible barrier, bodies jerking, momentum shattered, limbs grinding to sluggish halt. Now. With a flick of his fingers, a golden talisman shot forth and hovered midair. Detonate. A deafening explosion followed. The talisman burst into countless golden embers, scattering like a meteoric downpour across the horde. A sizzling hiss rose as each ember struck flesh, corroding rotting skin like caustic acid. Even the ironclad corpses, whose hides defied blades and bullets, sizzled and blackened under the searing incense, gold flame smoke curling upward in acrid plumes. SSSSS. A chorus of shrieks tore from the ranks, a prelude, not an end. Qin Mo inhaled deeply, drawing in the torrent of spiritual energy channeled by the array. His irises shimmered with faint gold, and ancient sovereign aura rose from his core, palpable as pressure in the air. Divine path, secret art, divine authority. A thunderous pulse erupted, not of sound or force but of pure spiritual dominion, radiating from Qin Mo like a shockwave of will. Low-tier shamblers collapsed first, minds obliterated, some skulls rupturing outright. Even iron and bronze corpses crumpled to their knees, trembling uncontrollably beneath the weight of that sacred command. Kneel. Qin Mo commanded, his voice echoing as law itself. And they did. In unison, the entire tide dropped, knees striking pavement with a single chilling crash. Inside the vehicle, Qin Feng and the others stared breathless, disbelieving what their eyes beheld. This is the power of the Lord Deity. A guard whispered, eyes blazing with fervent awe. But then, without warning, the world convulsed. Roar! A deafening bellow shook the ruins. From the rear of the horde emerged a colossal mutated corpse towering 3 meters high, its bulging musculature veined with unnatural purple-black flesh, a jagged bone spire jutting from its skull. A bronze corpse, and among its kind a sovereign warrior. Unmoved by divine authority, it locked blood-flecked eyes upon Qin Mo, then stomped. The earth fractured beneath its feet with a sickening crack. "Watch out, it's charging!" Qin Feng roared. Like a siege tank forged of wrath and ruin, the bronze corpse hurtled forward, unstoppable, annihilating everything in its path. Corpses flew like ragdolls, limbs snapping midair. Qin Mo's lips curved, cold, amused. Fascinating. Still, far too weak. He stepped forward, not back, and clenched his fist into empty air. Spiritual energy howled inward, condensing into a tunderlon blade of cerulean light wreathed in crackling lightning. With a sharp electric snap, he raised the sword high. Divine sword art, sever. And brought it down in a single devastating arc. A colossal azure crescent cleaved the air, charged with thunderous force, colliding head-on with the bronze corpse in a cataclysmic detonation. Dust and debris mushroomed skyward. When the dust settled, the invincible bronze corpse lay severed cleanly at the waist, the upper half sliding silently to the ground, its incinerated edge glassy smooth, charred black by unimaginable heat. One strike. One kill. Silence fell, absolute, profound. Then roars of triumph erupted, shaking the very foundations of the ruins. The Lord Deity is invincible. Invincible. Qin Mo lowered his blade, face serene. His gaze lifted beyond the carnage, to where a faint retreating ripple of spiritual resonance flickered at the edge of perception. Running. He exhaled sharply, and with 2 fingers pointed into the distance launched a crimson sigil. Soul-tracking talisman, go. It vanished into the night like a dying star. Moments later, a final agonized scream pierced the dark, then silence. The puppeteer commanding the horde, slain across impossible distance, severed from existence. Deprived of command, the horde dissolved into chaos. Clear the battlefield, Qin Mo ordered, voice quiet but absolute. Kill what cannot be tamed. Capture the rest, they'll serve as living bricks for the sanctuary's walls. Yes, my lord. The battle ended faster than imagined, not merely a victory but a revelation. Qin Mo's supremacy had just been etched into the souls of every survivor. They returned to the sanctuary long after midnight, yet the entire compound blazed with light. Survivors gathered in the central plaza, waiting, not for rescue but for the return of their Lord Deity. The moment Qin Mo appeared, thunderous applause and cries of devotion erupted. Lord Deity! Lord Deity! Countless reverent gazes converged upon him, each glance a thread of incense-fueled faith weaving seamlessly into his being. Incense faith detected, 2000. 5000. Qin Mo felt power surge within him, deep, radiant, inexhaustible, and allowed himself the barest trace of a smile. He knew this was only the beginning. Li Guoqiang's provocation had become the perfect crucible for his ascension, and the sanctuary would now ascend with him. Under the spirit gathering array's blessing guards surged in strength, some even awakening latent abilities. Meanwhile, Qin Mo consumed incense faith voraciously, preparing to break through to a higher divine tier. Yet beneath the calm surface, currents churned. The wounded Li Guoqiang remained unbroken, lurking in shadows, weaving a far grander conspiracy. 3 days later, inside the sanctuary, Qin Mo studied data recovered from the ruined laboratory when the system's alarm blared. Warning: high concentration viral source approaching sanctuary. Qin Mo frowned and strode to the window. On the distant horizon, a vast roiling mass sped toward them, like a storm cloud devouring the sky. It was no cloud, but a flock. Thousands upon thousands of virus-mutated birds' wings blotting out the sun descending upon the sanctuary. At their heart floated a lone figure, hands clasped behind his back, gazing down with cold, detached mastery. Li Guoqiang. Qin Mo, the game has only just begun. His voice echoed directly into Qin Mo's mind, carried on psychic resonance. Do you truly believe your meager cultivation can defy the tide of evolution itself? Qin Mo looked up, not with fear but with blazing, unquenchable resolve. Li Guoqiang, if you insist on delivering yourself to judgment, I shall oblige. He turned and addressed his fully armed, battle-ready guards. All forces, stand ready. Today let Jiancheng witness true divine retribution. A colossal column of azure light erupted from the sanctuary, piercing the heavens like a celestial spear. Within that luminous pillar, Qin Mo ascended, hovering above the ruins like a deity descended from myth. Below him stretched the twin horrors, the undead tide and the avian swarm. Hands folded, he began chanting sacred verses. Heaven and earth, boundless and eternal. Qian Kuan, lend me your power. Thunder, answer my call. The sky convulsed, clouds boiling black, serpentine lightning thrashing wildly. Dozens of violet thunderbolts, like primordial dragons uncoiling from the void, plunged from the heavens, striking Li Guoqiang and his legions with apocalyptic fury. That day the people of Jiangcheng witnessed a vision seared forever into memory: a young man in black suspended amid stars and storm, commanding lightning itself, engulfing the dead and the damned in fire and divine wrath. In that instant all understood an immutable truth: survival in this apocalypse demanded only one allegiance, the worship of the Lord Deity. Divine miracle confirmed, faith of all sanctuary survivors elevated to fanatical devotee level. Incense Faith 100000. Congratulations Lord Deity, you have ascended to Tier 2 Divinity. New ability unlocked: Divine Realm Manifestation. Power roared through Qin Mo's veins, vast sovereign infinite. His gaze fell upon Li Guoqiang, now battered, disheveled, his smile sharpening into something glacial lethal. Now, your turn. Bolts of lightning raged across the sky like maddened dragons, illuminating the night as if it were day. The mutated flock of birds under Li Guoqiang's control let out mournful cries amidst the thunderous flames plummeting as charred fireballs. Yet the former university president, now a corpse emperor, showed no trace of panic on his face. He hovered midair, surrounded by a dense aura of purple-black corpse chi, forcibly carving out an absolute domain within the lightning net. Qin Mo, do you think mere mundane thunderbolts can harm me? Li Guoqiang sneered sinisterly, his withered finger pointing sharply at the brightly lit sanctuary below. How naive. Your so-called shelter is nothing more than caging them. I, on the other hand, will grant them the freedom to evolve. Before his words faded, he clapped his hands together abruptly. Corpse-tide myriad soul sacrifice. Roar. The zombie horde on the ground, once subdued by the thunder, suddenly seemed to receive a fanatical command. They no longer feared death, instead madly devouring and merging with one another. Countless zombie flesh and blood rapidly collapsed under the pull of purple-black light. In mere breaths, a colossal corpse puppet 30 meters tall rose from the earth. The puppet was formed from countless twisted limbs and rotting flesh, emitting a nauseating stench and overwhelming malevolent aura. It roared to the sky, the sound wave spreading like a tangible force, even dispersing the thunderclouds above. Inside the sanctuary, the cheers that had just ignited abruptly ceased. The survivors stared in terror at the sky-obscuring monster, their newly established faith violently shaken in that moment. What? What kind of monster is that? Can the Divine Lord stop it? It's over. This time it's truly over. The wavering of faith caused a momentary stagnation in the incense and wish power that had been flowing smoothly within Qin Mo. Divine Lord. On the ground, Qin Feng's eyes burned with fury as he raised his heavy sniper rifle to fire, yet before that colossal being, human weapons seemed pitifully insignificant. Qin Mo hovered high in the sky, his robes rustling in the foul wind. He gazed at the monster formed from thousands of zombies, then swept his eyes over the trembling believers below. In his eyes there was no fear, only ultimate coldness and pride. Evolution. Sacrifice. Qin Mo's voice was not loud, yet it resounded clearly in everyone's ears through divine will. Li Guoqiang, your so-called evolution is nothing but beastly instinct. What I command is order, is divine authority. He slowly raised his right hand, and in his palm a radiant golden rune rapidly condensed. That was his ultimate trump card, unlocked after ascending to a second-rank deity. Divine Kingdom descends. By my name I decree the Divine Kingdom. Boom. The golden rune in Qin Mo's hand exploded, abruptly transforming into countless golden chains and rays of light, instantly enveloping the sky above the entire sanctuary. The pitch-black night sky was suddenly replaced by a translucent golden barrier. Upon the barrier, faint visions of jade pavilions and celestial cranes dancing could be glimpsed. A majestic, sacred and inviolable grand will pressed down from the heavens. This was the embryonic form of the Divine Kingdom. Within its domain, Qin Mo was the absolute sovereign. Suppress. Qin Mo pressed down with a single hand. The golden barrier suddenly contracted, transforming into a sky-covering golden giant palm carrying the might to crush everything, and slammed fiercely toward the colossal corpse puppet. No. This is impossible. What kind of power is this? Li Guoqiang's expression finally changed. His proud corpse puppet before the golden palm was like a castle built of sand, unable to hold even for a second. Crack! With the grating sound of bones breaking, the 30-meter corpse puppet was smashed into the ground by the giant palm. The earth trembled violently, and centered on the impact point, the ground within 100 meters collapsed, instantly forming a massive crater. The corpse puppet's body, formed from the fusion of countless zombies, disintegrated inch by inch under the pressure of the Divine Kingdom's might, reverting to primal corpse chi and blood. Ah! Li Guoqiang let out a miserable scream. As the core controller of the corpse puppet, he suffered severe backlash. The purple-black corpse chi that had gathered was scorched by the Divine Kingdom's golden light, sizzling as he plummeted from the sky like a broken kite. Trying to flee. Qin Mo snorted coldly, his form flickering as he instantly appeared in the direction of Li Guoqiang's fall. He did not strike directly, but moved with a thought. Within the Divine Kingdom all are subjects. As subjects they shall receive divine punishment. A golden pillar of light descended from the Divine Kingdom's barrier, precisely enveloping the severely wounded Li Guoqiang. No. I am the Corpse Emperor. I am the endpoint of evolution. You cannot kill me. Li Guoqiang struggled madly within the pillar of light. His once benevolent face was now twisted like a demon's, his skin rapidly carbonizing and peeling in the golden radiance. The endpoint of evolution is to become a god, not a monster. Qin Mo looked down at him from above, his tone indifferent. In your next life, be a good person. As the words fell, the golden pillar of light burst into a blinding glare. Poof! Li Guoqiang's body was utterly annihilated in the light, leaving not even a trace of ash. Only a crystal core emitting a faint purple glow fell with a clatter into the rubble. With Li Guoqiang's death, the suffocating pressure in the sky instantly dissipated. The mutated flock of birds, having lost control, scattered in panic. The remaining zombies on the ground collapsed like headless flies, completely losing their threat. Inside the sanctuary, a deathly silence lasted for 3 full seconds. Then an unprecedented frenzy of cheers erupted. Divine Lord! Divine Lord! Long live the Divine Lord! The Divine Lord is invincible! All survivors, men and women, young and old, knelt and prostrated themselves, madly kowtowing to the black figure in the sky. Their eyes no longer held fear, only fanatical worship and absolute submission. Countless streams of pure incense and wish power surged into Qin Mo's body like rivers returning to the sea. Detected host performing a divine miracle, crushing a corpse emperor-level foe. All sanctuary members' faith has broken limits, advancing to fanatic believers. Incense value 500000. Congratulations, host. Your divine essence is stable. The embryonic divine kingdom has evolved into first-ranked divine court. New feature unlocked: Divine Court Blessing can designate areas to descend spiritual energy rain, accelerating crop growth and believer recovery. Qin Mo slowly descended into the sanctuary's central square. He paid no heed to the system's notifications, instead calmly sweeping his gaze over the kneeling survivors. Rise. His voice was gentle yet forceful, carrying a power that soothed hearts. From now on, as long as you devoutly offer worship and abide by order, the Divine Court will protect you. Here will be the sole utopia in this apocalypse. Thank you, Divine Lord. Thank you, Divine Lord. The crowd was moved to tears of joy. Qin Feng stepped forward quickly, his eyes full of reverence. Divine Lord, with Li Guoqiang dead, the threat from Jiangchun University is resolved. But what? Qin Mo accepted a towel handed by Zhaogang and wiped his hands. But the commotion from the battle was too great. Qin Feng pointed into the distance. I fear it will attract the attention of other forces. After all, in this world, possessing a treasure invites disaster. Qin Mo nodded slightly. Qin Feng was right. The phenomenon of the Divine Kingdom's descent must have been seen by anyone with some power within dozens of kilometers. No matter. A cold smirk curled at the corner of Qin Mo's mouth. I'm also curious to see how many blind fools remain in Jiangqing territory. Since they're coming, let them all stay as nourishment for the Divine Court. He turned to look at the sanctuary, which had begun to take shape, and new plans formed in his mind. Though Li Guoqiang was dead, the underground laboratory he left behind and the information about Patient Zero were only the beginning. In this apocalypse, beyond the zombies, even more terrifying unknowns awaited him. And what he had to do was tread upon these bones and blood step by step to ascend the true throne of divinity. Issue the order, Qin Mo commanded calmly. Heighten vigilance, activate the Divine Court Blessing, and give everyone extra rations tonight. Also have the research team study that Corpse Emperor Crystal Core. I have great use for it. Yes. As the night deepened, the sanctuary buzzed with activity. Golden rays of light slowly fell from the Divine Court's barrier, nourishing the land amid the ruins and the hearts of every survivor. But beyond the sanctuary, in the shadowy darkness, several greedy and wary eyes stared fixedly at this place before silently retreating, carrying the news to distant lands. Late at night in the refuge, the arrival of Shenting's blessing banished much of the cold. A golden rain of light fell like the gentlest caress, hastening the crop's growth and bringing an unprecedented ease to the bodies and minds of every survivor. Yet beneath this fleeting peace, an undercurrent quietly stirred among the ruins of Jiangcheng. News of Li Guoqiang's death and the Corpse Emperor's downfall spread through the city as if on wings. In the north of Jiangcheng, inside an abandoned stadium heavily guarded by troops. Bang! A delicate blue and white porcelain cup was hurled to the ground and shattered into a spray of fragments. What did you say? Li Guoqiang, that old monster, is dead. Killed by some upstart brat who popped out of nowhere. The speaker was a burly man with a coarse face, bare-chested and sporting a ferocious descending tiger tattoo across his chest. He was Lei Hu, leader of the largest survivor faction in the north, the Meng Hu Bang. Absolutely, boss. The scout kneeling on the ground trembled. I heard the scene. It was like something out of myth. Qin Mo casually waved his hand and a colossal golden hand descended from the sky, smashing the 30-meter monster Li Guoqiang had summoned into pulp. Now everyone at the refuge is kneeling and calling him Divine Lord. Lei Hu's expression darkened and eased in turns. Li Guoqiang had always been someone he feared. With Li Guoqiang dead, his first reaction was not joy but a deep gnawing terror. Someone who could kill the Corpse Emperor in an instant could crush a petty gang leader like him as easily as snapping an ant. Divine Lord. Humph, playing God. A gleam of greed and ruthlessness passed through Lei Hu's eyes. Still, he just finished a great battle and must be greatly spent. And he must possess some treasure that controls that power. Brothers, gather your gear. Let's go see what this divine lord is truly capable of. If we can subdue him, Jiangcheng will be ours. If not. He made a throat-slitting gesture. Then we take his life while he's vulnerable. Meanwhile, in the west of Jiangcheng, within a heavily fortified military base, a young officer in camouflage reported into his radio, "Sir, high-energy reactions detected near Jiangcheng University. Suspected arrival of a deity-level powerhouse. Target Qin Mo, confirmed leader of the refuge. Execute the recruitment plan." After a brief silence, the reply came, "Observe for now. If he can be put to use, it would be a boon for the nation. If uncontrollable, eliminate him when necessary. Remember, in the end times, order above all." Back at the refuge, Qin Mo was fully aware of these developments. After ascending to a second-rank deity, his divine sense now extended some 50 kilometers. No existence that produced a strong emotional surge toward him could escape his perception. Greed, fear, probing. Qin Mo sat on the villa's rooftop terrace, fingers lightly drumming the table. It seems killing one Li Guocheng has only attracted more flies. Divine Lord, shall I send men to clear them out? Qin Feng stood beside him, brimming with murderous intent. No need. Qin Mo shook his head, a playful smile touching his lips. Flies cannot all be swatted. To truly silence them, one must establish a display of power. Let everyone understand the consequence of provoking Shinting. He rose and looked toward the northern quarter. If they intend to come, then let them come. Shinting is newly established and short of labor to mend the walls. The next morning, the refuge gates opened slowly. The Menghu Bang convoy, long waiting, rolled in force, a dozen modified SUVs and armored cars, heavy machine guns mounted in bristling menace. Lei Hu stood in the lead vehicle's sunroof, twirling a high-caliber pistol, arrogantly eyeing the apparently fragile refuge gate. Damn, so this is that Shinting. Doesn't look like much. Lei Hu sneered. Brothers, charge in. Drag that kid out for me. But as the convoy drew near the gate, the unexpected occurred. A pale golden light screen rose from the ground and instantly enveloped the entire refuge. What is that? Lei Hu's pupils constricted. Before he could react, the light screen emitted a golden beam that struck the foremost armored vehicle with deadly precision. Boom! The multi-ton armored vehicle was as if struck by an invisible giant hand, flipping dozens of meters. Screams rose from within in frantic succession. Attack! Attack! Menghu Bang's men descended into chaos, leaping from their vehicles and firing. Rat-a-tat! Bullets slammed into the golden curtain without so much as a ripple. They were repelled back and wounded several unlucky men. All of you stand down. A detached voice thundered into their ears. Then the refuge gate opened slowly. Qin Mo, dressed in black with his hands behind his back, stepped forward. Behind him stood a disciplined, well-equipped guard and the towering Shinting light screen like a chasm to the sky. Who are you to meddle in Menghu Bang's affairs? Lei Hu forced a calm tone, leveling his pistol at Qin Mo. Listen, I am noisy. Qin Mo did not glance his way, he merely raised a finger. Shinting, decree kneel. Boom! A terrifying gravity descended upon the Menghu Bang members. Crack! Crack! Dozens, Lei Hu among them, felt their knees go weak and were forced down in heavy kneels. The hard asphalt cracked under their knees. What? What sorcery is this? Lei Hu tried desperately to stand but felt his body crushed by an invisible mountain. Even moving a finger was agony. Qin Mo stepped before Lei Hu and looked down at him. Menghu Bang. Never heard of it, he said calmly. Since you're here, you won't be leaving. Shinting is short of labor to repair the walls. You can't do this to me. I'm the boss of the northern quarter. Lei Hu howled hysterically. You used to be, Qin Mo replied coldly. From today on, you're merely a number of Shinting. He then regarded the members, now terrified out of their wits. I give you two choices, Qin Mo's voice carried across the scene. First, submit to me, surrender your loyalty and supplies, and become citizens of Shinting. Second, death. I choose the first. I choose the first. Divine Lord, spare us. We will submit. The men dared not resist. They threw down their weapons and battered the ground with frantic kowtows. Before absolute power, so-called brotherhood among rogues was a laughable thing. Lei Hu watched that spectacle with eyes full of despair. He knew he was finished. With a casual flick, Qin Mo sent out a golden chain that bound Lei Hu fast. Take him away and educate him privately. As for the others, Qin Mo scanned the group. Assign them to the labor corps to repair the western wall. Anyone who shirks will meet the same fate. He pointed toward the hallway. Lei Hu. Yes, Divine Lord, they replied in unison, voices trembling with reverence. While Qin Mo disposed of Menghu Bang with ease, the young officer at the military base watched the entire episode through his binoculars from a distant high-rise. Such terrifying control. The officer lowered his binoculars, cold sweat beading on his brow. This power surpasses ordinary weaponry. We must report immediately and request the highest level response. Back at the refuge, Qin Mo did not relax because of this small victory. He knew Menghu Bang was only an appetizer, the real challenge lay ahead. Divine Lord, this is the inventory of supplies seized from Menghu Bang. Zhao Gang handed over a fresh booklet, excitement on his face. Food, medicine, weapons, and several intact transport vehicles. With these, our reserves will last several more months. Well done, Qin Mo nodded. Also have the research team speed up their work. That crystal core Li Guoqian left behind, I sense a special power within it. It may be used to reinforce our defenses. Yes. After handling the mundane matters, Qin Mo went alone to the underground laboratory. He sat at the computer and pulled up the file on the zero patient. Although Li Guoqian was dead, Qin Mo felt the situation was not so simple. The file labeled Li Guoqian the zero patient, but did his strength truly deserve that title? Qin Mo's eyes rested on the file's final remark. Note, the infection source of the zero patient did not originate domestically. It is suspected to have arisen from a deep-sea research expedition. A deep-sea expedition? Qin Mo frowned. At that moment the system issued a sharp alarm. Warning. Host's divine sense has touched forbidden information, triggering hidden task, the call of the deep. Task description: the origin of the apocalypse may not be a virus but an ancient ritual from the deep sea. Please proceed to the East Sea coast and seek the entrance to Guishu. Task reward: unlock 3rd rank divine status and gain the god-level skill Songhai Sangtian Sea and Land Transfiguration. Qin Mo stared at the mission prompt, a sharp glint in his eyes. So that's it. He murmured. Li Guoqian was only a puppet, the true hand lurks in the deep sea. He left the laboratory with his decision made. Jiangcheng was only his beginning. This vast wasteland and even the unfathomable ocean would become the dominion of his Shinting. Qin Feng. Qin Mo called as he emerged from the basement. Divine Lord, your orders. Qin Feng ran over. Prepare yourselves, we are going far. Qin Mo looked east with a deep gaze. To the coast. To the coast. For what? Qin Feng asked, puzzled. To welcome our new converts. A mysterious smile curved Qin Mo's lips. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away along the East Sea coast, the once blue sea had turned a dead black. Countless enormous sea creatures' corpses drifted on the surface, the air thick with a nauseating brine. Beneath the waves, a grand and ancient palace was slowly awakening. Deep within the palace, a pair of enormous lantern-like crimson eyes suddenly opened. A god path. An ancient hoarse voice echoed through the deep. Interesting. Since you've come, stay and become the offerings for my resurrection. On the highway leading to the East Sea, 2 heavily modified off-road heavy trucks roared forward like steel beasts. Their bodies were clad in thick alloy armor, the fronts fitted with sharpened rams, and the searchlights atop pierced through the gray haze that shrouded the road. Qin Mo sat in the passenger seat of the lead vehicle, eyes closed in concentration. His divine sense was no longer confined to the 100-mile radius of the sanctuary, instead it extended infinitely toward the vast waters in the east, racing alongside the convoy. My lord, according to the map, once we cross the dead swamp ahead, it's another 300 kilometers to the coastline. At the wheel, Qin Feng gripped it tightly, his expression slightly grim. But this area is a migration route for mutated aquatic creatures. The air is extremely humid, making it a breeding ground for those nauseating soft-bodied monsters. No matter. Qin Mo slowly opened his eyes, a faint golden light flickering within them. Activate the secondary mode of the divine court shield. Any living thing that dares approach within 100 meters of the vehicle shall be slain without mercy. No sooner had he spoken than the vehicle shuddered violently. A piercing screech cut through the armored cabin's soundproofing. Outside the window, a mutated swamp crocodile the size of a truck lunged, its massive maw filled with jagged teeth clamping down on the vehicle. Its tough hide covered in moss and barnacles instantly sizzled and corroded under the golden glow of the divine court shield. The crocodile thrashed in agony, but the shield's backlash sent it flying crashing onto an abandoned vehicle by the roadside, crushing the wreckage into scrap. These beasts are just asking for death. Qin Feng sneered, flooring the accelerator. The heavy truck rumbled over the crocodile's convulsing corpse and sped eastward. As they neared the East Sea, the salty fishy air gradually gave way to an indescribable stench of decay. The once overcast sky upon approaching the coastline took on an eerie crimson hue, like a curtain soaked in blood. When the convoy finally burst through the last stretch of forest, the view opened up, yet it was a sight of horror. The once azure and majestic East Sea had become a dead expanse of black water. Countless massive sea creature carcasses floated on the surface, from mutated whales to unknown deep-sea leviathans, bloated and rotting, rising and falling with the black waves. On the shallow shores, densely packed zombies wandered aimlessly, their skin bleached and ulcerated by seawater, their eyes burning with a craving for flesh. This is the East Sea. Qin Feng gasped at the sight. That's only the surface. Qin Mo stepped out of the vehicle, his black trench coat flapping in the sea breeze. He looked toward the horizon where sea and sky met. There a gigantic black vortex churned slowly like a massive maw, devouring the heavens and earth. The abyss. That was the direction the system mission pointed. Everyone hold position and set up a defensive perimeter. After giving the order, Qin Mo's form flickered, transforming into a streak of light that shot across the sea. He treaded upon the void, each step conjuring a phantom golden lotus beneath his feet, carrying him over the waves. When he had ventured dozens of kilometers out to sea, the water suddenly turned violent. Black waves tens of meters high surged toward him like walls. Within the waves, countless shadowy tentacles writhed wildly. With a roar, a deep-sea leviathan the size of a small island burst from the water. It resembled a gigantic octopus, but each tentacle was covered in densely packed human eyeballs radiating a maddening, sinister light. A mere beast dares to block my path. Qin Mo's expression was indifferent as he clenched his right hand. Divine punishment, thunder prison. A thunderous boom echoed. The dim sky was instantly illuminated by lightning. Dozens of violet thunderbolts like furious dragons descended from the heavens, striking the leviathan with precision. The beast let out a harrowing scream as its eye-covered tentacles blackened, snapped, and severed under the thunder's assault. Yet the creature seemed to feel no pain. The severed tentacles morphed into countless independent serpents coiling toward Qin Mo. Interesting. It can split its attacks. A glint of appreciation flickered in Qin Mo's eyes. He flicked his finger. Still. A golden sea calming talisman flew forth, expanding in the wind into a massive golden shield blocking all the incoming tentacles. Then he formed hand seals and a tremendous suction force emanated from his palm. Since you're here, leave your demon core behind. The leviathan realized in terror that its life force was being drained at an alarming rate, flowing toward Qin Mo. In just a few breaths, the colossal beast withered away, eventually becoming a massive skeleton that sank to the seabed. A demon core emitting a blue glow flew from the remains into Qin Mo's hand. High purity water attribute demon core detected. Absorb. Absorb. With a thought, the core dissolved into pure energy, merging into his body. His divine sense sharpened instantly, allowing him to clearly perceive an ancient grand summons from the deep. It's down there. Without hesitation, Qin Mo shot like an arrow into the pitch-black depths. As he descended, the water pressure increased exponentially. But a faint golden light enveloped him, keeping the seawater at bay. At 3,000 meters, the scene shifted dramatically. In the once utterly dark abyss, a magnificent bronze ancient city appeared, breathtaking in its scale. The city was built against a mountain, or rather against a massive seabed trench. The walls were constructed from enormous bronze bricks carved with countless ferocious reliefs of ancient mythical beasts. At the city's center stood a towering ring-shaped altar, above which was the epicenter of the colossal black vortex visible from the surface. The Abyss Platform. So this is the Abyss. Qin Mo was awestruck. The architectural style differed from any dynasty he knew, exuding a desolate, ancient, and almost unnatural mystery. Just as he was about to approach the altar, an icy, commanding voice exploded in his mind. Mortal, halt. Qin Mo paused, his divine sense instantly locking onto the source. At the entrance of the bronze city, two 10-meter-tall bronze guardian statues began to move slowly. Their bronze spears gleamed coldly, tips aimed at Qin Mo. We are the Abyss Guardians stationed here by the Eastern Sovereign's command. One of the bronze statues spoke, its voice like the clash of metal. Any who trespass without the Eastern Sovereign's bloodline shall die. Before the words faded, both guardians blurred into motion, charging at Qin Mo with terrifying pressure. Eastern Sovereign. Qin Mo frowned. He recalled seeing that title in fragments of Li Guoqiang's note, seemingly a demon sovereign from ancient mythology. Whoever you are, those who block me die. Qin Mo snorted, the incense power within him surging wildly. Divine Kingdom descends, suppress. A miniature golden phantom of a divine kingdom materialized behind him. Within it, jade towers and celestial crane's sword and an overwhelming divine might enveloped the entire seabed. The two bronze guardians' movements ground to a halt as if burdened by immense weight. The divine path. Their voices were filled with shock. In this world, someone has actually cultivated the divine path. Enough talk. Seizing the moment, Qin Mo clapped his hands together. Shatter. The divine kingdom phantom crashed down, slamming into the bronze guardians. With two crisp cracks, the seemingly indestructible guardians were smashed to pieces. Yet the moment they shattered, a beam of light shot from one of the statues, racing toward the heart of the Abyss Platform. Not good. Qin Mo's heart tightened as he flashed after it. The light entered the platform and the entire altar began to tremble violently. The black vortex started spinning in reverse, generating a suction force that seemed to want to pull Qin Mo in. Since you're here, come in and have a look. The hoarse ancient voice spoke again, laced with mockery. Qin Mo gritted his teeth but did not retreat. He knew this was the only lead. You want to play? Then he'll see it through. He took a deep breath, his golden aura blazing, and transformed into a golden meteor, plunging headlong into the massive black vortex. After a dizzying sensation of weightlessness, Qin Mo found himself not torn apart but standing in a strange space. There was no seawater, only a gray mist. At its center floated a massive bronze palace. The palace doors were wide open, emitting a chilling aura of darkness. Qin Mo clenched his fists and strode toward the palace. Whatever lay within he would conquer it, turning it into a stepping stone for the divine court. Just as he was about to step through the door, the system issued an unprecedented urgent alert. Warning! Warning! Detected host entering a high-dimensional energy zone. Hidden quest call of the deep updated, explore the Abyss Palace, find the Eastern Sovereign's descendants. Note: spacetime distortion exists in this area. Host, be cautious. Qin Mo paused, a flicker of gravity in his eyes. High-dimensional energy. Spacetime distortion. It seemed the abyss was far more complex than he had imagined. But he did not back down, instead a corner of his mouth curled into an excited smile. The more complex, the more interesting. The path to the divine throne should have its challenges. He lifted his foot and stepped into the mysterious bronze palace. The doors closed slowly behind him, cutting off all retreat. As the heavy bronze gate behind him slammed shut, the last whisper of the outside world was utterly sealed off. The gray mist before Qin Mo did not dissipate, instead it seemed alive, slowly retreating to reveal the true form of the palace suspended in the void. There was no pressure from the sea here, yet it was filled with a suffocating heaviness more oppressive than the deepest ocean. The palace floor was paved with an unknown black stone, smooth as a mirror, yet it reflected no image of Qin Mo, instead resembling a bottomless pool of stagnant water. On both sides of the grand hall stood 12 enormous bronze pillars coiled with dragons, each entwined with rusted chains that plunged into the dark depths as if suppressing some ancient malevolent entity. The laws of time and space here are fractured, Qin Mo keenly sensed. The dome above was not solid but a slowly swirling chaos of nebulae. Occasionally streaks of light flashed by, stirring unsettling spatial ripples. He stepped forward and his boots on the black stone emitted a crisp sound like stepping on dry bones. Crack, crack. The sound echoed through the empty hall, jarringly loud. Qin Mo halted instantly, extending his spiritual sense. Yet to his slight frown, his divine thought, which could cover dozens of miles, was compressed here to less than 10 meters. Interesting. Qin Mo's eyes glinted with a cold light. Playing hide and seek. He abandoned his spiritual sense, instead channeling the divine power of incense within him, condensing a golden flame in his palm to illuminate the path ahead. Advancing 100 meters along the central axis, a massive altar came into view. On it there were no statues or treasures, only a bronze ancient coffin suspended in midair. The coffin was a dark cyan covered in intricate cryptic patterns that seemed alive, slowly writhing on its surface, emitting a faint eerie glow. 9 crimson gold chains pierced through the coffin, their other ends connected to the chaotic nebula of the dome, seemingly draining some kind of power endlessly. This is... Qin Mo's pupils contracted slightly. On that ancient coffin he sensed an extremely familiar aura, a corpse energy 1,000 times stronger than Li Guoqiang's, yet mingled with a hint of sacred solemn incense wish power. Death and life, corpse and deity, these two opposing forces were perfectly fused within this coffin. Mortal, you have finally come. That hoarse-aged voice sounded again, this time not in his mind but directly from the bronze coffin. Who are you? Qin Mo was not flustered by the voice, instead studying the coffin with interest. The master behind Li Guoqiang. Or the owner of this guishu. Li Guoqiang. Ha! A contemptuous sneer came from the coffin. Just a pawn I casually planted. As for who I am, you may call me the Grave Keeper. As the words fell, the 9 crimson gold chains suddenly trembled violently. Clang! The sound of chains snapping echoed through the hall. Then the coffin lid slid off with a crash, unleashing a terrifying aura. Qin Mo's vision blurred and a black shadow appeared before him. It was a tall man in tattered ancient armor, his skin an eerie blue-gray, his eyes pits of burning blue ghost fire instead of pupils. A broken bronze spear was lodged in his chest, no blood flowed from the wound, only black mist seeping out. 3,000 years. The man looked at his hands, his voice laden with endless sorrow and venom. To find a vessel that can bear the divine corpse, I have waited 3,000 years. He jerked his head up, his blue eyes fixed on Qin Mo, a sinister grin curling on his lips. Your divine foundation is pure and your flesh is passable. Give me your body and I can make you the true ruler of this apocalypse. Seeking to possess me. Qin Mo sneered, golden light blazing around him. Don't break your teeth. Since you refuse a toast, you'll drink a forfeit. The man roared, vanishing instantly. Too fast. Qin Mo felt a rush of wind before he could react. He instinctively raised his arm to block. Bang. A dull thud, and Qin Mo was struck like lightning, skidding dozens of meters backward, carving 2 deep grooves in the floor before steadying himself. Such immense power. Qin Mo was inwardly alarmed. The man's strength was several times more terrifying than the deep-sea beast. It's not over yet. The man pressed his advantage, forming hand seals and chanting. Nether Ghost Domain open. Boom. The once empty hall transformed. Countless black vengeful spirits surged from the walls, lunging at Qin Mo. The floor became a churning sea of blood, with pale hands reaching out to grip his feet. Within my domain, your divine power will be suppressed by 90%. The man hovered midair, looking down at Qin Mo with mocking eyes. Qin Mo glanced at the ghost hands clutching his ankles and the spirits swarming down, yet his face showed no panic. Suppressed by 90%. He slowly raised his head, a cold smile curling on his lips. Do you think this is all I've got? As he spoke, a clear sword hum resonated from within him. Clang. A brilliant sword light shot from between his brows, illuminating the entire nether ghost domain. This is sword aura. The man's face changed drastically. You've also cultivated the sword path. Die. Qin Mo growled, and the sword light split into thousands, shooting out like a storm. SSSSS. The seemingly terrifying spirits and ghost hands were as fragile as paper under the sword light, instantly shredded to nothing. In a single breath, the so-called nether ghost domain collapsed, reverting to the empty bronze hall. How is this possible? The man was incredulous. Such pure killing sword aura, even the sword immortal of old. Nothing is impossible. Qin Mo took a step and appeared before the man. In my divine kingdom I am the law. He formed a claw with his right hand, a miniature golden divine kingdom spinning wildly in his palm, generating a terrifying suction force. Divine art, devour. No. Are you mad? I am a divine corpse. You'll be consumed by my corpse poison. The man shrieked in terror, struggling to break free, but the suction clung like a leech. Consumed. Qin Mo's eyes flashed with madness. Perfect, my divine body needs some nourishment to evolve. Boom. The man was instantly sucked into Qin Mo's palm. Then Qin Mo felt an icy chill spread from his arm to his entire body. His skin turned blue and purple, veins bulging as if countless snakes writhed beneath the surface. Warning. Warning. Detected high concentration corpse poison invasion. Divine body is being corroded. Incense power is resisting. Detected host has sword heart clarity trait, purifying corpse poison. Purification successful. Corpse poison converted to nether sha chi. Congratulations, host. Acquired new skill, nether ghost claw, earth grade superior. Divine body strength enhanced. Current realm 2nd rank deity peak. Qin Mo exhaled deeply, feeling the newly acquired cold and violent power within him. So this is the power of a divine corpse. Truly domineering. He clenched his fist and the air burst with a sharp crack. Just then the suspended bronze coffin trembled violently, and with a crack a fissure appeared. A soft white light shot from the crack, coalescing into a phantom figure before Qin Mo. It was a woman in a white dress, her face indistinct but radiating a comforting aura. Thank you, Taoist, for suppressing this traitor's corpse, her voice ethereal and melodious. I am the artifact spirit of this Guishu palace, you may call me Bai Ling. Artifact spirit. Qin Mo raised an eyebrow. So this palace is a treasure too. This is the temporal temple left by Emperor Dongwang, indeed a supreme treasure. Bai Ling bowed slightly. It has the power to traverse time and space and suppress destiny. If you can fully master it, not only this apocalypse but even returning to ancient times would be possible. Traverse time and space. Qin Mo was intrigued. Indeed, Bai Ling nodded. But to fully control the temple, 3 things are needed. First, the bloodline of Emperor Dongwang. Second, the core formation diagram of the temple. And third. Before she could finish, the entire temple shook violently. No. Someone has broken in. Bai Ling's face paled. It's them. They sensed the temple's fluctuation. Them. Qin Mo frowned. The God Hunters. Bai Ling's voice trembled with fear. A group of madmen who hunt deities and plunder divine souls. They've chased us from some other time. As she spoke, the dome was torn open. 3 figures in black battle armor wielding gleaming blades leaped down from the rift. Found it. A 2nd-rank deity. And the temporal temple. The leader cackled with excitement. Brothers, take him down. Kill him and split the treasure. Qin Mo eyed the 3 intruders, killing intent flashing in his eyes. Just got a treasure and you deliver yourselves as test subjects. Perfect, ill, try my new move on you. He slowly raised his right hand, where black nether sha chi and golden incense power intertwined into a fearsome ghost claw. Nether ghost claw, tear them apart. Boom. A massive black ghost claw appeared with earth-shattering force and struck at the 3 god hunters. A colossal black demonic claw shrouded in suffocating netherworld miasma instantly eclipsed the dome of the bronze hall, descending with world-shattering might. Trouble. This brat's aura is off. The leader of the god hunters paled in an instant. He had initially thought this was merely a 2nd-rank deity, troublesome only due to the might of his divine kingdom. Yet the deathly stillness and brutality within this demonic claw caused even his own divine power to stagnate. Formation. Quickly formed the formation. The 3 reacted with lightning speed, clearly seasoned veterans who had fought together for years. The blades in their hands erupted with blinding bloodlight. 3 crimson beams interwove in the air, instantly forming a triangular blood shield to withstand the thunderous strike. Boom. The demonic claw and blood shield collided with a deafening roar. There was no stalemate as one might have imagined. The claw seemingly formed of baleful energy suddenly contracted upon contact with the blood shield, transforming into a pinpoint of pitch-black light that pierced straight through the shield's center. Put! The leading god hunter in the center was struck as if by lightning, hurtling backward. A gaping bowl-sized hole had been torn in his chest, black chi wreathing the wound, his flesh visibly withered and rotted. Our leader's protective blood shield was broken. The remaining 2 god hunters were paralyzed with terror. Netherworld miasma erodes both soul and flesh. Qin Mo stood with hands clasped behind his back, his expression icy. You heretics who cultivate by plundering divine power should fear nothing more than a force that can fundamentally corrode your very essence, am I right? You. Who the hell are you? The wounded leader clutched his chest, staring at Qin Mo in terror. This power is not something that should exist in this low-level plane. Are you from the higher realms? No comment. Qin Mo crooked his finger slightly. The black demonic claw that had pierced the blood shield executed an agile loop in the air, splitting instantly into 2 smaller claws that shot toward the other 2 god hunters. Let's fight to the death. Knowing there was no easy escape, a flicker of madness flashed in their eyes. They bit their tongues, spraying a mouthful of essence blood onto their blades. Their entire forms transformed into 2 streaks of bloodlight, charging straight for Qin Mo's brow and heart, neither dodging nor evading. It was a suicidal tactic. A paltry trick. Qin Mo snorted coldly. Divine light swirled at his brow as an invisible wave of spiritual force slammed into one of them. The man felt a searing pain in his brain as if struck by a heavy hammer, his body freezing midair. Simultaneously, lotus blossoms bloomed beneath Qin Mo's feet. He sidestepped with casual grace, evading the other's lethal strike. Then, with a backhanded palm strike, gold light and black chi interweaving, he slammed his palm directly onto the man's crown. Divine punishment, soul subjugation. Ah! The man let out a blood-curdling scream, convulsing violently in midair. His divine power instantly collapsed, and his body went limp, collapsing to the ground like a puppet with its strings cut. His eyes rolled back and he fell into a dead faint. Meanwhile, the one stunned by the spiritual force could not escape the claw's judgment. The black claw clamped down on his shoulder and squeezed. Crack! The sound of shattering bones was sickening. Half the man's body was instantly crushed into pulp. The black miasma surged into the wound, snuffing out his last ember of life. In mere breaths of the 3 formidable god hunters, one was dead, one gravely wounded and unconscious, leaving only one barely holding on. The leading god hunter watched the scene. The madness in his eyes was finally replaced by boundless terror. He struggled to rise but found his legs had lost all sensation. Don't kill me, he begged, trembling. I am an outer steward of the god hunting hall. Kill me and the hall will not rest until you are dead. Spare me and I will tell you the secrets of this world, the truth about Patient Zero. Hearing the words Patient Zero, Qin Mo's hand poised to deliver a killing blow hesitated slightly. Oh. You know what's behind Li Guoqiang. Qin Mo walked slowly before him, looking down at him as if he were an ant. Yes. Yes. The leader, clutching at a lifeline, nodded frantically. Li Guoqiang was merely an experiment of ours in the lower Dao realm. Our goal is to collect all divine power and resurrect that Great One. Who is that Great One? Qin Mo pressed. He is. The leader's eyes flickered as if hesitating. It seems you don't wish to tell the truth. Qin Mo shook his head, black miasma gathering once more in his palm. Since you won't speak, then die. Ill talk. Ill talk. The leader was scared out of his wits. It is the Lord of the Abyss. We come from the Abyss plane. This world is our hunting ground. All the zombie viruses were bait set by the Lord of the Abyss to force out this world's potential powerhouses so we could harvest them. The Abyss plane. A sharp light gleamed in Qin Mo's eyes. So that was it. This was no natural apocalyptic evolution but a meticulously orchestrated cross-dimensional hunt. Good. Qin Mo nodded. Now that I know this, you have even less reason to live. You have no honor, the leader roared in despair. Against despicable hunters like you, honor does not apply. Qin Mo clenched his fist. Netherworld Demon Claw Crush. No. With a final despairing scream, the leader's body was instantly crushed by the black claw, exploding into a mist of blood. Even his soul was annihilated by the miasma, dissipating completely between heaven and earth. With the death of the 3, the tense oppressive atmosphere in the hall finally dissipated. Qin Mo waved a hand, teleporting the unconscious god hunter into his divine kingdom's prison. Though this man was crippled, perhaps more information about the god hunting hall and the Abyss plane could be extracted from his memories. Well done. Bai Ling's figure materialized again, a hint of admiration in her eyes as she looked at Qin Mo. I didn't expect you, a second-rank deity, to transcend ranks and slay these 3 god hunters. Their strength was at least equivalent to a third-rank powerhouse of this plane. It was merely a matter of elemental advantage. Qin Mo said indifferently, then turned his gaze to the bronze ancient coffin. Now that the trouble is dealt with, shouldn't we discuss the real matter? Of course. Bai Ling nodded. Your performance just now has preliminarily proven you worthy of becoming the master of this temporal divine hall. Next you must complete the final recognition ceremony. Recognition ceremony. Indeed. Bai Ling pointed at the ancient coffin. This sarcophagus is actually the core control hub of the temporal divine hall. You need to drop a drop of essence blood onto the coffin lid, then use your divine sense to communicate with the artifact spirit array within. However, she paused, her tone turning serious. This coffin suppresses a divine thought left by His Majesty Dongwang and also seals an extremely terrifying temporal storm. During the recognition process you may see things you should not see or even be swept into the temporal storm. Are you prepared? Qin Mo gazed at the bronze coffin, which emitted a faint dark light, and felt an inexplicable tremor in his heart. He knew this would be a crucial step on his path to becoming a true powerhouse. Let's begin. Qin Mo took a deep breath, a look of determination flashing in his eyes. Whatever I see I will accept. He bit his fingertips, squeezing out a drop of essence blood that shimmered with golden divine power, and let it fall slowly onto the bronze coffin lid. Drip. The moment the essence blood touched the lid, it did not roll off but was absorbed like water into a sponge. Hum. The bronze coffin shuddered violently, then erupted with a blinding white light. Qin Mo's vision blurred and the surroundings twisted and warped. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself standing in a vast, boundless starry void. Floating before him was a massive blue planet slowly disintegrating. Was that Earth? No, that's not right. Qin Mo's pupils contracted sharply. There were no traces of human civilization on that planet. Instead, countless monstrous beasts as massive as mountains rampaged unchecked. And in the planet's orbit, several colossal bronze warships were docked, blotting out the sky. This is the ancient era. Qin Mo's mind was thrown into turmoil. Just then a voice of supreme authority, as if spanning eons, thundered in his ears. I am Dongwang. Today with my blood I consecrate the temporal divine hall and seal the abyss passage. If future generations see this remnant image, nor will though we die, it shall never be extinguished. As the voice faded, the bronze warships simultaneously detonated, transforming into countless streaks of light that crashed violently into a pitch-black rift deep in the starry void. Boom! The blinding light of the cataclysmic explosion consumed Qin Mo's vision. Ah! Qin Mo screamed, feeling as if his brain were being torn apart. When he regained consciousness, he found himself back in the bronze hall. The bronze coffin had vanished, completely replaced by an ancient unadorned token floating before him. The token was bronze in color, with the characters time and space carved on the front and a complex star chart on the back. Congratulations, host. You have successfully recognized the temporal divine hall as your own. Obtained core artifact. Temporal token allows free entry and exit of the temporal divine hall and grants basic time-space travel ability. Unlocked new function. Temporal projection can project a wisp of an ancient powerhouse's divine thought to aid in battle by consuming incense. Value divine rank advancement. Quest updated. Collect 3 time-space fragments to repair the complete temporal divine hall. Qin Mo reached out and grasped the cool temporal token, feeling the vast power within it. A thrilled smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Temporal divine hall. Donghuang. Abyss. He raised his head, his gaze seeming to pierce through layers of seawater toward the distant, profound starry sky. This game has only just begun. The time-space talisman in Qin Mo's hand seemed to still hold the residual warmth of the cataclysmic explosion from eons ago. Before he could fully comprehend the vast principles contained within, the entire bronze hall suddenly shook violently. Not good. The recognition ceremony has triggered a time-space resonance. Bai Ling's figure flickered uncertainly in the void, her voice filled with unprecedented urgency. The time-space turbulence is about to erupt. Quickly leave this place. Before her words faded, the originally slowly swirling chaotic nebula at the dome of the hall suddenly boiled. Countless dark as ink spatial fissures spread like a spider web, and a terrifying suction force emanated from the cracks as if it intended to obliterate everything within the hall into nothingness. Want to leave? Too late. Instead of retreating, Qin Mo took a step forward, and the divine kingdom's phantom around him surged, bracing against the impact of the first wave of the spatial storm. The time-space talisman in his hand erupted with brilliant azure light, resonating wonderfully with the time-space turbulence within the hall. Since I am here, let me see what secrets this so-called time-space turbulence hides. Boom! A massive spatial fissure tore open before Qin Mo, and without hesitation his figure transformed into a streak of flowing light, charging into it resolutely. After a dizzying sensation of tearing, Qin Mo felt a blur in front of him, and the surrounding scenery underwent a dramatic transformation once again. When his vision refocused, Qin Mo discovered he was floating beneath a crimson sky. The air was thick with the pungent smells of sulfur and blood. The ground was a charred wasteland, and in the distance the undulating mountains seemed to have been split apart by a giant axe, with countless broken bronze swords and tattered battle flags stuck among the ruins. This was neither the deep sea nor the return abyss, but a battlefield of ancient times. This is... Qin Mo's pupils shrank suddenly. He sensed an extremely familiar yet terrifying aura. It was the aura of the Eastern Sovereign, but it was 100 times more violent and despairing than what he had felt in the bronze coffin. Roar! A thunderous beast roar shattered the silence. In the distance on the wasteland, a massive three-legged golden crow as large as a mountain was bound tightly by countless black chains. Its wings were tattered, golden blood stained the earth, yet it continued to struggle desperately, each flap raising a storm capable of obliterating everything. Opposite the golden crow floated a towering figure. The man wore a tattered imperial robe and held a broken bronze longsword, his silhouette solitary and resolute. Eastern Sovereign. Qin Mo's heart jolted. This figure was the one he had seen in the time-space illusion. It seems you have wandered into a tributary of the time-space river. Bai Ling's voice echoed in Qin Mo's mind, tinged with melancholy. This is the final battlefield of the ancient era of magic, and also the place where His Majesty the Eastern Sovereign perished. Perished? Qin Mo frowned. Didn't he seal the Abyss Passage? Sealing requires a price. Bai Ling sighed. His Majesty the Eastern Sovereign used his divine essence as bait and the essence of the three-legged golden crow as a sacrifice to barely seal that crack leading to the abyss. But he himself was also swept into this unknown battlefield by the time-space turbulence, never to be reborn. Qin Mo gazed at that solitary figure, a surge of inexplicable reverence swelling within him. At that moment the figure seemed to sense Qin Mo's presence and slowly turned around. It was a face both dignified and aged, with eyes that seemed to contain the cycles of the sun, moon and stars. People of the later generations. The Eastern Sovereign's voice was hoarse and weary. Since you possess the time-space talisman, you are the new master of my time-space temple. Having come, you must settle here. This battlefield is your first test. Before his words fell, the broken sword in the Eastern Sovereign's hand suddenly pointed at Qin Mo. Receive my sword. If you can block it, you will be qualified to inherit my will and continue guarding this realm. Boom! A terrifying sword light transcended the boundaries of time and space, instantly appearing before Qin Mo. Within that sword light lay the Eastern Sovereign's lifelong insights into swordsmanship and his resolute will to face death. Good. Qin Mo's eyes burned with the fire of battle, and instead of retreating he charged forward. The divine power of incense and the ominous aura surged wildly within him, coalescing into a massive golden shield in front of him. Divine Kingdom Absolute Defense. Clang. The sword light struck fiercely against the golden shield, producing a deafening clash of metal. Qin Mo felt a tremendous force crashing against him. As if struck by lightning, he was sent flying thousands of feet and slammed brutally into a broken mountain peak. Puff! He spat out a mouthful of blood, his face instantly turning pale. Such strong sword intent. Qin Mo was shocked. Although this sword did not use the full power of the Eastern Sovereign, it was still enough to annihilate any third-tier deity. Not done yet. The Eastern Sovereign's figure vanished from sight, and the next moment he appeared before Qin Mo, swinging the broken sword once more. Second sword sever causality. This sword actually ignored the distance of space and directly cut towards Qin Mo's causal line. Qin Mo felt a sharp pain in his brain, as if something was being forcibly stripped away. Not good. My divine essence is shaking. At this critical moment, the time-space talisman in Qin Mo's hand suddenly erupted with blinding light. Time-space protection. A green light enveloped Qin Mo, forcefully blocking this lethal sword. Interesting. A glimmer of appreciation flashed in the Eastern Sovereign's eyes. To withstand two of my swords, you are stronger than I imagined. However, can you withstand this last sword? He slowly raised the broken sword, the sword tip pointing at the sky. Third sword sever time and space. Boom! The entire time and space of the ancient battlefield seemed to solidify under the sword. Qin Mo felt as though his body and soul were frozen in that instant. He could not move, could not think, not even his divine sense could operate. Is this the power of the time-space laws? Qin Mo's heart was filled with shock. Before this absolute power, his proud divine kingdom and ominous aura seemed so insignificant. Am I really going to die here? No. A strong sense of unwillingness surged within Qin Mo. He still had a sanctuary to protect believers waiting for his return, and the Abyss conspiracy yet to be unveiled. I cannot die. Qin Mo roared wildly in his heart. At that moment, the drop of Eastern Sovereign's blood within him suddenly resonated mysteriously. An ancient and vast power awakened from deep within his blood, instantly flowing throughout his body. Time-space. Reversal. Qin Mo suddenly opened his eyes, a peculiar gleam flashing in them. He had forcibly reversed the time-space of a small area around him. What? The Eastern Sovereign's expression changed drastically. He did not expect that Qin Mo could comprehend a hint of the time-space laws even within his time-space confinement. Now's the time. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Qin Mo's figure flashed and he instantly appeared before the Eastern Sovereign, delivering a powerful punch to his chest. Break for me. Boom. This punch did not use any divine power but was purely physical strength and an indomitable will. The Eastern Sovereign's figure dissipated under this punch like a bubble. You have passed. The Eastern Sovereign's voice echoed in the void, tinged with a hint of relief. To withstand three swords under my hand and even grasp the time-space laws, you were qualified to inherit my will. Remember, the threat of the Abyss has never disappeared, it will eventually return. Protect this realm well. This is your duty as the new master of the Time-Space Temple. As his voice faded, the entire ancient battlefield began to rapidly collapse. Qin Mo felt darkness closing in and lost consciousness once more. When he awoke again, he found himself back at the top of the sanctuary's villa. Outside the window, the sky remained the same gloomy apocalyptic canopy. But Qin Mo knew that everything was different now. In his hand he tightly held the time-space talisman. And in his mind there was now a complete memory of the ancient battlefield, the Eastern Sovereign, and the Abyss. Master, you are awake. Qin Feng pushed the door open. Seeing Qin Mo's pale face, he hurriedly asked, you were unconscious for a full 3 days. We were almost worried to death. 3 days. Qin Mo was slightly taken aback. He felt as if only a few hours had passed in the time-space turbulence, but unexpectedly 3 days had already passed in the outside world. I'm fine. Qin Mo shook his head and slowly stood up. I just went to a very far place. He walked to the window and gazed into the distance. Qin Feng relayed the order to let the research team fully study the structure of the time-space talisman. Additionally, strengthen the sanctuary's defenses, especially the monitoring of spatial fluctuations. Yes. Although Qin Feng did not understand what had happened, he could sense that Qin Mo's aura had become even more unfathomable. Master, what shall we do next? Qin Mo's lips curled into a cold smile. What comes next? Of course we take the initiative. The Abyss wants to play. Then I shall play with them to the end. But before that... Qin Mo's gaze fell on the square of the sanctuary. There a group of survivors were praying devoutly under the golden divine court light curtain. I need to make my believers stronger first. With a thought, a purer golden light rain suddenly descended from the divine court light curtain. Detected hosts return. Do you wish to activate divine court blessing advanced version? Golden light rained down like a celestial blessing, pattering softly onto every inch of the sanctuary's soil. This was no ordinary divine court's blessing, but an advanced version baptism innovated by Qin Mo, who had merged the Eastern Sovereign's essence blood with netherworld Sha Qi. On the sanctuary's square, the once withered and barren land ravaged by the apocalypse visibly revived with vibrant life under the nourishment of the light rain. Several mutant wheat sprouts that had just broken through the soil instantly thickened their stems, their ears rapidly swelling in the golden light, emitting an enticing fragrance. In the center of the square, the group of devoutly praying survivors underwent earth-shaking changes. My waist no longer hurts. An elderly man, once paralyzed in a wheelchair, tremblingly stood up, his face full of disbelief as he caressed his now sensing legs. I feel bursting with strength. A frail young man clenched his fists, the muscles on his arms sharply defined as if an inexhaustible power surged within him. Qin Feng, standing behind Qin Mo, felt the spiritual energy in the air so dense it nearly liquefied and was struck speechless with awe. With just one blessing, not only were injuries healed, but everyone's physique had achieved a qualitative leap. Is this a miracle? Qin Feng murmured, his gaze at Qin Mo's back growing more reverent. Qin Mo stood with his hands behind his back, his expression serene. He could clearly sense that as his believers' physiques strengthened and their faith deepened, streams of pure incense wish power were continuously surging into his divine persona. Detected significant enhancement in believers' physiques, faith level elevated to fanatical. Incense value 100000. Divine Court prestige increased, new function unlocked, believer attribute panel allows viewing of detailed believer status. My Lord. Qin Feng took a deep breath, calming his excitement. The research team reports that following your instructions they are attempting to analyze the energy fluctuations of the time token. However what? Qin Mo turned around, his gaze sharp as a torch. However, during their analysis they accidentally captured an extremely faint anomalous signal. Qin Feng gravely handed over a tablet. The signal source does not come from any frequency band we know. And it seems to carry a strong malevolence. Qin Mo took the tablet, his divine sense instantly sweeping over the waveform on the screen. It was a chaotic jumble of noise, but under Qin Mo's spiritual perception these noises coalesced into a blurry image within a pitch-black abyss. Countless scarlet eyes stared fixedly at the sanctuary through the gaps in spacetime. The abyss peering. A cold glint flashed in Qin Mo's eyes. It seemed his actions in the Nether Palace, slaying the God Hunter and claiming the Temple of Time, had inevitably drawn the attention of those entities in the abyss. Issue the order. Qin Mo tossed the tablet back to Qin Feng, his tone icy. Have the research team immediately cease active analysis of the time token and switch to passive monitoring. Furthermore, strengthen the outer perimeter defenses of the sanctuary, especially monitoring for spatial fluctuations. If any anomaly is detected, immediately sound the highest level alarm. Yes. Qin Feng acknowledged and left. Qin Mo looked up at the gray sky, silently spreading his divine sense to cover a radius of 100 li. To the southeast of the sanctuary, in an abandoned factory district about 50 kilometers away, he detected an extremely subtle spatial fluctuation. That fluctuation carried a familiar scent of decay and blood, the very aura of the abyss. It seems some impatient fellows have already come knocking. A cold smirk curled at the corner of Qin Mo's mouth. He did not set off immediately, but with a thought manifested a doppelganger that turned into an intangible breeze drifting silently toward that abandoned factory district. Inside the abandoned factory district it was cold and damp. Several figures clad in black tight-fitting battle armor were gathered around an instrument emitting an eerie red light. These people's attire was very similar to the god hunters encountered in the Nether Palace, but their auras were even more sinister and uncanny. Damn it! The signal just vanished. A short god hunter angrily slammed the instrument. We could pinpoint the Temple of Time's coordinates just a moment ago. How did it suddenly disappear? Don't panic, the leader said in a sinister tone. The Temple of Time's recognition ceremony has just ended and the spatial turbulence hasn't settled yet. The signal loss is temporary. As long as we stay here and wait for him to use the time token again, we're sure to capture his trail. But the short god hunter worried. I heard that Third Brother's squad was completely wiped out in the Nether region. This kid managed to kill Third Brother and his team. His strength is definitely not to be underestimated. Humph, a bunch of incompetents, the leader sneered disdainfully. Third Brother and the others were too careless, thinking they could take him down with brute force. We are different. We brought the Abyss Seed bestowed by that lord. As long as we plant this thing into his divine persona, not even a second-tier deity but even a third or fourth-tier one will immediately become our puppet. As he spoke, he pulled out a pitch-black seed from his bosom, wriggling as if alive. The seed's surface was covered in densely packed bizarre patterns emitting a nauseating evil aura. Just let him get a touch of this and he's done for. Qin Mo's doppelganger, hidden in the shadows, observed everything. An Abyss Seed. How interesting. A flicker of killing intent flashed in Qin Mo's eyes. These god hunters actually dared to use such despicable means against him. Since you're so eager to play, I'll gladly join you. With a thought, his doppelganger instantly dissipated. The next second, a golden pillar of light descended from the sky above the abandoned factory district. Within the pillar of light, Qin Mo's figure slowly materialized. Clad in black robes, he stood with his hands behind his back, looking down at the few god hunters with an indifferent expression. Were you looking for me? What? The god hunters were greatly alarmed, never expecting Qin Mo to come to them so proactively and in such an uncanny manner. Damn it! How did he find us? Don't panic. Quick! Activate the Abyss Seed. The leader reacted swiftly, crushing the black seed in his hand. Puff! The seed instantly transformed into a cloud of black mist, frantically surging toward Qin Mo along the pillar of light. A paltry trick. Qin Mo snorted coldly. In his palm, black netherworld shot chi instantly coalesced into a massive ghostly claw. Netherworld Ghost Claw, crush it. Boo! The ghost claw fiercely grabbed at the cloud of black mist. Sizzle! The moment the black mist and netherworld shot chi made contact, a violent corrosive sound erupted. The two forces devoured and neutralized each other, the scene falling into a temporary stalemate. Ha ha ha. Kid, this is the Abyss Seed, personally refined by the Abyss Lord himself. Your shot chi can't do a thing to it. The leader laughed loudly. Is that so? A mocking smile curled on Qin Mo's lips. Then try this. With a thought, the phantom of his divine kingdom manifested behind him. Within it were jade towers and celestial cranes, dancing an aura of solemn sanctity, instantly enveloping the entire factory district. Divine punishment, purification. A golden pillar of light descended from the divine kingdom, precisely enveloping the black mist. Ah! The black mist let out a wretched scream, and the golden light rapidly dissolving and being purified. No! This is impossible. The leader's face was filled with terror. How could the abyss? Within my divine kingdom, any evil force shall be purified. Qin Mo took a step forward, instantly appearing before the god hunters. Since you're here, you might as well all stay. He formed hand seals, and in his palm golden incense wished divine power intertwined with black netherworld shot chi, forming an even larger ghostly claw. Netherworld Ghost Claw, suppression, kill. Boo! The ghost claw slammed down heavily, crushing the few god hunters and their instrument into dust. With the death of the god hunters, the subtle spatial fluctuation vanished completely. Qin Mo withdrew his hand, his gaze looking into the distance. This is only the beginning. He knew the threat of the abyss was far from over. These god hunters were merely the vanguard sent by the abyss. Nevertheless, I am curious to see what other tricks you can play. Qin Mo turned, transforming into a streak of light, and flew back toward the sanctuary. But behind him, amidst the ruins of the abandoned factory district, a forgotten fragment of the black seed was stealthily seeping into the ground, spreading toward the depths of the earth. The night sky above the sanctuary was shrouded by a colossal energy barrier, casting an eerie pale golden hue. When Qin Mo reappeared in the Divine Court Grand Hall, Qin Feng was pacing anxiously back and forth within the chamber. Monitoring instruments indicated that all energy signatures in that region had vanished instantaneously, as if the very fabric of that space had been utterly erased. Handled. Qin Mo's expression remained impassive, as though he had merely swatted away a few flies. Notify the research division the crisis is over, but maintain maximum alert status. Also have the engineering team prepare. Tomorrow I will visit the derelict factory district in the southeast. Qin Feng hesitated, bewildered as to why the divine sovereign would suddenly venture into such a perilous zone, yet he dared not question and immediately bowed to carry out the order. Alone Qin Mo ascended to the highest spire of the divine court and gazed down upon the sanctuary below, its lights blazing like constellations. His divine sense unfurled silently, an invisible net enveloping the entire sanctuary, and especially its subterranean depths. Earlier at the abandoned factory district, although he had obliterated the core of the abyssal seed with divine judgment purification, he had sensed, keenly and unmistakably, a slender wisp of black aura slipping into the earth amid the chaos. So you wish to play in shadows? A glint of cold disdain flickered in Qin Mo's eyes. His divine sense traced downward through bedrock and labyrinthine underground conduits, finally locking onto that whisked trail 300 meters beneath the surface. It led to an abandoned subway tunnel, pitch black and silent. Deep within its gloom, that sliver of black aura clung to a mutated giant rat. Over 2 meters long, the creature's body bristled with necrotic tumors, its once clouded eyes now burned with an unnatural crimson light. Fragments of the abyssal seed were violently corroding the rat's nervous system, attempting to warp it into a slaughter machine bound solely to the abyss. Since you've delivered yourself to me, don't leave. With a mere thought, Qin Mo projected a golden thread of divine will sharpened into a blade which pierced the earth and struck true, transfixing the mutated rat's skull. Squee! The creature shrieked, collapsing in violent convulsions. Yet even as its life ebbed, that wisp of black aura surged from the corpse, darting toward a fissure in the adjacent rock wall to flee. Trying to escape. Qin Mo sneered. Lightning crackled across his palm and a slender bolt, guided by his divine will, lanced downward. A muffled detonation echoed deep underground. Under the dual assault of thunder and divine will, the black wisp dissolved into oblivion. Yet in the instant of its annihilation, Qin Mo's divine sense caught the faintest resonance, a whisper emanating from somewhere deeper, infinitely farther, a murmur steeped in insatiable greed and malevolent intent. It seems the denizens of the abyss are more troublesome than I anticipated, Qin Mo murmured, a subtle furrow forming between his brows. At that moment a system prompt chimed within his mind, abyssal corruption successfully purged. Sanctuary security level increased. Disciple Qin Feng, witnessing the divine sovereign's awe-inspiring might, has attained fanatical faith. Incense power 5000. New achievement unlocked, abyssal hunter, first kill of an abyssal thrall, reward acquired, divine court guardian recruitment edict summons 10 elite guardians. A flicker of satisfaction gleamed in Qin Mo's eyes. The divine court guardians. Perfect, the sanctuary's defensive strength remains dangerously thin. With a thought, a golden decree materialized in his hand. Upon it hovered the imposing silhouette of a celestial general radiating palpable authority. Summon Qin Feng, Qin Mo commanded telepathically. Moments later, Qin Feng arrived breathlessly. Divine Sovereign, you summoned me. Qin Mo extended the decree. This is the Divine Court Guardian Recruitment Edict. Take it and select 10 loyal, courageous warriors from among the survivors. Remember, absolute loyalty is non-negotiable, better none than flawed. Qin Feng accepted the decree with both hands trembling at the overwhelming power thrumming through it. Rest assured, Divine Sovereign, I shall deliver only the finest warriors. Go. Qin Mo waved him off. Once Qin Feng departed, Qin Mo's gaze returned unwavering to the depths below. Though the black wisp had been eradicated, he sensed something else lingering, hidden still within that abandoned subway tunnel. I'll inspect it myself tomorrow. At dawn the next day, on the sanctuary's central plaza, survivors, renewed by last night's divine blessing, moved with vigor and purpose. The once stagnant sanctuary now pulsed with vitality and resolve. Standing atop the high platform, Qin Mo watched the bustling crowd below, a quiet surge of fulfillment rising within him. Divine Sovereign. A middle-aged man in a white lab coat hurried forward, Li Wei, head of the research division. As instructed, we have halted all active analysis of the temporal seal. Adjusting his glasses, Li Wei's expression turned grave. However, during passive monitoring we observed an anomalous phenomenon. Speak. We discovered that whenever incense-based faith reaches its peak within the sanctuary, the temporal seal emits a faint resonance. Li Wei produced a device displaying intricate waveforms. Moreover, this resonance frequency bears a striking resemblance to the spatial anomaly detected last night in the southeast. You suggest a connection between the temporal seal and the abyss. Qin Mo's gaze sharpened with sudden intensity. Highly probable, Li Wei affirmed. I suspect the temporal seal is not merely a key to traverse time, it may serve as a conduit to some unknown dimension. And the abyss may reside precisely within that dimension. Qin Mo fell silent for a long moment. This revelation deepened his suspicion regarding the seal's origin. Continue passive surveillance, no active intervention. Also prepare protective gear. I am descending underground. Underground. Li Wei blinked in alarm. Divine Sovereign, it's perilous down there, mutated creatures. No matter, Qin Mo replied with a faint, unruffled smile. I'll return shortly. 300 meters below, inside the derelict subway tunnel, Qin Mo moved soundlessly in custom-fitted black combat armor, gripping a longsword forged from netherworldly malice. The air hung thick with the stench of decay, walls oozed strange black moss. Then faint skittering sounds ahead. Qin Mo halted. His divine sense spread instantly. Not far ahead, a swarm of colossal mutated cockroaches feasted upon a corpse. Each the size of a wash basin, their carapaces hardened like tempered steel, their mandibles honed to lethal edges. Hoof. Insects. Qin Mo scoffed, lightning flaring in his palm. Palm strike thunder. Boom. A golden bolt lanced down, reducing the swarm to ash. Qin Mo advanced without pause. Deeper he went, encountering ever more mutations, yet none could withstand a single strike. At last he reached the tunnel's terminus. There stood a massive iron gate thick with rust. His divine sense pierced it, revealing a vast subterranean chamber beyond. At its center rose an ancient altar carved with grotesque sigils that exuded a faint creeping black mist. An abyssal altar. A flash of surprise crossed Qin Mo's face. He had not expected such a relic buried beneath this city. Clearly the abyss has long had its eyes fixed upon this place. He approached the altar, studying the sigils intently. They bore uncanny resemblance to the hunter-god runes he'd once seen within the ruins of Guishu. I see. Understanding dawned. These so-called hunter-gods are nothing but hounds of the abyss. At that instant the altar trembled violently. A column of black light erupted from its center, spearing upward toward the heavens. Danger. Qin Mo's expression darkened. A summoning ritual. He struck without hesitation. A single palm strike unleashed the netherworld phantom claw. Crash. The monstrous claw slammed into the altar, shattering it completely. Yet from the rubble a shadow shot forth, vanishing into the tunnel's darkness. Running. Qin Mo sneered, vanishing in pursuit. In the tunnel's depths the shadow fled with blinding speed, vanishing from sight in an instant. But Qin Mo did not rush. His divine sense had already locked onto its trail. Run, run as far as you dare, he whispered, a cold smile playing on his lips. Let us see what lies behind you. With a thought, a spectral avatar detached itself, drifting like wind, unseen and silent, trailing the shadow. Meanwhile Qin Mo's true form turned and returned to the sanctuary. It appears the performance has only just begun. Lifting his gaze to the ashen sky, anticipation kindled in his eyes. Abyss, I await your arrival. 300 meters beneath the surface in a frigid tunnel, Qin Mo's true body slowly withdrew the fragment of his divine sense that had been tracking the black shadow. You run fast enough, but having touched my divine sense, even if you flee to the ends of the earth, you remain nothing but a marionette. Qin Mo's lips curved into an icy smile. Though the shadow had slipped into a deeper subterranean fissure, the fragment of his divine sense it had left behind was like an invisible seed. Should the other make the slightest stir, it would sprout in an instant and shred them utterly. He did not immediately return to the surface. Instead he stood before the ruined abyssal altar, eyes sweeping the surroundings. Though the altar lay destroyed, the air still hung thick with residual nether fiendish aura. If this spot can serve as a node of the abyss, the earth vein must be abnormal. Qin Mo crouched, a wisp of golden incense-born divine power forming at his fingertip, which he pressed lightly into the rock beneath his feet. In an instant an extremely faint yet pure stream of nether fiendish chi surged along his fingertip into his body. For ordinary men it would have been a lethal toxin. For Qin Mo, who cultivated the divine path and bore the Yuming attribute, it was a powerful tonic. As expected, beneath this abandoned subway tunnel lies a small Insha spirit vein. Qin Mo said, a flicker of delight crossing his eyes. In the apocalypse, the revival of spiritual energy often came accompanied by extreme phenomena. Such a nether spirit vein was ill-suited to orthodox cultivators, yet it served perfectly for forging ghostly implements and training Shinting's death troops. With a thought, the space behind him twisted subtly. Dozens of burly men in uniform black combat suits materialized from nowhere. Their gazes were resolute, their breaths steady. 10 elite warriors freshly chosen by the Shinting Guard recruitment order, together with 20 backbone members of the engineering corps. Divine Lord. At the sight of Qin Mo, they all dropped to one knee, faces alight with fervent reverence. After last night's miracle, their worship of Qin Mo had passed reason and become blind devotion. Rise. Qin Mo said evenly, his voice echoing in the hollow tunnel. This place shall henceforth be Shinting's Yuming outpost. The engineering team obeyed, at once sealing the surrounding area and reinforcing defenses. I will erect a small spirit gathering array here to convert this Insha energy into resources usable by Shinting, he commanded. Yes, the engineering captain answered immediately and set his people to the task with fervor. Qin Mo turned toward the 10 guard elites, his gaze resting on the one-eyed burly man at their head. This man was Lei Hu, a former special forces prodigy who lost an eye early in the apocalypse. Harsh and decisive, he spared no mercy for enemies. Qin Mo's hand-picked captain of the guard. Lei Hu. At your command. Lei Hu snapped, his head up, the lone eye aflame with battle lust. You will lead the guards to garrison this place and eradicate all mutated creatures in the tunnel. Remember, I do not care for the process, only the outcome. Any living thing that dares set a foot in this place shall be killed without mercy. Qin Mo flicked his wrist. 10 long swords emitting a faint cold gleam fell into the hands of the guards. They were inferior grade artifacts he had forged overnight from materials taken while hunting mutants. though crude their edges sheared through metal like clay, far beyond the caliber of ordinary firearms. Lei Hu ran his hand along the cold blade, feeling its terrifying keenness, trembling with excitement. "Thank you, Divine Lord, for granting us this treasure. I will defend the dignity of Shinting with my blood." With everything arranged, Qin Mo's figure flickered into a streak of light and disappeared deeper into the tunnel, leaving behind a band of hypercharged subordinates ready to vent their surplus energy on mutated cockroaches and rats. He surfaced at noon. Though the sky remained shrouded in heavy radioactive clouds beneath the refuge's vast energy shield, the filtered sunlight fell with an unexpected touch of long mist warmth. Qin Mo did not return straight to the Shinting main hall. Instead, he went to the western plaza of the refuge, where a peculiar exchange was taking place. In front of a massive warehouse, a long queue had formed. Survivors clutched various items: gold and silver jewelry scavenged from ruins, ancestral jade pendants, even a handful of well-preserved pre-apocalypse firearms. Qin Feng was in charge of registration. He was sweating but beamed with excitement. Next. Next. Qin Feng called aloud. A frail old man shuffled forward, hands trembling as he held a dirt-caked pocket watch. "Sir, this is the only thing of value in my home. I'd like to exchange it for 2 sacks of rice my granddaughter hasn't eaten in 2 days. Qin Feng took the watch and examined it. While its mechanism was broken, the casing was solid gold. He nodded and immediately had 2 sacks of rice weighed out and handed to the old man, saying gently, "Elder, the Divine Lord has decreed that items with special meaning besides being exchanged for supplies will receive extra merit points. Though this watch is broken, it carries great sentiment. It'll grant you an additional 5 merit points." The old man stood stunned. He did not know what merit points were, but the envious glances around him made clear that they were desirable. He clutched the rice in gratitude, murmuring, "May the Divine Lord bless us." Qin Mo stood in the shadows watching and nodded slightly. This was the order he sought. In the apocalypse, gold and jewels had become scrap, but in Qin Mo's refuge, through the merit point system, he forcibly conferred new value upon relics of the old world. More importantly, through such exchanges he filtered out those who knew gratitude and possessed conscience. Qin Feng finished his tasks and hurried over to Qin Mo, lowering his voice to report, "Dr. Li Wei just sent word the resonance frequency of the Shirkong token has wavered again, and this time it seems to be more than mere resonance." "Oh." Qin Mo arched an eyebrow. "Dr. Li said the Shirkong token appears to be attempting to lock onto a coordinate. Also, our surveillance has detected unfamiliar faces around the perimeter of the refuge." Qin Feng's expression grew grave. "They haven't attacked, only observed from afar, as if assessing our strength." "Observers." Qin Mo snorted. "It seems last night's disturbance did indeed draw the attention of certain great powers. In the end times, beyond zombies and mutated beasts, the most dreadful force is always the human heart. Survivor enclaves, warlord factions, even madmen awakened with corrupt powers, all ravenously pillage resources. Places like the refuge, with an energy shield and ample supplies, are lighthouses in the night, drawing both refugees and hungry wolves. Issue orders, strengthen perimeter patrols, and raise security to level 2, Qin Mo said calmly. Also summon Li Wei to see me. If the Shirkong token is to be bait, let's see who cannot resist reaching for it." Inside the Shinting main hall, Li Wei held a thick data report and pushed up his glasses, his expression a mix of exhilaration and dread. "Divine Lord, according to my calculations, the Shirkong token has locked onto a coordinate approximately 5,000 meters directly beneath our refuge." Li Wei pointed to a red dot on the holographic projection. "Moreover, the energy signature at that coordinate bears up to 90% similarity to the abyssal aura you cleared last night." 5,000 meters. Qin Mo rubbed his chin. "So the entrance to the abyss or some important thing lies beneath our very feet." "Not only that," Li Wei swallowed. "The Shirkong token is still emitting signals outward. If I'm not mistaken, it's like a beacon calling to its master." "Calling its master." A trace of amusement flickered in Qin Mo's eyes. "Perfect. I would also like to see what this so-called master looks like." He rose and walked to the vast floor-to-ceiling window overlooking the refuge. "Li Wei, keep monitoring the signal. Do not cut it off, instead amplify it." Qin Mo's words startled them. Li Wei gasped, "Divine Lord, that will draw more powerful enemies." "Exactly what I intend, draw the snake out of its hole." Qin Mo turned, exuding an imperious aura. "For the refuge to prosper, merely farming is not enough. We need more resources, more followers, and to establish authority. Those rats hiding in the shadows, since they dare not come openly, it'll give them an opportunity. When they greedily think they can swallow us whole, it'll show them what divine wrath means." At that moment, urgent footsteps sounded outside the hall. Lei Hu burst in, blood-soaked, dropping to one knee, his voice hoarse yet seething with killing intent. "Report. Divine Lord. The underground outpost has encountered a formidable enemy. A well-equipped squad of ability users breached our outer defenses and is closing in on the Yuming outpost. Their leader is a woman who controls plants, our brothers. Suffered heavy casualties." The smile in Qin Mo's eyes vanished instantly, replaced by an endless chill. "Has she finally come?" He slowly raised his hand. In his palm a golden flame flared into being, a divine fire formed from concentrated incense will. Li Wei continued to amplify the signal. Lei Hu, lead the way. Since guests have arrived as host, I will personally go to welcome them. Qin Mo took a step, then vanished like a shadow, leaving one cold sentence echoing in the hall. Today, with the blood of these invaders, I shall consecrate the inaugural dignity of Shinting. Underground, the tunnel erupted in war. The corridor, once cleared, now plunged into chaos. Countless thick thorn vines burst from the rock fissures, coiling like giant serpents to mercilessly strangle Shinting's guards. Damn! Her ability is too strange, these plants can't be cut. A guard shouted, his artifact sword striking a vine and leaving only a pale mark. With a sickening snap, the vine constricted, the man was instantly garroted and blood spurted forth. Deeper in the tunnel, a woman in a green bodysuit hovered midair, her eyes glowed an uncanny green. As she gestured, surrounding plants seemed to gain life, transforming into lethal instruments of slaughter. Behind her stood several heavily armed brutes, greedily eyeing the spirit-gathering array halfway retrofitted by Qin Mo in the depths of the tunnel. Didn't expect this rotten place to hide such treasure, one thug licked his lips. Boss, the intel was right, there's good stuff here. Occupy this and the Green Snake Gang will level up. The woman called boss sneered. Of course. But word is there's a so-called divine lord here, some kind of weirdness, be careful. Weird. Poof. In the face of absolute power, playing God is just courting death. At that moment, the tunnel lights all abruptly went out, the space plunged into a deathly darkness. What's happening? Power cut, the green-clad woman frowned, an acute unease rising within her. The next second, a bone-chilling voice as if from the depths of hell thundered in each ear, trespassers of Shinting die. A pinprick of golden light ignited in the darkness. Then a second, a third. Countless golden motes converged to form a 10-meter-tall golden divine silhouette bearing a thunderous longsword looming over the invaders. The figure's features were indistinct, but its eyes blazed like twin suns carrying the gravity of judgment. What is that? The green-clad woman screamed in terror. Her proud vines began to tremble before the golden silhouette, wilting with unnatural haste as if faced with their natural nemesis. The divine shadow said nothing, it slowly lifted its long sword. A massive bolt of thunder with world-shattering force descended with a roar. No! The screams were instantaneously drowned by lightning. Outside the tunnel, Qin Mo stood with hands behind his back, watching the plume of fire, his expression as cold as ice. This was only the beginning. Having chosen the path to godhood, he knew the steps toward the throne would be paved with blood and bones. Next, he said softly. Within the underground tunnel, the acrid stench of burning mingled with the metallic tang of blood, creating a nauseating atmosphere. The thick bolt of lightning was not physical but a divine punishment condensed from pure incense and prayer energy. It carried a majestic heavenly might that commanded all to submit, instantly piercing through the green-clad woman's defensive network of plants. Those thorny vines, once indestructible and capable of resisting even magical weapons upon contact with the golden lightning, swiftly dissolved and withered like snow under the scorching sun, scattering into black ashes that drifted through the air. Ah! The green-clad woman let out a piercing scream. Her psychic core was deeply connected to these plants, their destruction dealt a severe blow to her spirit. Like a kite with its string cut, she plummeted heavily from midair, crashing to the ground with blood spilling from her lips. Her once emerald green tight suit now lay in tatters. The fully armed brutes behind her fared even worse. In the instant the lightning struck, they had no time to react before being engulfed by the raging thunder. When the light faded, only a few charred corpses remained on the ground, their very souls incinerated by the supreme yang divine fire. The tunnel fell into a deathly silence. The surviving members of the divine court guard stood frozen, staring at the scene before them. Their swords hung limp at their sides, their eyes filled with shock and fervor. Though they knew their divine lord was unfathomably powerful, witnessing such godlike power firsthand made their very souls tremble. Is this the power of a god? Murmured a young guard, his hand gripping his sword, trembling slightly from overwhelming excitement. Just then the 10-meter-tall golden divine figure slowly dissipated, transforming into specks of golden light that converged back into the tall slender figure standing at the tunnel entrance. Qin Mo stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression indifferent as he stepped over the charred corpses, advancing step by step toward the collapsed green-clad woman. His footsteps echoed through the empty tunnel, each step seeming to trample on the green-clad woman's fraying nerves. You! Who are you? The green-clad woman scrambled backward in terror, her eyes filled with despair. Her proud myriad-formed psychic ability had proven as fragile as paper against his eerie power. Qin Mo looked down at her from his height, his eyes devoid of any pity, only a coldness as if regarding a dead thing. I said earlier, trespassers in the divine court shall die. It seems your memory is poor. Need me to refresh it? No. Don't kill me. The green-clad woman shook her head frantically, her survival instinct making her incoherent. I'm the vice leader of the Green Serpent Gang. You can't kill me. If you do, the leader will never let you off. The Green Serpent Gang has backing from. Annoying. Qin Mo frowned, too lazy to hear her meaningless threats. He slowly raised his right hand, in his palm a ball of golden flame ignited out of thin air. Since you love controlling plants so much, let your flesh and blood become the nourishment for my divine court. Before his words faded, Qin Mo turned his palm and the golden divine flame transformed into a tiny fire serpent darting like a snake into the green-clad woman's forehead. Ugh! The green-clad woman's pupils dilated and her body convulsed violently. She did not burn to ashes like an ordinary person. Instead, under the divine flames scorching, her life force and soul were stripped and refined bit by bit. In mere breaths her body withered completely into a desiccated corpse. Above it floated a crystal emitting a faint green glow along with a strand of pure soul energy. Qin Mo beckoned and the strand of soul energy instantly merged into his body, becoming a faint wisp of incense and prayer energy that blended into the divine ring behind him. As for the green crystal, it was the root of her psychic awakening, her psychic core. A peak second-order wood-type core, barely enough to refine one rejuvenation pill. Qin Mo pocketed the crystal casually, his gaze sweeping over the stunt guards. Clean up the battlefield. Throw all the bodies into the incinerator. Leave no trace. Qin Mo's voice was calm, betraying no emotion. Also repair the damaged defenses here. Tonight will likely not be peaceful. Yes, Divine Lord. The guards responded in unison, their voices filled with unprecedented reverence and loyalty. After witnessing that scene, they harbored no doubts, only absolute obedience to Qin Mo. Meanwhile, on the surface of the shelter in the top floor of the Divine Court Hall, Li Wei stared intently at the data streams on the holographic screen, cold sweat beating on his forehead. Signal strength increased by 300. 500. Good heavens, this is practically broadcasting to the entire city. Li Wei's fingers flew over the keyboard, trying to stabilize the raging energy fluctuations of the timespace token. Is the Divine Lord's luring the snake out of its whole tactic a bit too audacious? Just as he worried, a blip appeared on the radar screen. Several fast-moving red dots were rapidly approaching from about 5 kilometers southeast of the shelter. Here they come. Li Wei pushed up his glasses, his expression turning serious. In the underground tunnel at the Netherworld outpost. When Lei Hu arrived with reinforcements, the battle was already over. Looking at the charred corpses and the meticulously cleaned battlefield, the seasoned warrior king couldn't help but gasp. Divine Lord, this. Lei Hu looked at Qin Mo, hesitating. These were the Green Serpent Gang scouts, Qin Mo said calmly, his gaze deep into the tunnel. Since they dared send people to probe, it means the main force is already on its way. Lei Hu, immediately withdraw your men to the second defensive line and activate the lure the enemy deep plan. But Divine Lord, this is our hard-won Netherworld outpost. Lei Hu was reluctant. Abandon it, Qin Mo uttered without hesitation. This is just bait. I want them to think we've been routed, so they let their guard down and walk right into the pocket I've prepared for them. Lei Hu shuddered, instantly grasping Qin Mo's intent. This was to shut the door and beat the dog, to wipe them out in one fell swoop. Understood. Lei Hu immediately took orders, leading his men in a swift, orderly evacuation, leaving behind an outpost that seemed weakly defended but was actually a deadly trap. Qin Mo stood still, sensing the massive aura rapidly approaching from afar. Green Serpent Gang. I hope you can bring me a little surprise. Don't disappoint me. Half an hour later. A convoy of 3 heavy armored vehicles rumbled into the abandoned subway tunnel. In the center of the convoy sat a burly man with a fierce face. He was bare-chested, revealing a hideous snake tattoo covering his back. He toyed with 2 iron balls in his hands, his eyes dark and ruthless. This man was Zhao Tianba, the leader of the Green Serpent Gang. A third-order psychic who had awakened the giant serpent strength. He was a regional overlord among the survivor factions in Qin City. Where's the vice leader? Any news yet? Zhao Tianba frowned. Boss, we've reached the Netherworld outpost, but there's no sign of the vice leader or the others. A subordinate reported. A sense of foreboding rose in Zhao Tianba's heart. He waved for the convoy to stop, jumped out and strode forward. When he saw the somewhat crude spirit gathering array in the depths of the tunnel along with scattered damaged magical artifacts, greed flickered in his eyes. Oof, there's some skill after all. But it seems this so-called Divine Lord is nothing special, can't even hold an outpost. Zhao Tianba sneered, his caution largely dissipating. In his view, the vice leader and her team had likely encountered an accident or been killed by the defenses. Now this was an empty city ripe for the taking. Pass the order. Full assault. Occupy this place, find that so-called Divine Lord, and he'll tear him limb from limb. Zhao Tianba commanded, and his gang members erupted in cheers, surging like a tide toward the Netherworld outpost. But the moment they stepped into the range of the spirit-gathering array, a sudden change occurred. The once dim tunnel suddenly blazed with countless golden runes. These runes, as if alive, spread rapidly along the walls and floor, weaving into a massive golden net that sealed the entire tunnel tightly. Damn! It's a trap! Zhao Tianba's face twisted in alarm as a strong sense of crisis enveloped him. Too late to run. An icy voice seemed to echo from all directions. Then Qin Mo's figure slowly emerged from the void. He hovered in midair, a divine ring swirling behind him like a god looking down upon ants. Zhao Tianba, since you're here, stay. Qin Mo raised his hand and waved. The golden net suddenly contracted, transforming into countless sharp golden chains that lashed out to slaughter the Green Serpent Gang members. Brothers fight to the death. Zhao Tianba roared, his muscles swelling, a layer of fine green scales emerging on his skin. He transformed into a half-man half-serpent monster and punched at the golden chains. Boo! With a thunderous crash, Zhao Tianba felt an overwhelming force, his entire right arm shattering instantly. He was blasted backward like a cannonball, slamming heavily into the tunnel wall. How is this possible? Zhao Tianba stared at Qin Mo in terror, disbelief in his eyes. He was a third-order psychic strong enough to shake a tank, yet he couldn't even withstand a single blow. Within this domain I am God, Qin Mo said expressionlessly. Kill! At his command, the divine court guards who had been lying in ambush swarmed out. Wielding magical artifacts and aided by the golden net suppression, they butchered the chaotic green serpent gang members. Screams, pleas, and the clash of weapons filled the tunnel. Qin Mo ignored the underlings, his gaze locked on Zhao Tianba. A third-order psychic. Your flesh and blood should make a fine blood chi pill. Qin Mo vanished and reappeared before Zhao Tianba, pressing a palm to his crown. No! Zhao Tianba let out one final despairing roar. Then his body visibly withered, his essence, blood and cultivation all drained by Qin Mo, transformed into pure nourishment. Moments later the battle ended. The Green Serpent Gang's elite forces had been wiped out to the last man. Standing amidst the corpses, Qin Mo felt the surging power within him and the waves of fervent incense and prayer energy from the shelter's survivors flooding his mind. A cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth. This is only the beginning. He turned his gaze into the endless darkness of the tunnel, ambition blazing in his eyes. Next, it's time to meet those observers hiding in the shadows. Within the underground tunnel, the heavy stench of blood had yet to dissipate, yet a new lethal threat had already descended in silence. Qin Mo stood amidst the corpses strewn across the ground, slowly withdrawing his palm from Zhao Tianba's crown. As the life force of this third-tier ability user was utterly severed, a torrent of potent blood essence surged into Qin Mo's meridians, forcibly refined by his domineering will. Divine Lord, the Green Serpent Gang. They've been wiped out. Lei Hu returned from the second defensive line, reeking of gunpowder. Even as he beheld the hellish scene before him, a shiver ran down his spine. Qin Mo gave a slight nod, but his gaze did not fall upon Lei Hu. Instead it passed over his shoulder, piercing into the impenetrable darkness deep within the tunnel. Since you're here, why skulk in the shadows? Qin Mo's voice was not loud, yet it cut cleanly through the howling wind within the tunnel, exploding like a thunderclap in the ears of every survivor. Lei Hu froze, instinctively tightening his grip on the heavy machine gun as he nervously scanned the surroundings. Divine Lord, are there more enemies? Not enemies. Spectators. A cold sardonic smile curled at the corner of Qin Mo's mouth. Just as unease gripped the others, several ghostly green lanterns flickered to life in the darkness at the tunnel's end. They were not flames, but pairs of eyes suspended in midair. Moments later, over a dozen gaunt figures in gray robes materialized, drifting forward. Their feet did not touch the ground, they glided like phantoms, exuding a chilling aura. Ha. As expected of one blessed by great fortune, able to eliminate even our Styx Chamber's spies with such ease. The lead gray-robed elder let out a piercing, eerie laugh. His murky eyes were fixed on Qin Mo, undisguised greed burning within them. Qin Mo, the scent of incense and wish power on you is truly mouth-watering. Styx Chamber. Lei Hu's expression shifted. He had heard that name within the sanctuary's intelligence network. It was an underground organization specializing in trafficking intelligence and contraband among major factions, known for its secrecy and brutality, rumored to be backed by alien races. Qin Mo's expression remained unchanged. He said flatly, what was the Green Serpent Gang your expendable pawn? Now that the pawn is shattered, you're in a hurry to collect the remains. Collect remains? No. We're here to discuss business. The gray-robed elder cackled sinisterly. Hand over the divine ring that condenses incense and wish power, cripple your own cultivation, and we might consider leaving you a whole corpse. Perhaps even let you join the chamber as a watchdog. You seek death. Lei Hu roared in fury, about to order an attack, but Qin Mo raised a hand to stop him. Want to discuss business? Fine. Qin Mo took a step forward, the scorched earth beneath his foot instantly turning to dust. But my rule is only those still standing have the right to speak. As for you. His gaze turned icy and his aura erupted like an ancient divine mountain bearing down upon them. You are fit only to be souls beneath my blade. Before his words faded, Qin Mo's right hand closed around empty air and a sword of pure golden light materialized. This was the sword aura born from his enlightened heaven-opening sword soul principle. Styx Ghost Claw. The gray-robed elder's face darkened as he swept both hands forward. In response, the dozen gray-robed figures behind him formed hand seals in unison. Countless streams of pitch-black ghostly energy coalesced into a massive black claw reeking of corrosive decay and lunged at Qin Mo. A paltry trick. Qin Mo snorted coldly, swinging the golden sword with effortless grace. Sever. A dazzling beam of sword light split the darkness as if cleaving space itself. The fearsome Styx Ghost Claw, upon contact with the sword light, was sliced in two like a hot knife through butter. The light continued unabated, flashing across the necks of the gray-robed figures. Thud. 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 After a series of dull sounds, the gray-robed men froze in place, then their heads fell in unison as black blood gushed forth. Only the gray-robed elder in a hair's breadth transformed into a cloud of black mist and retreated violently, dodging the fatal blow. But his left arm was still severed by the sword light. Golden flames at the wound seared fiercely, preventing regeneration. Spatial teleportation. Interesting. Qin Mo looked at the elder who had reformed 100 meters away, his face a mask of terror. A hint of appreciation flickered in Qin Mo's eyes. Pity. Playing spatial tricks before me. You're still too green. You. What kind of monster are you? The gray-robed elder was utterly panicked. He was a peak 4th-tier powerhouse, a step away from the 5th tier, yet before this man he couldn't even withstand a single blow. I told you. I am a god. Qin Mo gave him no chance to catch his breath. His form flickered and vanished. The next second he appeared above the elder, forming a single hand seal and intoning rise formation. Rumble. The entire tunnel trembled violently. The ground beneath Qin Mo's feet, the walls around him, and even the ceiling above were instantly covered in countless intricate golden runes. These runes were not carved into the stone but were imprinted directly onto the void itself. This is void inscription. The gray-robed elder's pupils constricted in shock as he let out a despairing howl. Impossible. This is a technique only a 6th-tier formation grandmaster could master. How can you? Annihilation. Soul-sealing formation. Qin Mo intoned the formation's name expressionlessly. In an instant, countless golden chains shot out from the void like massive golden pythons, coiling tightly around the elder. These chains blazed with divine fire, not only imprisoning his body but also scorching his very soul. Ah! Divine Lord, spare me. I am an elder of the Styx Chamber's Qin City branch. Kill me and the chamber will never let you go. I have wealth, I have resources. I can give them all to you. The elder struggled desperately, but under the suppression of the soul-sealing formation his eerie ghostly energy melted away like snow, rapidly weakening. Resources. Qin Mo landed on the ground, hands clasped behind his back, gazing coldly at the elder writhing in the formation. If I kill you, your storage ring, your soul, even your corpse, they all become my resources. With that he clenched his fist. Collect. The golden chains in the void contracted abruptly. Accompanied by a piercing scream, the elder's body was crushed into a mist of blood, then utterly devoured by the formation. All that remained were a dusty ring and a faintly glowing soul crystal clattering to the ground. Qin Mo raised a hand, drawing the spoils to him. Silence reclaimed the tunnel. Lei Hu and the guards behind him stood dumbfounded. If the earlier massacre of the Green Serpent Gang was a display of overwhelming force, then this feat of void inscription was nothing short of a miracle. Divine Lord. Is this your true trump card? Lei Hu swallowed hard, his voice trembling. Qin Mo did not answer. He simply looked up at the ceiling of the tunnel. Though the battle had been brief, he could clearly sense in the higher dimensional void several obscure gazes peering through layers of obstruction, spying on this place. Those were the eyes of observers. It seems the audience enjoyed the show, Qin Mo mused coldly. He had employed the devastating void inscription not merely to intimidate the Styx Chamber but to put on a display for those observers lurking in the shadows high above. He wanted them to know that he, Qin Mo, was not just a survivor with abilities but a terrifying existence who had mastered the ancient legacy of Formation Dao. Lei Hu. At your command. Clean the battlefield. Leave not even ash this time. Qin Mo turned and strode toward the tunnel exit, his cape billowing behind him. Also issue the order. The Divine Court is to be on full alert tonight. The Styx Chamber won't take this loss lying down. The true storm has only just begun. Yes. At the top floor of the Divine Court Hall. Li Wei stared at the several red dots that had abruptly vanished on the screen and the energy monitor's reading that had spiked to the max before plummeting. He collapsed into his chair, gasping for air. Void inscription. Heavens, who exactly is the Divine Lord? Li Wei adjusted his glasses, a fanatical gleam in his eyes. This legendary technique. It truly exists. His fingers flew across the keyboard, encrypting and packaging all the data he had just recorded. Whoever you are, as long as I follow you, humanity might truly see a new hope. Meanwhile, in a hidden underground fortress in Qin City. Before a massive holographic screen sat several figures with blurred features. The screen was replaying the scene of Qin Mo casually deploying the soul-sealing formation in the tunnel. Condensing a formation from the void, words becoming law. This boy's secrets are far greater than we imagined, an aged voice slowly intoned. The Styx Chamber has bitten off more than they can chew. But that's fine. Stirring up the waters gives us our opportunity, another cold voice chuckled. Issue the order, keep close watch on the Divine Court's movements. Also upgrade the intelligence level on Qin Mo to SSS. This man is extremely dangerous but also extremely valuable. Understood. In the darkness several pairs of eyes glowed simultaneously like wolves eyeing their prey. Within the divine court Qin Mo's private cultivation chamber, Qin Mo sat cross-legged at the center of a spirit-gathering array idly toying with the storage ring taken from the gray-robed elder. Styx chamber. Observers. A cold glint flashed in Qin Mo's eyes. With a thought the ancient tome Tiangong Kaiwu in his sea of consciousness flipped open on its own. Countless golden characters flowed forth forming a profound barrier around him. Since you want to watch, I'll give you a show. Qin Mo formed hand seals the air around him beginning to warp. If we must fight, then let us fight with abandon. This Qin city will eventually be mine. With a low shout, a visible golden ripple expanded from him, instantly spreading across the entire sanctuary, enveloping the steel fortress within an impenetrable divine domain. Golden ripples spread silently from Qin Mo like quicksilver, instantly covering the entire divine court sanctuary. This was no ordinary defensive barrier but a forbidden array he had gleaned from the Tiangong Kaiwu, the instant Eon's time array. As the array fully activated, the air within the sanctuary seemed to freeze for a moment, followed by an ineffable mystical sensation enveloping everyone. The sounds of the outside world, the roars of distant mutant beasts, seemed stretched to a great distance, becoming blurred and distorted. Qin Mo slowly opened his eyes, a trace of fatigue flickered in them but far more excitement. It's done. With a thought his consciousness plunged into the array's core. In his perception the entire sanctuary had completely severed from the spacetime outside. 1 day outside, 10 days within the array. A smirk curved at the corner of Qin Mo's mouth. Though it can't match the exaggerated a day in heaven, a year on earth, a tenfold time differential is enough for me to widen the gap with this world in a short time. This was the foundation of his audacity to declare war on the entire Qin city. While others fought tooth and nail for a piece of bread, he could enjoy tenfold time within the barrier to cultivate refined pills and devise strategies. Such a dimensional strike was the most lethal. Divine Lord. Just then a knock came at the training room door, followed by Li Wei's excited voice. The monitor shows a bizarre change in the energy field around the sanctuary. The spacetime outside seems distorted. Come in, Qin Mo said calmly. Li Wei pushed the door open. When he saw the golden runes still faintly swirling around Qin Mo, the fervor in his eyes nearly overflowed. As a top-tier researcher, he understood better than anyone what the words controlling time meant. Divine Lord, this is... Li Wei's voice trembled. This is the Divine Court's mountain protecting array, Qin Mo said without further explanation, casually tossing him a jade slip. This contains some basic operational principles of the array. Li Wei, I want you to lead the research team to master this array's energy supply system as soon as possible. I want this great array to become Qin City's impregnable fortress. Li Wei took the jade slip with trembling hands, cherishing it like a treasure. Understood. I will not fail the Divine Lord's expectations. Go. After Li Wei left, Qin Mo's form vanished from the training room with a single thought. The next second he appeared at the sanctuary's lowest level, once an abandoned underground warehouse now transformed into a temporary divine court martial arena. Lei Hu. Qin Mo's voice echoed in the empty warehouse. Lei Hu, who had been waiting, shuddered and immediately knelt on one knee. Your subordinate is here. Stand up. Qin Mo stood with hands clasped behind his back, his gaze sweeping over the hundreds of fully armed guards behind Lei Hu. The Green Snake Gang is destroyed, but the Styx Merchant Guild will soon counterattack. We don't have much time. He raised his right hand, a golden flame ignited in his palm out of thin air. From today the Divine Court Guard enters special training mode. Qin Mo flicked his finger and the golden flame exploded, transforming into countless tiny streams of light that sank into every guard's brow. Ah! The guards cried out in surprise. They felt a warm current surge through their bodies. Their battle-weary forms visibly recovered, and even the supernatural abilities within them stirred as if on the verge of a breakthrough. This is... Lei Hu's eyes widened. He sensed that his berserker ability was showing signs of loosening. This is divine fire tempering, Qin Mo said indifferently. Within this barrier you have tenfold the time to digest this power. I want to see a true divine army before dawn outside. Yes, Divine Lord. Hundreds of guards roared in unison, their voices shaking the heavens. Within the barrier time flew. To the outside world only an hour had passed. But inside the instant Eon's time array a full 10 months had elapsed. In those 10 months the Divine Court underwent earth-shaking changes. Under Qin Mo's guidance, Lei Hu successfully broke through to the 4th tier and mastered the Thunderfire dual cultivation combat technique. The hundreds of guards were reborn, the weakest were at the 2nd tier peak, and dozens had entered the ranks of 3rd tier powerhouses. They wore black battle armor engraved with defensive runes, wielded standardized magical artifacts refined by Qin Mo, their eyes resolute and murderous aura palpable. Qin Mo himself, leveraging the tenfold time flow, frantically refined the resources seized from the Green Snake Gang and Styx Merchant Guild. His cultivation had stepped into an entirely new realm. Outside the barrier dawn broke. When the first ray of sunlight pierced the darkness illuminating the ruins of Qin City, the golden ripples over the Divine Court Sanctuary slowly receded and vanished. Everything seemed as if it had never happened. But only Qin Mo knew that the world within had changed entirely. Divine Lord, the Styx Merchant Guild has arrived. Li Wei's voice came through the communicator, tinged with tension but far more excitement. Qin Mo stood atop the divine court hall, hands clasped behind his back, gazing into the distance. On the horizon, a massive convoy raised clouds of dust, charging toward the sanctuary. This time it was no longer a few armored vehicles but an entire legion's worth of troops. At the head atop a giant war chariot stood a middle-aged man in a blood-red robe. His face was sinister and he toyed with a string of prayer beads made from human skulls, exuding a bloodthirsty aura that chilled the soul. Blood River Ancestor. Lei, who standing behind Qin Mo, ground his teeth. One of the Styx Merchant Guild's 3 supreme elders of 5th tier peak powerhouse. 5th tier peak, huh? A cold smile curled at the corner of Qin Mo's mouth. Perfect, I'll test my new move on you. Soon Blood River Ancestor's army arrived outside the divine court sanctuary. Qin Mo. Crawl out and die. Blood River Ancestor bellowed, his voice like a tangible shockwave slamming into the sanctuary's barrier. Yet to his astonishment, the seemingly fragile energy shield didn't budge. Humph, a paltry trick, Blood River Ancestor sneered. Pass the order, full assault. Raise this place to the ground. At his command, countless tanks and armored vehicles opened fire simultaneously, a dense barrage of shells engulfing the divine court's defenses. Divine Lord, shall we activate the grand array to counterattack? Lei Hu asked. Not yet, Qin Mo waved a hand. Let them fire a bit longer. He stood at a height, coldly observing this seemingly lopsided battle. In his eyes, these so-called modern weapons were mere toys of ants. Sure enough, when the bombardment ceased, the divine court's barrier remained intact. How is this possible? Blood River Ancestor's face twisted in shock. What kind of defensive fortification is this? To withstand such intense firepower? Old fool, have you seen enough? Just then a detached voice seemed to descend from the 9 heavens. Blood River Ancestor jerked his head up to see Qin Mo hovering in Madeira, divine halo swirling behind him like a god overlooking sentient beings. So you're Qin Mo. Greed flickered in Blood River Ancestor's eyes. Good. Very good. I didn't expect you to possess such a treasure. Surrender this defensive artifact and I'll spare your life. Spare my life. Qin Mo laughed, a hint of mockery in his tone. Old fool, you seem to have misunderstood something. What? This is my territory. Qin Mo slowly raised his right hand, fingers spread, and made a grasping motion toward the army below. Array rise. Rumble. The ground trembled violently as countless golden runes erupted from beneath, weaving into a massive golden net that ensnared the Styx Merchant Guild's army. This is... Blood River Ancestor's pupils contracted in shock. Another one of those bizarre arrays. This time it's no mere soul-locking array, Qin Mo said calmly. This array is called Time Severance. Before the words faded, the flow of time within the net underwent an eerie transformation. The charging soldiers suddenly found their movements agonizingly slow, as if trapped in quicksand, while their bodies visibly aged and withered. Ah! My body! Help! Save me! Screams erupted one after another. In mere breaths, thousands of elite soldiers had all turned to dry bones. You can control time. Blood River Ancestor panicked, completely staring at Qin Mo in terror as if he were a demon. You're a monster. You're a monster. Monster. Qin Mo let out a cold laugh. In the face of absolute power, all resistance is futile. He flickered and appeared before Blood River Ancestor, pressing a palm onto his crown. No. Blood River Ancestor let out a final despairing roar. His body, scoured by the power of time, rapidly aged and ultimately crumbled into a handful of ash. The battle ended faster than anticipated. Qin Mo stood amidst the drifting ashes, his expression impassive. The Divine Lord is mighty. The Divine Lord is invincible. The divine courtguard behind him erupted in thunderous cheers. Qin Mo paid them no heed, instead turning his gaze to the distance. The Styx Merchant Guild is just the beginning. Next it's time to meet those true observers. At the very moment Blood River Patriarch crumbled into ash, an eerie death-like silence descended upon the ruins of Qin City. Within mere minutes, thousands of elite troops from the Styx Trading Consortium and their peerless 5th-tier sovereign were utterly erased from this land. There had been no fierce duel, no evenly matched contest, only one-sided annihilation, pure and absolute. Upon the ramparts of the divine court sanctuary, Lei Hu and hundreds of guards remained frozen mid-cheer, their voices choking into sharp, ragged gasps. They gazed upon that tall, unwavering figure hovering in the sky, their eyes brimming not merely with awe but with near-blinding devotion. This was their divine sovereign. Qin Mo descended slowly from the heavens. His battle boots struck the charred earth with a muffled thud. His expression remained serene, as if he had merely swatted away a swarm of bothersome flies. Secure the battlefield, Qin Mo commanded, his voice quiet yet resonating across the entire field. All metallic wreckage is to be smelted anew. The corpses, by long-standing decree, shall be consigned to the incinerators, transformed into nourishment for the earth. Yes, divine sovereign. Lei Hu snapped back to awareness, his voice hoarse with exhilaration. At that very instant, Qin Mo's gaze swept past the devastation below and pierced toward the distant horizon. Their faint ripples of spatial distortion were fleeing at blinding speed. They fled swiftly indeed. Qin Mo murmured, a cold razor-thin smile curling at his lips. Yet having revealed their tails, they shall not retreat unseen. In the preceding battle he had deliberately unleashed the terrifying fluctuations of time severance, a calculated gambit to force the elusive observers long concealed in shadow into the open. Though they reacted with astonishing swiftness, severing their resonance just before the formation fully sealed, he had long since mastered the soul-perceiving art. Even a single fleeting contact had imprinted upon their souls a unique indelible signature. Li Wei. Qin Mo summoned coolly through the comlink. I am here, Divine Sovereign. That energy surge, it defies all scientific explanation. Li Wei's voice trembled, still reeling from the sheer magnitude of what he had witnessed. Enough talk. Qin Mo cut him off. Activate the Heavens Net system immediately. Cross-reference the soul coordinates I just transmitted, locate the precise positions of those fleeing targets. I need to know where the Styx Trading Consortium's true stronghold lies, buried somewhere within Qin City. Soul coordinates. Understood. 10 minutes, no 5. The Divine Court's Grand Hall Core Control Chamber. Li Wei's fingers blurred across the keyboard. On-screen cascades of crimson code plummeted like waterfalls, converging into a colossal three-dimensional subterranean map of Qin City. Found it. Li Wei slammed his palm onto the console, pointing emphatically at a pulsing red dot in the city's northwest quadrant. Divine Sovereign, the residual energy trace confirms the origin of those spatial ripples lies beneath the old-era industrial park. Once a derelict heavy machinery plant, it had been seized by an enigmatic faction after the Cataclysm's onset, its coordinates marked on all maps as a zone of forbidden life. The old-era industrial park. Qin Mo studied the crimson beacon on the map, a flicker of understanding lighting his eyes. No wonder the Styx Consortium amassed such formidable armaments, they commandeered a military-grade factory. His will stirred, and in an instant he vanished from the control chamber. 10 minutes later, at the periphery of the old-era industrial park. A desolate steel jungle stretched before him, massive skeletal factories loomed like slumbering iron leviathans, grotesque under the ashen twilight. The air hung thick with acrid chemical fumes. Silence reigned, so profound that not even a mutated rat stirred. Qin Mo hovered motionless in midair, making no move to breach the perimeter. His divine sense unfurled like an invisible net, silently enveloping the entire industrial complex. Indeed, something is amiss. A subtle furrow appeared between his brows. To his perception, the surface lay in decay, but deep beneath a colossal source of energy pulsed with ominous intensity. And coiled around that energy core lay a dense web of arcane formations, illusion slaughter arrays, soul-bewildering arrays, even traces of Western thaumaturgic sigils. A faint sneer crossed Qin Mo's lips. Such haphazard hybrid defenses can only deceive the ignorant and uninitiated. Just as he prepared to shatter the array by force, the air convulsed. A low resonant hum vibrated through the sky, then a blood-red barrier flared into existence above the industrial park. Instantly, countless black figures surged upward from the earth, hovering in the air and encircling Qin Mo in an unbroken ring. Clad in identical obsidian armor and masked with grotesque oni visages, they gripped long blades radiating ghostly light. Every one exuded the aura of a third-tier cultivator, or higher. At their vanguard stood an elder robed in violet silk, leaning upon a staff crowned with a grinning skull. His eyes burned with venom as he glared at Qin Mo. Qin Mo. You slaughtered our elders, annihilated our legions, and now dare enter the Styx Consortium's central sanctum alone. You shall not leave this place alive. Styx Trading Consortium's Grandmaster Mo Qianshan. Qin Mo regarded the elder with dispassionate calm, as though inquiring about the weather. Now that you know my name, kneel and accept your death. Mo Qianshan bellowed, his voice laced with fury. This is the Styx Consortium's fortified citadel, 10 years in the making. Beneath us lie 10,000 corpse puppets guarded by the ninefold netherworld formation. Even a 6th-tier sovereign would bleed heavily attempting to breach it. 10,000 corpse puppets. The ninefold netherworld formation. Qin Mo let out a soft, dismissive laugh. Impressive sounding, truly terrifying. But have you forgotten one thing? What? Mo Qianshan faltered. I told you earlier, before absolute power all artifice is mere farce. Qin Mo slowly raised his right hand. In his palm a golden illuminated ancient tome materialized, the heavenly craftsmanship manual. Since you hold such reverence for formations, allow me to show you what true formation mastery truly is. As his words settled, the manual burst open, and torrents of golden sigils cascaded forth like celestial rivers. Ancestral formation Qilin treads auspicious clouds. A thunderous roar shook the earth. The void behind Qin Mo twisted violently, and a colossal Qilin forged entirely from radiant golden runes emerged from the rift. It threw back its head and unleashed a deafening world-shaking bellow, then brought down all 4 hooves with cataclysmic force. Roar! A sovereign heaven-encompassing aura instantly descended upon the entire industrial park. The black corpse puppets, moments ago roaring with menace, began trembling uncontrollably, their hollow eyes dimming as if confronted by an apex predator. What formation is this? Mo Qianshan's face drained of color, his staff trembled in his grip. Impossible. Such a legendary Saint-Tier formation art cannot possibly reside within a mere human. Kill. Qin Mo ignored his shock, uttering only a single word. Instantly the golden Qilin dissolved into a streak of light and plunged into the puppet ranks. With every step it took, hundreds, thousands of puppets shattered into dust. Their supposedly indestructible black armor crumbled like brittle parchment beneath the Qilin's divine might. In less than a minute the entire legion of 10,000 corpse puppets lay obliterated. No, impossible. Mo Qianshan collapsed to his knees, hollow-eyed, staring blankly at the carnage. My army, my puppets. Qin Mo flashed forward, appearing before him in an instant, and planted a foot squarely upon his chest. Crack! The sound of splintering bone echoed sharply. Aff! Mo Qianshan screamed. Don't kill me. Qin Mo, spare me. I possess wealth, resources, and secrets, truths about this world, about the observers. I'll tell you everything. Oh. Qin Mo pressed down slightly, a flicker of intrigue flashing in his eyes. Speak. The observers, they are not human. Mo Qianshan spoke frantically, desperate to survive. They are envoys from the three celestial realms. They've observed Blue Star for eons, seeking suitable vessels for possession. The Styx Consortium. Merely their lapdog. They dwell within the core laboratory beneath us. The three celestial realms. Envoys. A glacial chill sharpened Qin Mo's gaze. These revelations align closely with his own deductions, yet hearing them confirmed by Mo Qianshan stirred a wave of visceral revulsion. What else? Qin Mo demanded, voice icy. Nothing. Truly, I know nothing more. Mo Qianshan shook his head wildly. Please, spare my life. I'll serve you as your dog. A dog. Qin Mo smiled faintly. The divine court has no use for rabid curs liable to turn and bite their master's throat. Before the words fully faded, Qin Mo's palm inverted, and a torrent of golden divine flame engulfed Mo Qianshan. A. The scream died midair. Mo Qianshan's body withered, rapidly collapsing into a desiccated husk. Qin Mo casually retrieved his storage ring and turned his gaze downward toward the depths beneath the industrial park. Envoys of the three celestial realms. Perfect. Let them serve as offerings for my blade. With a single stride Qin Mo vanished, plunging straight into the subterranean dark. The subterranean core laboratory. A vast futuristic chamber thrummed with surreal energy, walls lined with bizarre instruments and towering bioreactors. At its center floated three immense transparent pods, each containing a humanoid figure clad in gleaming silver armor. Their features were flawlessly beautiful, yet their eyes were vacant, their presence radiating an instinctive soul-chilling dread. Fourth tier, no, fifth tier. One even approaches sixth tier. Qin Mo's divine sense swept over them, his heart gave a rare measured pause. Was this the true visage of the observers? At that moment the central pod flared crimson and its hatch slid open. The sixth-tier silver-armored being stepped forth. Golden irises opened, empty, emotionless, radiating only detached, transcendent indifference. Qin Mo. Its voice was cold, mechanical. Your performance exceeds all projections. Per Article 72 of the Blue Star Observation Protocol, you are hereby classified as an extremely hazardous mutant variant. You are ordered to surrender immediately for mandatory formaterasure. Formaterasure. Qin Mo sneered. And you presume to carry it out? I am the 72nd Realm Envoy of the three celestial realms, possessing spatial comprehension bordering on sovereignty or mastery. The silver-armored being stated flatly. Killing you is no more difficult than crushing an ant. Borderline sovereignty. A spark of fierce anticipation ignited in Qin Mo's eyes. Coincidence? I too have just brushed against that threshold. Slowly he drew the crazy moon earth-defying sword from his waist. Its blade quivered, a dragon's eager resonant cry echoing through the silence. Come then. Let me test the mettle of a three celestial realms envoy. A flash of fury ignited in the envoy's gaze. Foolish death wish. He raised a hand, and space itself warped violently, birthing countless razor-edged spatial blades that converged upon Qin Mo. Heaven-splitting sword soul slash. Qin Mo charged, not retreating but surging forward. His sword carved a blinding arc through darkness, cleaving apart the spatial blades and hurtling straight toward the envoy's head. Boom. The entire subterranean laboratory imploded. Qin Mo was hurled backward, a thin line of blood tracing his lip, but his fighting spirit burned brighter than ever. Interesting. The silver-armored envoy stood unmoved, yet a hairline fracture now marred his gleaming chestplate. His gaze upon Qin Mo held newfound gravity. It seems I misjudged you, not as a native of Blue Star but as something far more extraordinary. Realization arrives too late. Qin Mo wiped the blood from his mouth. Behind him a divine halo whirled and a far more terrifying pressure erupted from his core. Now, let us begin in earnest. Getting serious. Then let me show you what true despair really means. In the emotionless golden pupils of the silver-armored figure a flicker of violent red light flashed. He slowly raised his right hand and in his palm a dark purple orb of energy spun wildly. The surrounding air seemed to be forcibly drawn away by some terrifying force emitting cracking sounds of strain. Spatial collapse oblivion. With his low chant the dark purple orb transformed into an eerie ripple ignoring the distance of space and appearing directly above Qin Mo's head. This was no ordinary energy attack, it was a devastating strike aimed directly at the structure of space itself. Once touched both flesh and soul would be utterly erased along with the surrounding space leaving not even a trace of ash behind. Such a domineering law of space. Qin Mo's eyes narrowed but he remained calm. Having cultivated for 10 full months within the inch of heaven time array his comprehension of space and time had long surpassed its former limits. Do you think you're the only one who understands space? Qin Mo snorted coldly. The Quan Yu Edik sword in his hand burst into a dazzling golden light. He did not choose to resist Hedon. Instead he flicked his wrist gently tapping the tip of his sword against the void. Inch of heaven inverse. Hum. With Qin Mo at the center the space within 100 meters underwent a bizarre folding. The originally unavoidable oblivion ripple upon touching the folded space seemed to fall into a labyrinth spinning in place before finally exploding violently yet failing to even grace Qin Mo's robe. What? The silver-armored figure's pupils contracted sharply, a look of disbelief finally spreading across his face. You. How could you possibly master such a high-level spatial divine ability? This is absolutely not a capability a native of Blue Star should possess. I told you don't measure me by your narrow understanding. Qin Mo's form flickered directly traversing the chaotic spatial currents appearing instantly before the silver-armored figure. Since you are an observer let me see what secrets are hidden within this so-called perfect body of yours. Qin Mo's fingers formed into claws, golden light surging in his palm and he struck directly at the silver-armored figure's crown. How dare you! The silver-armored figure was greatly alarmed, never expecting Qin Mo's speed to reach such a level. He hurriedly raised his arms to block and a thick defensive light shield instantly lit up on his silver armor. Crack! Yet before Qin Mo's dragon claw imbued with the power of divine flame the seemingly indestructible light shield shattered like glass. Ah! The silver-armored figure let out a piercing scream as Qin Mo's dragon claw viciously sank into his shoulder, 5 fingers deeply embedding into his flesh. Gat! Away! The silver-armored figure frantically channeled the energy within his body. A terrifying shockwave erupted from him in all directions trying to force Qin Mo back. But Qin Mo stood firm. Instead he used the momentum to press closer, pressing his other hand firmly against the figure's chest. Time strip local. Boom! A strange force surged into the silver-armored figure's body. He watched in horror as the skin on his right arm visibly aged and withered. The once powerful muscles rapidly atrophied, ultimately transforming into bare white bone. No! My arm! What kind of sorcery is this? The silver-armored figure was completely panicked. His pride and joy, his physical body was so fragile before Qin Mo. This is not sorcery, it's divine art. A cold glint flashed in Qin Mo's eyes. He was about to deliver the killing blow to end this nuisance once and for all. Just then an unexpected change occurred. Warning! Warning! High-dimensional energy intrusion detected. Self-destruct sequence initiated. Countdown 10-9-8. The entire underground laboratory suddenly blazed with harsh red lights and a cold mechanical voice echoed through the empty space. Trying to self-destruct. Qin Mo frowned slightly. He could clearly sense an extremely terrifying energy rapidly gathering deep within the core of the underground lab. The intensity of this energy had even surpassed the 6th rank, reaching a level capable of obliterating the entire city of Qin. Damn human! Since you force me, let us die together. Although the silver-armored figure had lost an arm, madness filled his eyes. An antimatter annihilation bomb is buried here. Once detonated, everything within 100 miles will be reduced to nothing. You can't escape. Antimatter annihilation bomb. Qin Mo sneered. Do you think such a low-grade toy can harm me? 3, 2, 1. The countdown reached 0. Boom! A world-destroying pillar of white light erupted from deep underground, instantly engulfing the entire laboratory. The terrifying heat and shockwave directly vaporized all surrounding matter. Yet at the very center of this destructive explosion a golden light shield steadily held open a space of absolute safety. Inch of heaven absolute defense. Qin Mo floated within the light shield, his expression indifferent as he watched the apocalyptic scene before him. An energy burst of this level can only serve as a bath for me. With a thought, the Quan Yu Edik sword in his hand plunged into the void beneath him. Now. Absorb. The forbidden formation recorded in the Tiangong Kaiwu, the heaven-devouring earth-swallowing array, activated instantly. The rampaging pillar of white light as if drawn by some force surged madly toward the longsword in Qin Mo's hand. In just a few breaths the terrifying energy capable of destroying Qin City was forcibly devoured by Qin Mo. How is this possible? The dying silver-armored figure stared at this impossible sight, the light in his eyes completely fading. You! What kind of monster are you? I told you I am a god. Qin Mo casually waved his hand. A flash of sword light passed and the silver-armored figure's head flew high. The battle was finally over. The dust settled. The once magnificent underground laboratory was now a vast ruin. Qin Mo stood atop the debris toying with a crystal that emitted a faint blue light. This was the origin core extracted from the silver-armored figure's corpse, containing extremely pure high-dimensional energy as well as part of the secret of the three realms. So that's it. Qin Mo probed the core with his divine sense. After a moment a look of understanding flashed in his eyes. The so-called three realms was not some mysterious space but a highly advanced super-technological civilization. Through some special means they had uploaded their consciousness into a high-dimensional network, thereby achieving near-eternal life. And Blue Star was merely an experimental ground they had selected. By releasing various viruses and mutation sources they observed the evolutionary process of Blue Star's organisms selecting the finest genes to perfect their own divine bodies. Using humans as guinea pigs. A murderous intent flickered in Qin Mo's eyes. Since you enjoy playing so much, you'll play along nicely. With a thought his form vanished instantly. At the top floor of the Divine Court Sanctuary's main hall. When Qin Mo's figure reappeared, Li Wei and Lei Hu, who had been waiting, immediately approached. Divine Lord. You're back. Li Wei stared at the blue crystal in Qin Mo's hand, his eyes full of shock. We detected an extremely terrifying energy burst from the industrial park direction. We thought I was dead. Qin Mo smiled faintly. Relax, an explosion of that magnitude can't kill me. He tossed the crystal to Li Wei. Take this and study it. See if you can decipher the information inside. I suspect it contains the coordinates to the three realms. Yes, Divine Lord. Li Wei took the crystal with trembling hands, cherishing it like a treasure. Lei Hu. Qin Mo turned to look at Lei Hu. Your subordinate is here. Issue the order. The entire Divine Court is to enter first-level combat readiness. Qin Mo's gaze was profound as he looked into the distance. Although the Styx Merchant Guild is destroyed, this is just the beginning. Next we face stronger enemies. Yes, Divine Lord. Lei Hu's expression was solemn as he immediately took his leave to carry out the order. After the two left, Qin Mo stood alone at the top of the hall, hands clasped behind his back. The night wind brushed past, rustling his robes. Three realms. Observer. Qin Mo murmured to himself, a flicker of ambition in his eyes. Since you want to turn Blue Star into an experimental ground, I'll turn this experimental ground into your grave. With a thought, the Tiangong Kaiwu within him materialized again. It's time to elevate the Divine Court's level once more. System, consume all resources and initiate the Divine Kingdom advancement quest. Ding. Sufficient resources detected. Consume 10 million energy points to initiate the embryonic Divine Kingdom advancement quest. Yes. Ding. Quest activated. Quest objective: construct the Divine Kingdom Grand Array centered on the Divine Court Sanctuary, incorporating a 100-mile radius into the Divine Kingdom domain. Quest reward: Divine Kingdom domain basic 30 increase in all personnel attributes. Unlock Divine Kingdom subjects faith system. As the system notification sounded, the Tiangong Kaiwu in Qin Mo's hand flipped open violently. Countless golden runes poured out like a torrent, instantly covering the entire Divine Court Sanctuary. Divine Kingdom. Rise. Qin Mo uttered a low chant. Rumble. The earth shook violently as countless golden light pillars burst forth from the ground, shooting straight into the sky. Around the Divine Court Sanctuary, a magnificent golden grand array slowly took shape. This array was no simple defensive barrier, it was a complete small world with its own independent rules. The moment the array formed, everyone within the Divine Court Sanctuary felt an unprecedented sense of comfort. Their bodies seemed wrapped in a warm force. Their supernatural abilities were recovering at an astonishing rate, and even their cultivation bottlenecks showed signs of loosening. Is this the power of the Divine Lord? Li Wei stood in the control room staring at the terrifying energy readings on the screen, tears of excitement streaming down his face. The Divine Lord is mighty. The Divine Lord is invincible. Lei Hu and hundreds of guard members knelt directly on the ground, prostrating themselves in worship towards the main hall. Qin Mo stood at the core of the grand array, feeling the endless stream of faith power flowing into him, a satisfied smile curling at the corner of his mouth. This is only the beginning. Next it's time to meet the real players. Above the sanctuary of the Divine Court, the golden divine formation resembled a blazing sun rising, dispelling the surrounding gloom within 100 miles. Countless golden runes flowed across the light curtain, each flicker seemingly announcing the birth of a new order to the world. On the top floor of the Grand Hall, Qin Mo sat cross-legged, completely immersed in the profound transformations of the heavenly craft in objects. As the embryonic form of the divine nation took shape, he felt his connection to this heaven and earth reach an unprecedented closeness. Every inch of land, every breath of air in the sanctuary, and even the inhalations of each member of the divine court were within his perception. The divine nation is not just a defense, it is also a cradle for evolution, Qin Mo understood in his heart. He could clearly see the strands of divine power overflowing within the formation, subtly transforming the environment of the sanctuary as the once barren soil began to contain spiritual energy, and even the impurities in the air were purified by divine strength. At that moment, a hurried sound of footsteps broke the tranquility. Li Wei hurriedly ascended to the top floor, unable to conceal his excitement and all holding a transparent data panel in his hands. Divine Lord. The source core you asked me to analyze has results. Qin Mo slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of starlight flashing in his golden pupils. Speak. Li Wei took a deep breath, trying to steady his trembling voice. We have decrypted part of the encrypted data within the core. The three heavens domain where the silver-armored figure is located is actually a high-dimensional civilization situated in the gap between four-dimensional and three-dimensional space. They claim to be observers, but in reality they are conducting a gene-plundering experiment across dimensions. Qin Mo raised an eyebrow slightly. Is that so? Li Wei projected a holographic image displaying a complex gene spiral structure. The various disasters and viruses that erupted on Blue Star, even the evolutionary direction of those mutated beasts, are all within their calculations. They create crises to filter out gene fragments with high-dimensional adaptability, then extract them to fill the gaps in their own civilization's evolutionary path. In simple terms, to them humans are merely walking gene patches. A glint of cold killing intent flashed in Qin Mo's eyes. To treat my kin as materials for patching their bodies. The three heavens domain truly has a large appetite. And there's something even worse. Li Wei swallowed, nervously pointing at a red warning symbol on the data panel. While we were analyzing the core, we triggered a hidden death beacon. Just 3 minutes ago this beacon sent a set of coordinates to high-dimensional space. You mean they know about this place? Qin Mo's tone was calm, revealing no hint of anger or joy. I'm afraid so. Li Wei's face turned pale, and according to the decoded information, the one receiving the beacon is a clearing fleet from the three heavens domain. They are responsible for erasing uncontrollable variables that appear in the experimental field. Uncontrollable variables. Qin Mo's lips curled into a mocking arc. Are they referring to me? Before he could finish speaking, the sky above the sanctuary of the divine court suddenly darkened. It was not a gathering of dark clouds, but a pure oppressive blackness. The originally golden divine formation appeared somewhat dim in the face of this darkness. Alert! Alert! High-dimensional spatial fluctuations detected. Energy index, unable to calculate. Alert! The spatial barrier is being forcibly torn apart. The shrill alarm echoed throughout the sanctuary as Lei Hu's voice came through the communication channel, clearly tense. Divine Lord. The sky above is torn open. Qin Mo's figure flashed and he appeared directly in midair outside the sanctuary. He saw the once azure sky now resembling a mirror struck by a heavy hammer covered with countless black cracks. A grand, cold and arrogant pressure descended from the fissure. Boom! With a loud crash, the sky shattered completely. A massive black warship several kilometers long slowly protruded its menacing bow from the void. The warship's entire body exhibited a flowing liquid metal texture, its surface devoid of seams as if it were a living organism. The warship hovered outside the divine formation, and a grand voice amplified as if rolling thunder echoed through the heavens and earth. Experiment site number 89757, anomaly, high-dimensional energy reaction detected. Determined to be a virus infection. The clearing fleet is ordered to execute the formatting procedure. Low-dimensional beings abandon resistance and accept purification. This voice bore no emotional inflection, as if reading a predetermined judgment. Within the sanctuary, countless members of the divine court felt a wave of suffocation and absolute suppression on the level of life. Formatting. Qin Mo hovered in midair, looking up at the warship that blotted out the sun, his eyes showing no trace of fear but rather igniting a fierce battle intent. If you want to treat me as a virus to be cleared, then let's see if your antivirus software is tough enough. With a thought, the divine formation beneath his feet responded instantly. Divine Nation domain activate. A dazzling golden light pillar shot up from the center of the formation, directly striking the underside of the black warship. Simultaneously, the power of the divine formation erupted, solidifying the space within 100 miles as if it had turned into an indestructible amber. The cleaners inside the warship seemed somewhat surprised. Detecting spatial solidification force field. Energy level assessment, peak of third-tier civilization. Threat level moderate. Initiating dimensional strike. Suddenly the surface of the black warship cracked open with countless tiny holes and numerous gray beams shot out. These beams were not tangible energy but a type of dimensional rays capable of disintegrating the structure of matter. The moment the beams made contact with the golden light shield, they emitted a chilling zzz sound. The radiance of the divine formation was visibly corroded and dissolved. Is this the power of high-dimensional civilization? Directly altering physical rules. Qin Mo felt a chill in his heart, but he did not falter. System expend energy points to strengthen the divine formation. Hold on for me. Ding. Consumed 5,000,000 energy points. Divine formation defense increased by 200. The golden light shield suddenly shone brightly. The previously corroded gaps instantly healed, even curling back to forcefully repel the gray beams. How is this possible? The voice within the warship finally showed a hint of fluctuation. A low-dimensional being can actually mobilize the power of rules to counteract a dimensional strike. This defies logic. Logic is defined by the strong. Qin Mo sneered, the sword in his hand. The chaotic moon earth-splitting sword emitted a longing dragon's roar. Since you like to play with dimensions, let me show you what a dimensional strike looks like. He grasped the sword with both hands. The divine fire within him and the recently absorbed antimatter energy surged wildly, all pouring into the sword body. A step across the sky/divinity. This strike was no longer a simple spatial cut but a lethal blow infused with the will of the divine nation. The sword light cascaded like a waterfall, instantly crossing the distance of space, directly slashing at the bow of the black warship. Clang! A thunderous sound erupted. The seemingly indestructible liquid metal warship was actually slashed open, revealing a deep crack that could be seen to the bone. Warning! Hull damage. Energy shield malfunction. Warning! High concentration antimatter reaction detected. Imminent detonation. Inside the warship, chaos ensued. They had never imagined that someone could injure the clearing warship in this backward three-dimensional experimental field. Retreat! Initiate warp immediately. The warship commander shouted in panic. Want to leave? It's too late. Qin Mo's eyes flashed coldly. He had been prepared for this move. Divine Nation devour. The divine formation suddenly morphed and countless golden chains emerged from the void, firmly wrapping around the black warship that sought to flee. These chains were not tangible but were formed from pure power of faith and spatial rules. Break for me. Qin Mo clenched his fist fiercely. Boom. The golden chains that wrapped around the warship suddenly tightened and a terrifying squeezing force erupted in an instant. That several kilometers long warship began to twist and deform under the strangling of the divine formation, ultimately exploding into a brilliant firework amidst a desperate wail. The massive explosion shockwave was completely absorbed by the divine formation, transformed into pure energy and fed back to Qin Mo and the entire sanctuary. Ding! Successfully destroyed one high-dimensional cleaner warship. Obtained 2 million energy points. Obtained special materials: 10 tons of high-dimensional liquid metal, 1 piece of dimensional engine fragment. The suffocating pressure in the sky finally dissipated. Inside the sanctuary, a deathly silence persisted for a moment before erupting into earth-shattering cheers. We won! We won! Divine Lord is invincible. Long live the Divine Lord. Lei Hu and Li Wei looked at the proud figure standing amidst the sky, their eyes filled with near-manic admiration. That was a true miracle, a might they could hardly imagine. Qin Mo slowly descended onto the top floor of the Grand Hall. Although his face was somewhat pale, the brilliance in his eyes had grown increasingly sharp. This battle, though narrowly won, also made him see the gap. The means of high-dimensional civilizations were myriad, and relying solely on his current strength was insufficient to confront the entire Three Heavens domain Hedon. Li Wei. Qin Mo spoke, his voice not loud but clearly reaching Li Wei's ears. At your service. Li Wei immediately stepped forward. Recover everything from the wreckage of the warship, especially that dimensional engine fragment. It is the key to our counterattack. Qin Mo's gaze was deep as he looked at the slowly healing fissure in the sky. Since they have already discovered this place, they won't send just one warship. Then, what should we do? Qin Mo turned around, looking at the vibrant sanctuary beneath him, at the citizens who worshipped him, and a cold smile curled at the corners of his mouth. If they treat this place as an experimental field, then we will turn it into a hunting ground. Send the order down. The second phase of the Divine Nation advancement task is initiated. I want the influence of the Divine Court to expand throughout Qin City within a month. Since the war has already begun, let this wildfire burn even brighter. The night wind howled and Qin Mo's robe fluttered in the wind. The chaotic moon earth-splitting sword in his hand reflected the starlight, resembling a blade poised to pierce the heavens. The true game had only just begun. The night breeze atop the Grand Hall gradually subsided, yet the atmosphere within the sanctuary grew ever more fervent. Qin Mo stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the bustling yet orderly crowd below. The Kuan Yu Adik sword in his hand was sheathed with a crisp dragon-like chime. Li Wei, what is the progress on the analysis of the dimensional engine fragment? Qin Mo asked without turning around, his voice calm as it pierced through the glass. Li Wei strode forward, swapping the data pad in his hand for another, his tone brimming with barely concealed excitement. Divine Lord, the technical team conducted a preliminary analysis of the fragment overnight. Although this engine fragment is severely damaged, the spatial folding technology contained within it is nothing short of a miracle. If we can reverse engineer and replicate it, we could not only achieve short-range instantaneous jumps but even create small-scale spatial storage devices. Excellent. A glint of sharp light flashed in Qin Mo's eyes. Concentrate all scientific research efforts and overcome this obstacle at any cost. This is the key to shifting from a defensive stance to taking the initiative. Yes. Li Wei nodded emphatically. Qin Mo turned his gaze falling upon the holographic sand table at the center of the hall. On the sand table, the golden light dot representing the divine court sanctuary radiated a soft yet steadfast glow, while the surrounding region of Qin City, previously shrouded in gray, was now covered in countless red markers. Lei Hu. Your subordinate is here. Lei Hu, clad in full battle armor, stepped out from the ranks with a bold stride, exuding the iron-blooded aura of one who had just emerged from fierce combat. Issue the order. All divine court members are to enter the hunting hour. Qin Mo's finger traced lightly across the sand table, and wherever it passed, red markers were replaced by golden spearheads. Although the cleanser fleet from the Three Realms was repelled, the Death Beacon has already exposed our coordinates. Before their main force arrives, we must establish absolute dominance over Qin City, forging it into a steel fortress that even high-dimensional civilizations cannot easily crack. Lei Hu's eyes blazed with fierce battle intent. Divine Lord means a full-scale purge. Correct. Qin Mo's voice carried an unyielding coldness. Within Qin City, all survivor factions that refuse to submit to divine court rule, layers of mutated beasts, and any factor that might threaten the stability of the divine kingdom are to be eliminated entirely. I want Qin City to hear only one voice within 3 days, the will of the divine court. As you command. Hail the divine lord. Lei Hu knelt on one knee, his voice resounding like a bell. Following Qin Mo's decree, the massive alloy doors of the divine court sanctuary, long sealed, slowly began to open. The divine court guard, already fully assembled and driving spiritual energy battle vehicles modified by the Tiangong Kaiwu, surged out of the sanctuary like a black torrent of steel, sweeping across Qin City in all directions. In the abandoned central business district of Qin City, once the bustling heart of the metropolis, it had now degenerated into a steel jungle of reinforced concrete and mutant flora. A colossal mutated monitor lizard the size of a truck perched atop a collapsed skyscraper, its crimson vertical pupils greedily observing a group of mutated rats foraging below. Suddenly, a low rumble shattered the dead silence. The mutated monitor lizard raised its head warily, only to see countless dazzling headlights piercing the darkness from the distant street corner. An overwhelming, soul-shaking pressure surged toward it. What is that? Before it could react, a golden sword beam streaked across the sky. Shriek! The lizard's armor-like scales were as fragile as paper before the sword beam. Its massive body was cleaved in two, and before the foul blood could splatter, divine flames erupted from the wound, consuming it entirely. Qin Mo hovered in midair, flanked by the orderly elite of the divine court. He surveyed the ruins with indifference, the Kuan Yue Dik sword in his hand still trembling faintly as if craving more blood. So this is the so-called overlord of Qin City. A scornful smirk curled on Qin Mo's lips. Pathetic. Divine Lord, we've located a stronghold of the Blood Wolf Gang ahead. They seem to be slaughtering civilians and looting supplies. A scout reported through the communicator. Blood Wolf Gang. A murderous intent flashed in Qin Mo's eyes. In the early days of the apocalypse, such ruthless, opportunistic gangs were rampant. Previously, he had no time to deal with them, but now with the establishment of the divine kingdom, such cancerous growths must be eradicated. Lead the way. Qin Mo vanished in a flash. The Blood Wolf Gang's stronghold was in an abandoned gymnasium. Flames roared within and screams echoed incessantly. Hundreds of ragged thugs brandished weapons, slaughtering captured survivors at will. Their leader, a hulking evolved being with bulging muscles and a giant spiked club, laughed maniacally from a throne built of corpses. Kill. Kill them all. The supplies and women here are ours. Boom. A thunderous crash split the thick concrete wall of the gymnasium. Through the swirling dust, a slender figure stepped in slowly. Who dares trespass on Blood Wolf territory? The muscular leader rose abruptly, slamming his club into the ground and sending fragments of stone flying. Qin Mo said nothing, standing silently, his golden pupils reflecting the carnage within the gymnasium. Wherever his gaze fell, the once fearsome thugs felt their legs go weak as if they were being stared down by an ancient beast. Who are you? The leader's voice began to tremble. He instinctively sensed that this man before him was the most terrifying existence he had ever encountered. Qin Mo of the Divine Court. Those 4 simple words exploded like thunder within the gymnasium. Divine Court. The faction that repelled the sky battleships. The leader's face turned deathly pale and his club clattered to the ground. Since you know of the Divine Court, you should know the price of resistance. Qin Mo raised his hand and a dark golden orb of energy slowly coalesced in his palm. But I'm not here to hear your pleas for mercy today. Mercy. Divine Lord, have mercy. We're willing to pledge allegiance. The surrounding thugs threw down their weapons and knelt, begging for forgiveness. Too late. Qin Mo's hand clenched gently. The divine kingdom tolerates no evil. Perish. With his soft command, the dark golden orb exploded, transforming into countless fine golden needles that pierced precisely into the foreheads of every thug. There were no screams, no struggles. The sinful souls were instantly purified by divine flames dissipating into wisps of smoke in the air. Within mere breaths, hundreds of thugs were slain. The trembling survivors in the gymnasium stared blankly at the scene as if in a dream. Qin Mo turned to face the survivors, the coldness in his eyes gradually melting into a trace of warmth. From now on, this place is under the jurisdiction of the Divine Court. As long as you obey the rules of the Divine Court and work diligently, the Divine Court will grant you protection. Divine Lord. Divine Lord. The survivors came to their senses, kneeling in gratitude and fervor. Over the next 2 days, Qin City became a vast hunting ground. Under Qin Mo's personal leadership, the Divine Court's forces spread across the city like a golden net. Whether it was entrenched survivor factions or powerful mutated beasts lurking in the shadows, all crumbled before the Divine Court's iron might. Resistance meant death. Submission brought protection. This swift and decisive approach restored order in Qin City in record time. The once chaotic streets became clean and orderly. Survivors no longer had to fight over a moldy piece of bread as the Divine Court distributed food and supplies regularly. Behind it all was the steadily growing power of Qin Mo's Divine Kingdom faith. As Qin City was gradually incorporated into the Divine Court's domain, the Divine Kingdom formation expanded. The golden light barrier, once limited to 100 li around the sanctuary, now extended to the edges of Qin City, forming an indestructible golden canopy. Atop the grand hall of the Divine Court sanctuary, Qin Mo sat cross-legged in the center, surrounded by countless golden runes. These runes were derived from the spatial folding technology deciphered from the dimensional engine fragment. System consume 1 million energy points to integrate the spatial folding technology into the Divine Kingdom formation. Ding. Energy points sufficient. Beginning integration. With the system prompt, the divine flames within Qin Mo surged wildly, intertwining with the golden runes. Boom. The entire Divine Court sanctuary trembled violently once more. This time not only the sanctuary but the golden canopy over Qin City underwent a strange transformation. The once flat golden light barrier began to twist and fold, morphing into a three-dimensional net. Within this net, spatial distances were compressed infinitely. Divine Kingdom ground shrinking to an inch. Qin Mo's eyes snapped open and his form flickered. The next second he appeared at the opposite end of Qin City. This teleportation was not mere spatial traversal, it folded the space within the Divine Kingdom's domain, reducing the distance between 2 points to 0. This meant that within the Divine Kingdom's domain, Qin Mo and his Divine Court Guard possessed unparalleled mobility. Ha ha ha. Excellent. Perfect. Qin Mo laughed heartily, his ambition soaring to the heavens. With this technology, even if the cleanser fleet from the three realms returned, they would not gain the slightest advantage under his watch. Just then Li Wei rushed in, his face a mix of excitement and tension. Divine Lord. We've made a major breakthrough in reverse engineering the dimensional engine. We've successfully built the first prototype. A brilliant light flashed in Qin Mo's eyes. Take me to see it. At the Divine Court Research Center. In the center of a massive lab, a peculiar metallic device hovered silently in midair. It was a deep silver gray with a faint blue glow flowing across its surface, as if it contained some mysterious cosmic law. Divine Lord, this is the prototype we built using high-dimensional liquid metal and the dimensional engine fragment. Li Wei pointed at the device, his voice trembling. We've temporarily named it the Void Lance. Void Lance. Qin Mo approached, reaching out to gently touch the cold metallic surface. A powerful spatial fluctuation surged into his body through his fingertips. Indeed. Li Wei explained, this device can emit a high-frequency spatial oscillation wave capable of directly tearing through the defensive shields of high-dimensional beings. It can even briefly create a miniature black hole to completely devour enemies. Qin Mo nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. Begin mass production immediately. I want every Divine Court warship equipped with this weapon. Yes, Divine Lord. Gazing at the weapon brimming with technological beauty, Qin Mo felt an unprecedented surge of ambition. Three Realms Observers Cleaners. You enjoy looking down upon all beings from on high, don't you? You treat Blue Star as your experiment ground, don't you? Then wait. The day my Divine Court fleet sails into the stars will be the day you false gods fall. System, check the progress of the Divine Kingdom Ascension mission. Ding. Current Divine Kingdom domain covers all of Qin City. Faith energy collection efficiency increased by 500. Mission progress 80. Detecting a major technological breakthrough by the host. Hidden mission triggered, Starry Expedition. Mission objective, build the first interstellar warship capable of cross-dimensional navigation. Mission reward, unlock the interstellar civilization tech tree, obtain special building interstellar portal. A meaningful smile curled on Qin Mo's lips. A starry expedition, is it? He raised his head, his gaze seeming to pierce through the thick dome, looking toward the boundless, profound starry sky. 3 realms, I am coming. Inside the research center, the prototype machine named Void Spear emitted a chilling azure glow that stirred unease. Qin Mo withdrew his hand from the metallic surface. The faint spatial vibration lingering on his fingertips granted him a more intuitive comprehension of this power. Li Wei, what is the energy consumption of the void spear? Can it achieve continuous fire? Qin Mo's voice was calm and pragmatic. Li Wei immediately summoned a set of holographic data pointing to a fluctuating curve as he reported, God Lord, the current prototype uses high-purity spiritual energy crystals as its core driver. The energy cost per shot is extremely high, requiring approximately 3 top-grade spirit crystals. For continuous fire, the current cooling system can only support 3 shots. The 4th will cause core overload. What about maximum production capacity? With the current industrial assembly line of the Divine Court augmented by the automation from the Tiangong Kaiwu at full speed, 50 units can be mass-produced within 3 days. Li Wei adjusted his glasses, a fervent gleam flashing in his eyes. But this is just the heavy version mounted on warships. The tech team is attempting miniaturization. If successful, it could even be equipped on individual exoskeleton armor in the future. Qin Mo nodded slightly. First, solve the mass production of the heavy version. 50 units are too few. I want you to assemble 100 units within 7 days. As for the energy issue, his gaze sharpened as he recalled the spiritual vein gestating deep within the divine kingdom space. I will find a way to resolve it. Yes, my lord. I will arrange it immediately. Li Wei accepted the order, turning to urge on the already fervent research personnel. Qin Mo turned and exited the laboratory. With a subtle movement of his divine sense, his form directly activated the newly mastered earth-shrinking step. In the next instant, he appeared in the top hall of the Divine Court Sanctuary. System check the current faith energy reserve. Ding. Current faith energy reserve 12. 5 million points. With the restoration of order in Qin City, the piety of believers has greatly increased, automatically growing faith energy by approximately 500 points per second. Over 10 million. Qin Mo calculated in his mind. Although the reverse engineering of the dimensional engine had achieved a breakthrough to truly manufacture a starship capable of cross-dimensional navigation, a crucial core component was still needed, the dimensional anchor. If the void spear was the blade to tear enemies apart, then the dimensional anchor was the lighthouse to stabilize one's own course. Without it, once a warship entered high-dimensional space currents, it would be instantly torn to shreds. The blueprints for constructing the dimensional anchor lay quietly in the interstellar civilization prerequisite exchange list of the system mall, priced at 10 million faith energy. It seems all the gains from this wave of purging Qin City will have to be invested entirely. Qin Mo did not hesitate. In this cruel apocalypse, power was the only truth. Only by swiftly possessing the ability to break out of Blue Star could he completely escape the condescending gaze and harvest of the 3-day domain civilization. Exchange for the complete blueprints of the dimensional anchor and its core forging principles. Ding. Consume 10 million faith energy. Exchange successful. Relevant data has been transmitted to the host's mind and synchronized to the Divine Court Research Center database. A torrent of information instantly flooded Qin Mo's mind, a complex structure surpassing the comprehension of current Blue Star technology. Qin Mo took a deep breath, enduring the swelling pain deep within his soul, and immediately sent the core data to Li Wei via divine sense. Li Wei, who was directing the production line debugging, saw his datapad suddenly flash with a frantic red light. Stunned, he stared at the complex 3-dimensional model that automatically appeared on the screen, struck dumb as if by lightning. This is... Li Wei's voice trembled uncontrollably. God Lord. Could this be the core of a starship engine? Correct. Qin Mo's voice echoed in his ear. Li Wei, this is the test bestowed upon you by the Divine. Within 7 days, I want to see the prototype of the dimensional anchor. Fail and you can go fill the moat of Qin City yourself. Li Wei shuddered, the shock in his eyes instantly transforming into determination and frenzy. Rest assured, God Lord. Even if I have to stake my life, I will build it. Meanwhile, at the edge of Qin City, the former Blood Wolf Gang stronghold, the sports stadium. This place had been completely transformed by the Divine Court Guard into the 3rd logistics transfer station and civilian settlement point. The originally blood-soaked and foul-smelling ground had been thoroughly washed clean by high-pressure water jets. An officer clad in the standard Divine Court armor stood on a high platform, loudly proclaiming the Divine Court's latest decree. All subjects under the Divine Court's rule must perform their respective duties. Able-bodied men are to be organized into construction corps responsible for wall repairs and rubble clearing. Those with special skills in farming, medicine, mechanical maintenance, etc. are to register and receive Class A rations. The elderly, weak women and children are to be uniformly settled in the inner city with daily basic food rations issued. Below the stage, thousands of survivors listened, utterly captivated. In this apocalypse of collapsed order, they had long been accustomed to a precarious existence, killing each other for half a moldy piece of bread. What the Divine Court brought was not just food and safety, but a long-lost thing called hope. The God Lord is merciful. Long live the God Lord. Someone in the crowd started the chant, and soon cheers erupted like a tidal wave. Countless golden threads invisible to the naked eye rose from the heads of these survivors, converging into a vast warm current that crossed space, flowing endlessly into Qin Mo's body. Qin Mo sat upon the throne in the Grand Hall, feeling the increasingly abundant divine power within him and the ever more solid golden barrier of the divine kingdom formation. He slowly opened his eyes. Within his golden pupil, stars seemed to be born and extinguished. Lei Hu. Your subordinate is here. Lei Hu in full military attire strode into the hall and knelt on one knee. After 2 days of brutal purges, his murderous aura was heavier, yet he also carried the steadiness of a commander. The cleanup within Qin City is basically complete, but that is not enough. Qin Mo tapped the armrest lightly. There is still something beneath Qin City. Lei Hu's head snapped up, a flicker of shock in his eyes. Does the God Lord mean? Deep within the underground drainage system of Qin City there is a mutated abyssal earth spider, at least at the 5th rank. Qin Mo stated calmly this was a hidden danger he had detected when his divine sense covered the entire city. It has been consuming the underground Insha energy. If not eliminated, it will eventually break through the ground and threaten the safety of the inner city. A 5th rank mutated beast. Lei Hu's heart tightened. The strength of a 5th rank mutated beast was equivalent to a high-level human evolver, thick-skinned, immensely strong, and usually accompanied by terrifying speed and deadly poison. Your subordinate will lead a team to exterminate it immediately. Lei Hu volunteered. No. Qin Mo stood up, his gaze profound. The carapace of this spider is an excellent material for manufacturing the outer protective armor of the dimensional anchor. I want it alive. At the very least, an intact carapace. Lei Hu drew in a sharp breath. Capturing a 5th rank mutated beast alive. That was harder than killing it. But looking at Qin Mo's calm yet unquestionable eyes, he immediately suppressed his shock and clasped his fists heavily. Your subordinate understands. I will not fail your command. In the dead of night. Deep beneath Qin City, the intricate drainage pipes extended like a labyrinth. Lei Hu led a hunting squad composed of 10 elite evolvers, moving silently through the darkness. Their armor had been enhanced with spiritual energy to minimize the trace of their presence. Captain, the energy reaction ahead is getting stronger. A scout whispered, the needle on his detector wildly fluctuating. Lei Hu gestured for everyone to stop. Ahead lay a vast underground cavern, what was once a reservoir now covered in countless sticky white cobwebs. In the center of the web a giant spider the size of a small tank hung upside down. It was pitch black, its 8 spear-like limbs deeply embedded in the concrete walls with eerie blood-red patterns on its back that pulsed with its breathing. As if sensing the presence of living beings, the abyssal earth spider's 8 crimson compound eyes snapped open, locking onto the direction of Lei Hu and his team. Move out. Lei Hu bellowed, his muscles bulging as a rock-like texture appeared on his skin, his ability petrification. With a thunderous crash, the abyssal earth spider launched itself, instantly leaving afterimages in the air. Its sharp limbs tearing through the air with a screech thrust straight at Lei Hu's chest. Lei Hu crossed his arms, barely blocking the lethal strike. The immense impact shattered the ground beneath him, but he didn't retreat a single step. Its carapace is incredibly hard. Lei Hu thought with alarm. Control team, move in. At Lei Hu's command, 2 members with telekinetic abilities acted simultaneously. Invisible telekinetic forces formed 2 nets entangling the spider's 8 legs tightly. The spider screeched in fury, spewing a stream of dark green venom from its maw. Flame team, burn its webs. Several jets of scorching flames erupted, evaporating the venom and incinerating the silk the spider spat. However, this 5th rank spider's ferocity exceeded their expectations. It suddenly contracted its abdomen, unleashing a powerful mental shockwave. The 2 telekinetics screamed, blood streaming from their noses as they were sent flying backward. Free from its restraints, the spider, like a beast unleashed, pounced on a team member too slow to dodge, its sharp mouthparts poised to pierce his throat. Beast! Lei Hu roared, his ally combat blade blazing with blinding light as he struck the spider's back. Sparks flew. The blade only left a shallow white mark on the carapace. Lei Hu smiled bitterly. So this is the material the God Lord wants. If the blade couldn't even cut it, how could they capture it alive? Just as the battle reached a stalemate and the team was in peril, an indifferent voice suddenly echoed through the empty underground cavern. Too slow. The team was startled to see a golden figure appear in midair without warning. Qin Mo hovered above the spider, looking down upon the monstrous beast. Sensing an unprecedented crisis, the abyssal earth spider abandoned its attack on Lei Hu, its 8 legs propelling it toward Qin Mo in a deadly lunge. Courting death. Qin Mo extended a finger, gently pressing it against the void. Divine art suppression. An overwhelming gravitational field descended instantly. The abyssal earth spider's incredibly tough limbs emitted cracking sounds under the pressure of the gravitational field, unable to bear the load. Its massive body slammed into the ground as if crushed by an invisible giant hand, causing the entire cavern to tremble violently. The spider let out a piercing shriek, struggling desperately but unable to even lift its head. Lei Hu and the others watched in stunned silence. Was this the power of the God Lord? With a mere gesture he suppressed a 5th rank mutated beast they could not handle. Qin Mo descended slowly, walking up to the immobilized spider. He placed his hand on its hard carapace and dark golden divine flames seeped into it. Since you are to become the ship's armor, contribute your essence. As the divine flames infused it, the spider's struggles grew weaker. Its flesh dissolved within the divine fire, leaving only the black carapace. Under the divine flame's refinement, it shed its impurities, becoming crystalline and translucent, faintly radiating a spatial fluctuation. After a moment, Qin Mo withdrew his hand. All that remained on the ground was a perfectly intact carapace gleaming with an eerie black light and a fist-sized crystal core pulsating with dense energy. This is a gift for Li Wei. Qin Mo stored the carapace and tossed the crystal core to Lei Hu. Divide it among yourselves as a reward for this mission. Lei Hu caught the core, feeling the surging energy within his hands, trembling with excitement. Thank you for the generous reward, God Lord. Returning to the sanctuary, it was already early morning. Qin Mo did not rest but went directly to the research center. When Li Wei saw the translucent black carapace Qin Mo placed on the table, his eyes nearly popped out. This is the abyssal earth spider's carapace. God Lord, you refined it. Li Wei's voice became shrill with excitement. With this, the stability of the dimensional anchor can be increased by at least 300. Originally needing 7 days, now at most 3 days. I can build it for you in 3 days. Qin Mo watched the ecstatic researchers, a faint smile touching his lips. Everything was proceeding according to plan. He turned and left the bustling center for the deepest part of the sanctuary, the Divine Kingdom space. In this independent space, tender green seedlings had sprouted on the once barren land. At the center of the space, an ancient and grand altar was slowly taking shape. This was the key to advancing the incense path of divinity. When the faith energy of Qin City reached a critical point, and when technology and divine path perfectly merged, this altar would become his conduit to communicate with higher dimensions or even to invade the 3-day domain. Qin Mo sat cross-legged before the altar, closing his eyes. The system's prompt sounded again, and his mind detected host has obtained key material Abyssal Emperor Carapace, triggering side quest Divine Armament. Quest objective: use the Emperor Carapace to forge a suit of armor exclusive to the Godlord. Quest reward: unlock the second realm of Divine Body, acquire skill Voidwalk. Qin Mo opened his eyes, a glint of anticipation flashing in his golden pupils. Armor. In this world where technology and supernatural abilities coexisted, a powerful piece of equipment could often decide the course of a battle. Li Wei, it seems your burden is about to grow heavier. Qin Mo chuckled softly, casually transmitting the design blueprints for the divine armament to him. At that moment, Li Wei, who was cherishing the Emperor Carapace like a treasure, suddenly received a new set of blueprints. He glanced at the title and collapsed limply to the floor. Forge. Forge armor. And integrate spiritual energy circuits and high-dimensional metals. Li Wei felt like crying, but the fervor in his eyes only intensified. The God Lord is truly working me to the bone. But this kind of challenge, it's truly exhilarating. 3 days later. The golden sky above Qin City remained steadfast. But deep beneath the divine court sanctuary, a low, powerful rumble heralded the arrival of a new era. Dimensional anchor activate. At Li Wei's command, a device shaped like a miniature obelisk within the massive laboratory slowly illuminated. A blue halo instantly expanded, twisting the surrounding space into a strange vortex. Qin Mo stood at the center of the halo, feeling the pull from the high-dimensional space. He knew that the door to the stars had opened a crack for him. System quest settlement. Ding. The first phase of the hidden quest stellar expedition completed. Rewards: distributed interstellar civilization tech tree, unlocked interstellar portal blueprints added to inventory. Qin Mo looked at the machine capable of tearing dimensions, his gaze seemingly piercing through the earth, gazing into the distant depths of the universe. 3-day domain observers. Your game is over. Deep beneath the surface in an underground laboratory, a blue aura rose and fell like measured breathing, warping the surrounding space into strange shifting geometric patterns. The obelisk device named Weidu Jimao, Anchor of Dimensions, emitted a low potent hum like an ancient beast stirring, testing the rules that bound this world. Qin Mo stood at the very center of the radiance, a halo of golden divine fire slowly swirling around him and intertwining with the anchor's pale blue spatial force. He could feel with unnerving clarity a terrible tug from higher dimensions pulling at him, a force attempting to strip him from this plane and cast him into boundless void. Li Wei, report the readings. Qin Mo's voice was calm but laced with unquestionable authority. Li Wei stared at the holographic screen as figures danced wildly across it, sweat beading on his brow. His voice trembled with a mixture of dread and exhilaration. Divine Lord. The Anchor of Dimensions is outputting a stable 85%. Spatial curvature is being forcibly straightened. Anchor coordinates locked, target launching low Earth orbit, the synchronous geostationary point. Good. Golden light flashed in Qin Mo's eyes. Engage the linkage between Suadi Qingsuan and Weidu Jimao. If we are to expedition outward, let the banner of Shinting be planted beyond the atmosphere. Linkage program activating. 3, 2, 1, transmit. With Li Wei's roar, the anchor's blue light surged, bathing the entire laboratory in daylight brilliance. Qin Mo's form blurred and grew translucent within the blue glare, then condensed into a streak of golden light swallowed by a twisting spatial vortex. The cosmos stretched vast and cold and silent. They were now in low Earth orbit some 36,000 kilometers above the planet. Below the planet of launching, a tapestry of blue and ochre hung serenely against the black, exuding a bewitching vitality and beauty. On the planet's far side, endless star rivers flowed slowly like a trillion indifferent eyes watching this world as it slipped toward an end. Suddenly the silent vacuum tore open with a violent burst of energy. A golden fissure split the void and Qin Mo stepped through it. He wore a faint divine shield that insulated him from the cold and emptiness of space. So this is space. Qin Mo hovered, looking down at launching. The awe from this vantage far surpassed any image he had ever seen on a screen in his former life. He could clearly make out the godly curtain over Kuancheng like a golden eggshell, the order he had forged upon the wasteland and the very wellspring of his present power. Before he could fully savor the sight, a subtle but malevolent sense of being watched came from the direction of the moon. Qin Mo snapped his gaze upward, his golden pupils locked onto the gray desolate satellite. In the shadowed far side he sensed a faint gray fluctuation. The fluctuation was so hidden that had he not just fused with the anchor of dimensions and become exquisitely attuned to spatial rules, he could never have detected it. Observers, or cleaners. Qin Mo's lip curved into a thin cold smile. It seemed that driving off the cleaner fleet had not dissuaded those lofty civilizations. They still lurked in the dark, circling, launching like vultures, waiting for Shinting to show a weakness. Since you've come, you will not leave. A thought passed through Qin Mo, and the power of the Xingu array spanned tens of thousands of kilometers to cloak him instantly. He raised his right hand, a dark golden divine fire surged in his palm, resonating violently with the surrounding spatial rules. Divine art, void spear. Though he wielded no physical weapon, Qin Mo, master of spatial folding, himself had become the most fearsome armament. An invisible spatial shockwave traveling faster than light leapt across the Earth-Moon distance in an instant, striking directly at the gray fluctuation on the moon's far side. There is no sound in space, but Qin Mo's divine sense clearly perceived the agonized scream as that thing shattered. On the moon's far side, a gray crystal disguised as a meteor exploded into countless fragments and dissolved into cosmic dust. It had been a high-dimensional reconnaissance beacon planted by the observers to monitor Langsing's energy fluctuations. First pawn removed. Qin Mo withdrew his hand, his gaze inscrutable. This was only the beginning. One day he would set foot on the moon himself and root out those unseen watchers. At that moment a burning sensation flared from the divine sigil on his left wrist. Ding! The system detected the host's successful arrival in low Earth orbit and awarded the hidden achievement First Step into the Stars. Reward unlocked, permission to construct the interstellar portal. Warning, your recent attack triggered a minor oscillation in higher dimensions. The three-domain civilization's attention to you has increased. Please rapidly improve your strength and establish an interstellar defense. Attention increased. Fine. Qin Mo sneered. Exactly what I wanted. Only by drawing you out can I crush you one by one. He did not linger long in space. Though Shingu's power sustained him, prolonged exposure would still drain vast reserves of divine force. System activate the anchor of dimensions and return to launching. Blue light flashed and Qin Mo vanished from space in an instant. Back in the underground laboratory, as Qin Mo's form reconstituted, Li Wei and a team of researchers rushed forward, eyes alight with feverish worship. Divine Lord. It worked. It truly worked. Li Wei stammered with excitement. Telemetry confirms you appeared at the synchronous orbit point. And it took less than 3 seconds. This means our fleet will be able to deploy instantly across the globe in the future. Qin Mo inclined his head slightly and tossed a fragment emitting a faint gray light to Li Wei. It was a shard he had taken while shattering the reconnaissance beacon on the moon's far side. This came from the moon's far side. Analyze its composition and energy structure. I want to know what technology the observers used to spy on us. Li Wei fumbled to catch the fragment and felt its eerie fluctuation. His face turned grave. The moon's far side. Divine Lord, you went there. Silence fell over the laboratory. Everyone looked at Qin Mo with the reverence one reserves for a deity. To step onto the moon was a dream of the old era. For the Divine Lord it had been no more than a short stroll. Get to work. Report when you have results. Qin Mo offered no further explanation and left the laboratory. On the palace's upper level he stood before the floor-to-ceiling window watching Kuancheng slowly regaining life. On the streets Shinting patrols maintained order, reconstruction brigades cleared rubble from the ruins, and resettlement camps survivors queued for food. All this peace rested upon absolute power. Lei Hu. Qin Mo called softly. Here, Lord. Lei Hu's figure appeared instantly in the hall. Issue orders Shinting to enter level 1 combat readiness. Qin Mo's gaze swept the distant horizon. Building the interstellar portal will consume immense resources. I want you to clear and establish 3 large survivor bases around Kuancheng. Whether by assimilation or subjugation, I want Shinting's banners in every corner of Kuancheng. Also, Qin Mo paused, a flash of killing intent in his eyes, informed Suchinga to lead a team to the old armory site in Kuancheng. There should still be a cache of strategic supplies from the old era. Bring everything back. To greet the coming age among the stars we must prepare thoroughly. As you wish, Divine Lord. Lei Hu saluted and strode away. Qin Mo returned to a seated meditation and sank his consciousness into the Xingu realm. Before the austere altar, a thought from him unfurled a starlit blueprint: the systems reward the interstellar portal construction plans. Li Wei will oversee mass production of the anchor of dimensions, and this portal will be Shenting's throat to the cosmos. Qin Mo examined the complex runes and mechanical schematics already plotting. This portal would not rely on mere technology, it must be woven with the laws of the divine way. He would build not only a spatial conduit but a god gate that could draw upon stellar power to sustain and nourish the Xingu. System expend 500,000 faith points to simulate the optimal construction schema for the interstellar portal. Ding. Simulation initiated, estimated time 24 hours. Qin Mo closed his eyes and set his divine cultivation in full motion, refining the energy crystal nucleus taken from the Diyuan Maju Abyss Demon Spider. As his cultivation rose, he felt his bond with the realm tighten. To the civilizations of the three domains, to the observers, to the cleaners, you thought launching was your hunting ground. You were mistaken. From this moment on, this world is my Xingu. You are nothing but stepping stones on the road to my ascendancy. The night wind carried a scent of blood braided with hope. Dawn in Kuancheng approached, and Shenting's stellar expedition had only just begun. Morning in Kuancheng, sunlight pierced days of gloom and fell upon a ravaged city that still stubbornly stood. At the top floor of Shenting's grand hall, Qin Mo slowly opened his eyes. As the last filament of dark gold divine flame sank into his body, the restless eddies of energy that had swirled about him finally stilled, replaced by a depth of calm like an abyss or an ocean. After a night of refinement, the crystalline core energy of the deep earth demon spider had been fully absorbed. The foundation of the divine realm had been steadied by several degrees. System, what is the projection result? Qin Mo asked silently. Ding. The optimal construction blueprint for the interstellar portal has been generated. Core of the plan: use the high-energy particle collider core from an old-era armory as the physical framework, integrate a Shinda Voigrun array, and employ the power of faith to stabilize the spatial channel. Projected effect: not only will it enable material transfer, it will also broadcast the divine realm's laws to the far end of the portal, forming an absolute defensive domain. A trace of a smile lifted Qin Mo's mouth. Indeed, the true path lay in marrying technology with Shindao. Lei Hu. In the hall, Lei Hu's figure appeared like an apparition, dropping to one knee. After a night of reorganization, a heavier, murderous aura clung to him. He was evidently ready for bloodshed. How is the situation at the armory? Report to the Divine Lord. Captain Su Qingga has taken control of the perimeter. But Lei Hu paused, his tone turning grave. A tide of mutated beasts has gathered there, leading them as an ironclad tyrant whose power rivals the pinnacle of a first-rank evolutionist. Moreover, the armory seems to have old-era automatic defenses still operating. Our people cannot force their way in at present. An ironclad tyrant. Qin Mo's eyes flashed with keen light. Perfect. Shenting's guard needs practical combat experience. Issue orders at noon today. I will personally head to the armory. This time it is not merely for supplies but for Shenting's first large-scale live exercise. As you command. Kuancheng West District, former 3rd Armory. Once the most heavily fortified military stronghold of the old era, it had become a playground for monsters. 10-meter-high walls were overrun with dark red vines, mutated bloodthirst vines that instantly strangled any living thing that neared. Outside the walls, Su Qingga wore a black combat suit and lay prone on the rooftop of an abandoned high-rise 2 kilometers away, cradling a modified heavy sniper rifle. Her breathing was steady, pulse controlled to 50 beats a minute. The crosshair in her scope was locked upon the colossal creature before the armory gate. It was a giant zombie over 5 meters tall, its body sheathed in bone armor like cast black iron, each breath exhaling white steam. It wandered aimlessly at the gate, occasionally swinging a thick arm and flinging an abandoned armored vehicle aside like a toy. Captain, the Divine Lord will arrive in 10 minutes, a scout reported over the earpiece. All units keep silent, do not alarm them. Wait for the Divine Lord's arrival and follow orders. Su Qingga issued the command coldly. At that moment the ground trembled slightly. It was not an earthquake but the thunder of some heavy mass moving at high speed. Su Qingga snapped her head up and saw on the distant horizon a black banner embroidered with the golden character Qin snapping in the wind. Then a convoy of modified off-road vehicles, heavy trucks and several old-era tanks dragged from the museum rolled forward like a torrent of steel. Atop the lead heavily modified off-roader, Qin Mo stood with hands folded behind his back, his coat flapping in the gale. That is the Divine Lord. The banner of Shenting. We're saved. Quick, distract those zombies, don't let the convoy be damaged. In the ruins along the convoy's path, ragged survivors wept with joy at the sight. They had thought death certain. Shenting's rescue came swifter than imagined. The commotion at the armory gate roused the ironclad tyrant. Roar! It unleashed a deafening bellow, scented fresh flesh, and more than that, detected the divine force on Qin Mo with an instinctive terror. It spun about and thundered toward Qin Mo's convoy, each ponderous step cracking the ground beneath its feet. Foolish beast. Qin Mo watched the charging behemoth without even lifting an eyelid. He raised his right hand and lightly clenched the void before him. Divine art gravity suppression. Boom. Around the ironclad tyrant, 100-meter radius of space seemed to collapse. The rampaging giant slammed to the earth as if struck by an invisible giant hand emitting a heartbreaking wail. Its proud bone armor groaned under the terrifying weight of gravity, and it fell to its knees with a thud, kicking up a cloud of dust. The convoy halted 500 meters from the armory gate. Qin Mo leapt from the roof the instant his boots met the ground. The restless air around him froze. Lei Hu, take men and clear the peripheral lesser beasts. Su Qingge, lead a strike team inside and seize the supplies. That ironclad tyrant is mine. Yes. At Qin Mo's command, Shenting's warriors descended like tigers from a mountain. Lei Hu charged into the undead horde with a colossal warblade, limbs and torsos flying where the blade struck. Su Qingge led the elite squad, using nimble movement and precise marksmanship to carve a swift passage into the armory's interior. The survivors who had been cowering in the ruins watched Shenting's forces with eyes that turned from fear to fervor as they witnessed overwhelming power. Is this the might of Shenting? If we follow them, we will survive. Qin Mo walked calmly toward the still struggling ironclad tyrant. Sensing the threat of death, the beast roared madly. Spines along its back suddenly launched like countless cannon shells toward Qin Mo. Petty tricks. Qin Mo's body blazed with golden light. The spines disintegrated into dust the instant they struck his divine force shield. He appeared before the giant in a heartbeat, palm extended to press lightly upon its brow. Refine. Dark gold divine flame erupted and seeped through the creature's 7 orifices. The ironclad tyrant's wail cut off mid-cry as its body withered beneath the purging fire. The flesh and marrow were stripped away, leaving a fist-sized crystalline core that glowed with an ochre light and fell into Qin Mo's hand. Ding! Siston, you have slain a first-rank peak mutated beast ironclad tyrant and gained 5000 faith points. Obtained materials: refined iron boneplate 1 mutant beast blood 50L. Qin Mo pocketed the core and turned toward the now taken armory gate. Let's see what legacy the old era left us. Inside the armory, the vast underground warehouse was brightly lit. When Su Qingge opened the main storage door, even the worldly wise Qin Mo raised an eyebrow. Massive racks held thousands upon thousands of neatly stacked ammo crates. Deeper in, dozens of main battle tanks, dusty but well-maintained, sat in rows alongside several armed helicopters. At the very center of the warehouse, a huge ringed machine emitted a faint blue glow, the old era's cutting-edge particle collider core, the key material for building an interstellar portal. Divine Lord, this is paradise. Lei Hu trembled with excitement as he touched a tank's cold armor. With these we could sweep across neighboring provinces. These things are scrap metal until Shendao remakes them, Qin Mo said as he approached the collider, tracing its convoluted circuitry. Only after Shendao's transformation will they truly awaken. He thought, in the system interface appeared detected key material high energy particle core. Begin construction of interstellar portal. Yes, no. Commence construction. At Qin Mo's command, the faith power within Xinghua poured into the physical world like a broken levee. The collider core began to tremble violently. The once cold metal sprouted intricate, mysterious gold runes. Rumble, the entire armory shook as a blue pillar of light burst from the machine's center and punched through the thick bedrock, stabbing into the heavens. At the same time, on the square outside the armory, a magnificent 10-meter-high portal slowly coalesced. Its body was wrought of dark gold metal, the frame bore carvings of sun, moon, and stars, and at its heart a swirling nebula turned. Is this a miracle? The arriving survivors fell to their knees and wept at the sight of the conjured portal, for in this desperate world they had finally glimpsed genuine hope. Qin Mo stood before the gate and felt the summons of the starry void. Li Wei opened a calm to the underground lab. The portal is complete. Immediately begin Phase 2. Construct Shenting's first industrial district around it. I will mass-produce war puppets suited for interstellar warfare here. He swept a gaze over the fervent survivors. Issue orders. Shenting officially launches the survivor recruitment program. Any survivor with a skill is welcome into Shenting. We will build not merely a refuge but a bastion to carry the ember of human civilization and wage war across the stars, the immortal Xinghua. As you command, Divine Lord. Evening descended and golden light bathed Kunchang's ruins. The newly built interstellar portal glowed with sacred authority beneath the sunset. At the portal's foot, countless survivors queued for Shenting's muster. A new order was being founded atop the ruins. A new journey was about to begin from this land. Within the subterranean chamber of the armory, the colossal particle collider core, saturated with faith energy, had fully transformed into an interstellar gateway exuding an ancient and sacred aura. Yet Qin Mo did not rush to explore the starry void beyond the gate. He knew well that even the tallest tower rises from solid ground without profound personal cultivation. Stepping blindly into the cosmos would only mark him as prey for higher dimensional civilizations. System lock. The interstellar gateway in one-way mode. Activation permitted only upon the Divine Sovereign's direct command. Qin Mo issued his first order. N beep. Command executed. The gateway is now in dormant standby mode. Divine realm laws have extended across a 10-kilometer radius surrounding it. Qin Mo nodded, then turned to face the elite warriors of the Divine Court and the surviving refugees behind him, gazing upon him with awe and reverence. And Lei Hu issued the following decree. Effective immediately, this armory shall be renamed the First Industrial Zone of the Divine Court. Li Wei's research team will arrive within 1 hour to assume full operational control of all equipment. Ni's voice resonated across the vast warehouse imbued with unassailable authority. I demand the first production line for spirit energy ammunition to be fully operational within 3 days. All tanks and helicopters from the old era are to be melted down and reforged, adorned with divine runes. They shall become true war chariots of the Divine Court. And at once, Your Majesty. Lei Hu accepted the order with fervent excitement. Though unfamiliar with technical matters, he knew without doubt that every path the Divine Sovereign charted led inevitably to invincibility. As for you, Qin Mo's gaze fell upon the ragged, emaciated survivors. And sensing the Divine Sovereign's gaze, they instantly knelt en masse, heads bowed too low to dare lift their eyes. The Divine Court shelters no idlers, but neither does it abandon a single loyal subject, Qin Mo declared calmly. Li Wei's industrial zone requires legions of assembly line workers. Su Qing's guard corps needs logistical support personnel. Labor earns sustenance, shelter, and above all sanctuary. Net the words food and sanctuary. The survivors jolted upright, eyes blazing with unprecedented brilliance. In the apocalypse, those 2 words meant nothing less than the right to live. And we thank the Divine Sovereign. We thank the Divine Sovereign. N. The construction speed of the First Industrial Zone far surpassed anything humanity of the old era could conceive. This was not merely due to the Divine Court's possession of elite minds like Li Wei, masters of hyperdimensional technology, but also because Qin Mo had invoked the Divine Realm laws. Above the Industrial Zone, the Golden Dome of the Divine Realm was deliberately lowered, generating a localized field akin to a temporal acceleration field. Though incapable of multiplying time dilation as dramatically as within enclosed spaces, this field drastically reduced worker fatigue while doubling mental focus and clarity. Upon Li Wei's arrival with his research team, the entire industrial zone erupted into a boundless ocean of cutting-edge science. And hurry! Dismantled the cooling system from that particle collider, retrofitted onto the spirit energy smelter. And these tank hulls are too thin. Blend in powdered bone armor from ironclad tyrants. I demand a new generation of heavy assault mechs. And precision in rune inscription is non-negotiable. Every bullet must bear a microscale detonation rune upon impact with a zombie. Each round shall ignite a conflagration. And clutching a megaphone, Li Wei roared through the workshops, a tireless, brilliant madman fusing Qin Mo's treatise on celestial craftsmanship with the industrial legacy of the old world. Meanwhile, Qin Mo sat atop the highest command tower of the industrial zone, simultaneously channeling the torrents of faith energy converging from across Qin City and reviewing the Divine Court's survivor recruitment program. Dossier after dossier lay before him. An Wang Taizhu, formerly a senior machinist. Excellent. Assign him to Li Wei's team for mech assembly. An Lin Wan, a doctoral researcher in biology. Very well. Dispatch her to the medical district to develop either an antidote for the zombie virus or stronger biopharmaceuticals. An Zhao Wuji, a retired special forces operative skilled in reconnaissance and assassination. Send him directly to Su Qing'e. The Divine Court's covert division urgently requires talents such as his. Qin Mo's fingers tapped lightly upon the desk. As the Divine Court's dominion expanded, he required not only warriors, but masters from every discipline. These professionals who had struggled to survive the apocalypse formed the very bedrock upon which the Divine Court would rekindle the flame of civilization. And Your Majesty, a page rushed into the command tower. The leader of Qin City's largest survivor coalition, the Thunder Trading Consortium, requests an audience. Oh. The Thunder Trading Consortium. A faint wry smile curled Qin Mo's lips. That guild which controls Qin City's grain supply and has maintained a stance of cautious observation toward the Divine Court. Yes. They declare they wish to surrender their entire grain reserve in exchange for the Divine Court's protection and admit them. Moments later, an elderly man in a crisp suit, his hair silvered but bearing himself with unwavering vigor, entered the command tower leaning heavily on 2 bodyguards. Divine Sovereign. I Zhao Tianling, chairman of the Thunder Trading Consortium, humbly prostrate myself before Your Majesty. The moment he crossed the threshold, the elder collapsed to his knees, bowing with utter humility. Qin Mo reclined in his chair, offering no gesture to rise, and asked coolly, Chairman Zhao, 2 days past your consortium watched in silence as the Divine Court eradicated the Blood Wolf Gang. And now have you finally grown afraid? Zhao Tianlei trembled violently, cold sweat instantly soaked his back. Of course he feared. Even the Blood Wolf Gang, a rabble of thugs, had been annihilated in an instant, leaving not even ash behind. And the Divine Court's miracles, gravity manipulation gates conjured from empty air, had utterly shattered every vestige of his lingering illusions. Forgive me, Divine Sovereign. This old fool was blind indeed. Zhao Tianlei cowed out frantically. But today I come bearing genuine sincerity. Our warehouses still hold 3,000 tons of grain, 500 tons of fuel, and an original blueprint of an underground arms factory from the old era. I offer it all to the Divine Court only in exchange for the acceptance of every member of my consortium as loyal subjects of the Divine Court. And at the mention of the underground arms factory blueprint, Qin Mo's eyes flickered faintly. Bring forth the blueprint. En Zhao Tianlei hastily withdrew a yellowed parchment scroll from his inner robe and presented it with both hands. Qin Mo unrolled it, scanned its contents, and a spark of genuine surprise lit his gaze. It was a complete automated weapons manufacturing blueprint, technologically inferior to Li Wei's current capabilities, yet for the Divine Court desperate to expand production capacity it arrived like timely rain upon parched earth. Very well. Qin Mo rolled up the blueprint. Your sincerity is accepted. Henceforth the Thunder Trading Consortium is absorbed into the Divine Court's logistics department. You shall serve as deputy director overseeing citywide grain distribution. And remember, embezzlement or hoarding is punishable by death. I understand completely. I shall serve with utmost devotion until my last breath. Tears streamed down Zhao Tianlei's weathered cheeks, tears of overwhelming relief. He knew he had wagered correctly. And, with the Thunder Trading Consortium's submission, the final piece of Qin City's mosaic had at last fallen into place. Once fractured survivor factions were either crushed beneath the Divine Court's iron fist or voluntarily surrendered seeking sanctuary. Across Qin City the Divine Court reigned supreme, its word absolute law. Night descended. Yet within the first industrial zone light blazed like day. And then a deafening steam whistle pierced the air. The first spirit energy ammunition production line had officially commenced operation. Bullet after bullet inscribed with shimmering golden runes poured forth from the assembly line like liquid gold. Moments later the first batch of upgraded Divine Court Type I main battle tanks slowly emerged from the workshop bay. These were no longer mere steel behemoths of the old age. Their armor glowed with a subtle metallic luster, intricate energy convergence runes spiraled along their gun barrels, even their treads had undergone spirit energy reinforcement, capable of effortlessly crushing the armored carapaces of mutated beasts. Standing atop the observation platform, Qin Mo gazed upon this nascent mechanized legion of the Divine Court, and a surge of fierce pride swelled within his chest. And system display progress on the Divine Realm Ascension quest. Beep. Divine Realm territory now fully encompasses Qin City. Faith energy collection efficiency has reached peak capacity. Undetected establishment of First Industrial Zone, Civilization Reconstruction Index significantly elevated. Quest progress 95. An ascension to Tier II Divine Realm lies but one step away. And 95%. Qin Mo's eyes gleamed with sharp intensity. It seems we require but one final spark. And he turned his gaze, falling upon Su Qingge, who stood vigilantly nearby. And Qingge, has the covert division completed its reconnaissance? Are there any anomalous energy fluctuations remaining near Qin City? Su Qingge stepped forward, immediately presenting a top-secret report reporting to the Divine Sovereign. The covert division detected an exceptionally intense energy signature near the decommissioned nuclear power plant 300 kilometers north of Qin City. An initial analysis suggests it originates from a mutated nuclear energy undead sovereign. A nuclear energy undead sovereign. Qin Mo arched a brow. Fascinating. So it absorbed nuclear radiation. That explains the extraordinary energy resonance. Your Majesty, this sovereign is extremely perilous. Radiation levels in its vicinity can kill an ordinary human within seconds. Moreover, it appears to be absorbing residual energy from the decommissioned plant. Should it complete its evolution, it may trigger a catastrophe rivaling a nuclear detonation. A nuclear-scale cataclysm. Qin Mo laughed, a bold, unrestrained laugh. Perfect. The Divine Realm's ascension demands a colossal energy surge. And this nuclear energy undead sovereign is a gift delivered straight to our doorstep. He rose, his gaze piercing the ink-black northern sky. Issue the order. All Divine Court forces stand ready for combat. At dawn tomorrow, our target is the decommissioned nuclear power plant. And I shall slay this nuclear energy undead sovereign with my own hand, and let its energy consecrate the Divine Realm's ascension. Affirmative. Su Qingge departed with fervent resolve burning in her eyes. Alone atop the platform, Qin Mo stood motionless as night wind stirred the hem of his robes. He knew this battle would irrevocably cement the Divine Court's hegemony over Blue Planet. Nan, the nuclear energy undead sovereign. Merely the first, albeit unusually resilient, stepping stone upon his celestial ascent. 300 kilometers north of Qin City, the once prosperous Qinghe nuclear power station has now turned into a silent steel graveyard. The towering cooling towers of the past have collapsed, with shattered steel reinforcing rods jutting into the sky like the fangs of a giant beast. The air is thick with a nauseating smell of sulfur, accompanied by a faint green radiation mist that is visible to the naked eye. Here even the wind carries a deadly toxicity. Ordinary zombies that step into this area will soon become a pool of pus from genetic collapse. However, in the heart of this forbidden zone of life, a frenzy feast belonging to monsters is unfolding. A massive zombie towering 3 stories high is entrenched atop the broken reactor. Its skin has long since fallen off, replaced by a translucent layer of keratin that glows with a ghostly green light. Within its bloated chest, a heart resembling a small nuclear reactor is beating violently. With each pulse, it releases a wave of terrifying radiation ripples. This is the nuclear king of the undead, codenamed Gamma. Beneath its feet lie countless corpses of mutated creatures. These monsters were once the rulers of this area, but under the absolute radiation suppression of the nuclear king they can only become sacrifices in this feast. Gamma greedily absorbs the residual energy from the corpses, its hollow eye sockets devoid of eyeballs burning with two flickering ghostly flames as if mocking this broken world. Roar! Gamma howls at the sky, its sound waves mixed with high-frequency radiation particles instantly corroding the surrounding ruins into dust. It senses a pure energy approaching from afar, one that it detests yet craves immensely. It is the aura of divine laws, the greatest obstacle in its evolution and the most delectable supplement. Warning! Warning! Radiation levels ahead are severely exceeded. Already surpassed 5,000 Roentgens. The external temperature of the vehicle is rapidly rising and minor corrosion is appearing on the armor surface. Inside the command vehicle of the 1st Mechanized Division of the Divine Court, piercing alarm sounds ring out continuously. Lei, who sits in the driver's seat of the heavy tank, divine punishment, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Even though this tank has been enhanced with spiritual energy runes in such a terrifying radiation environment, the spiritual energy shield inside is visibly depleting. Divine Lord, if this continues, our brother's vehicles won't hold out much longer. Lei, who anxiously reports through the communication channel. Behind him, an entire division of iron torrents is struggling to advance through the ruins. Above the convoy, a golden figure hovers in midair, radiating a soft yet unbreakable halo of divine power. Qin Mo looks down at the deathly land shrouded in green mist, his golden pupils reflecting the agitated giant creature atop the reactor. Lei, who stopped the troops at the edge of the radiation zone and set up a defensive formation. Qin Mo's voice calmly reaches everyone's ears. I will personally end the upcoming battle. But Divine Lord, the monster's radiation can penetrate the spiritual energy shield, it's no problem. Qin Mo interrupts Lei Hu's concern, its radiation is merely another form of energy to me. Before his words finished, Qin Mo's figure suddenly vanished. In the next instant he had crossed several kilometers, appearing directly above the nuclear king of the undead, Gamma. Sensing the terrifying pressure above, Gamma lets out an angry roar. It abruptly raises its head and the ghostly green nuclear heart in its chest bursts forth with a blinding light. Z. A nuclear energy ray reaching tens of thousands of degrees sweeps out like the scythe of death, charging straight towards Qin Mo. This ray contains immense penetrating power and radiation force capable of vaporizing the armor of an interstellar warship in an instant. However, facing this world-destroying strike, Qin Mo merely raises a finger. Divine Art Void Devour. In front of his fingertip, the space suddenly distorts, forming a small black vortex. The terrifying nuclear energy ray, upon contact with the vortex, is drawn in entirely like a stream flowing into the sea, vanishing without a trace. What? The brain of Gamma, which was originally only driven by beastly instincts, now exhibits a hint of human-like astonishment. Its proud lethal technique has actually been devoured by this insignificant human. The taste is a bit overwhelming, but the energy is relatively pure. Qin Mo lightly flicks his finger, a mocking smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Since you enjoy spewing energy so much, I shall assist you in doing so. Qin Mo suddenly brings his hands together and then presses downwards. Divine National Law, gravity doubling. Boom. The gravity within a kilometer radius centered on Gamma instantly increases by 100 times. Crack. Crack. The massive body of the nuclear king of the undead is immediately pressed down to the ground, its iron-like keratin shell cracking inch by inch under the terrifying weight, green blood gushing from the fissures like a fountain. It lets out a mournful scream, desperately trying to stand up, but the suppression emanating from the laws renders even lifting a finger an unattainable wish. Now it's my turn. Qin Mo slowly descends, hovering in front of Gamma's gigantic head. He extends his right hand, a dark golden divine fire wildly condensing in his palm. Within this divine fire, the previously devoured nuclear energy ray is also fused, presenting a strange and dangerous black-green hue. Since you evolved through nuclear energy, I will use your power to send you on your way. Qin Mo presses his palm against Gamma's forehead. Refine. Boom. The dark golden divine fire, accompanied by the raging nuclear energy, bursts into Gamma's body. The nuclear king of the undead, which was still struggling, suddenly goes rigid. Its enormous nuclear heart begins to run wildly and uncontrollably under the catalysis of the divine fire. No, don't. A thought of begging for mercy unexpectedly emerges in Gamma's mind. It feels the energy within its body going out of control, and that heart is about to reach its critical point. It's going to explode. Want to explode? Not so easy. Qin Mo seems to see through its thoughts. Your explosive energy will be accepted by the Divine Court. With a thought, Qin Mo activates the Divine National Array, transforming it into a massive golden funnel that envelopes Gamma. In the next second. Boom. The nuclear king of the undead Gamma detonates completely. A world-destroying mushroom cloud rises from the ruins, the blinding light instantly illuminating the entire northern hemisphere's night. The terrifying shockwave mixed with lethal radiation sweeps madly in all directions. However, at the center of this explosion capable of destroying a city, a scene emerges that all Divine Court warriors will remember for a lifetime. The golden Divine National Light Screen acts like an unbreakable shield, firmly locking the explosive energy within. The violet nuclear energy impact causes ripples on the light screen, yet it cannot break through even a fraction. Moreover, those originally lethal radiation energies after being filtered and refined by the divine national law transform into pure golden light spots that continuously flow into Qin Mo's body. Ding! Successfully refined the source energy of the nuclear king of the undead. Gained faith power 50,000 points. Gained special energy source high concentration nuclear energy crystal 1. Divine national promotion task progress 98, 99, 100. Congratulations, host. All conditions for upgrading the divine nation have been met. Do you wish to immediately upgrade to level 2 divine nation? Feeling the surging power within and the system prompt ringing in his mind, Qin Mo slowly opens his eyes. In his pupils it seems as if 2 stars are flickering and an aura belonging to a true deity instantly envelopes the entire world. Upgrade. As Qin Mo utters a soft command, the divine national light screen suddenly contracts and then erupts once more. This time the golden light screen is no longer a translucent eggshell but has solidified into a palpable golden crystal. On the surface of the light screen countless intricate Dao runes emerge with the shadows of the sun, moon and stars slowly flowing within it. The divine nation domain, which could originally only cover Qin City, instantly expands tenfold. All zombies and mutated beasts within a radius of 3,000 kilometers under this sacred pressure prostrate on the ground trembling in fear. Meanwhile, the surviving humans feel a warm current surging through their bodies, dissipating the fatigue and ailments of the past few days in an instant. Is this the power of the Divine Lord? Far away in Qin City, Li Wei, looking at the monitored energy readings that have skyrocketed, is so excited that he collapses to the ground. Above the ruins, Qin Mo stands with his hands clasped behind his back. Beneath him, the nuclear king of the undead has been reduced to ashes, leaving only a fist-sized crystal core glowing with a faint green light suspended in midair. Qin Mo reaches out to retrieve the crystal core, feeling the terrifying energy within. Level 2 Divine Nation Domain Expansion Laws Materialization. Looking at the rising sun in the distance, a confident smile curves at the corners of Qin Mo's mouth. With my current strength, even facing a regular fleet from the 3 realms, I have the power to fight back. He turns around, gazing at the mesmerized mechanized division of the divine court in the distance. Lei Hu, clean the battlefield. Clear all the nuclear waste here. This area will henceforth be the high-energy resource base of the divine court. Understood. Divine Lord is mighty. Divine Lord is mighty. Lei Hu and the warriors snap back to reality, erupting into deafening cheers. Qin Mo does not linger, his figure flashing as he transforms into a beam of golden light, disappearing into the horizon. Returning to the divine court's main hall, Qin Mo immediately calls up the system panel. Level 2 Divine Nation has unlocked new features. 1. Divine Nation creation can utilize faith power to directly fabricate low-tier spiritual energy weapons and supplies within the Divine Nation domain. 2. Blessing for followers can remotely bestow temporary power boosts to followers, even granting them special abilities. 3. Cross-domain teleportation, instant teleportation between any 2 points within the Divine Nation domain. Divine Nation creation, Qin Mo's eyes gleam with anticipation. This means that the Divine Court's capacity for rapid troop deployment will achieve a qualitative leap. At this moment, Li Wei's communication request comes through again. Divine Lord. Bad news. Just now when you upgraded the Divine Nation, our observatory detected that a cleaner advance fleet from the 3 realms suddenly changed course and is heading towards Blue Star at full speed. Expected to arrive outside the atmosphere in 12 hours. Qin Mo, upon hearing this, reveals a long-awaited grin instead of any panic. Have they finally come? He stands up, walking to the giant floor-to-ceiling window, looking at Qin City, which is rapidly being rebuilt and teeming with life. 12 hours, just enough time for me to use this advance fleet to test the quality of my level 2 Divine Nation. Send the order down. Everyone in the Divine Court go to level 1 combat readiness. Have Li Wei install all the void spears on the city walls. In this battle, I want those pseudo-deities from the 3 realms to know that Blue Star is no longer their hunting ground but their burial ground. Above Qin City, the once azure sky was now shrouded by a thick dark golden light barrier. It was the domain of the ascended second-tier divine kingdom, like an inverted giant bowl tightly protecting the entire city. On the surface of the barrier, countless intricate Dao runes flickered in and out of visibility, emitting a suffocating sacred pressure. The first industrial district of the Divine Court had transformed into a war machine operating at full speed. Hurry! Move it faster! By the Divine Lord's order, every inch of the city wall must be mounted with void spears within 12 hours. Li Wei, sporting 2 huge dark circles under his eyes, shouted hoarsely into a megaphone in the workshop. Under his direction, hundreds of workers clad in exoskeleton armor frantically transported dozens of ferocious-looking silver cannons. These cannons were covered in flowing electric arcs of deep blue, and at their muzzles space itself seemed to warp. They were the Divine Court's most advanced technological marvel, the Void Spear. Chief Engineer reporting. The first batch of 50 Void Spears has been hoisted and is now connecting to the Divine Kingdom's energy grid. Reporting. The second batch is calibrating spatial oscillation frequencies, estimated completion in 2 hours. Li Wei wiped the sweat from his brow, staring at the rapidly approaching red dots on the monitor. A hint of madness flashing in his eyes. Tell the men don't spare the energy. Embed all the nuclear energy cores left by the Divine Lord. In this battle well show those lofty aliens what Blue Star hospitality means. Atop the Divine Court main hall, Qin Mo stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze piercing through layers of void, staring into deep space beyond the atmosphere. In his vision, a fleet of 12 black rhomboid warships like a school of sharks in the deep sea silently tore through space, rapidly approaching Blue Star. They were the Cleanser Vanguard fleet from the Three Heavens domain. In the archives of the Three Heavens domain, Blue Star was merely a low-level civilization test site designated X-9527. The Cleanser's task was to periodically harvest the fruits of civilization and erase any uncontrollable variables. Clearly, Qin Mo's previous counterattack and the energy fluctuations from the Divine Kingdom's ascension had triggered the Three Heavens domain's alert mechanism. 12 Black Shark-class Cleanser ships led by an Adjudicator-class command vessel. A cold, sharp smile curled at the corner of Qin Mo's mouth. It seems the Three Heavens domain does take me seriously. Divine Lord General Thunder Tiger has completed the citywide defensive deployment. Captain Suchinga and the Elite Shadow Division are lying in wait at the edge nodes of the Divine Kingdom domain, ready to launch a surprise attack at any moment. A servant strode swiftly into the hall and reported respectfully. Excellent. Qin Mo nodded slightly. Issue the order, open the lure channel in the Divine Kingdom's barrier. I want them to believe our defense system has a flaw, luring them into our ambush. Yes, my lord. At Qin Mo's command, the golden barrier above Qin City rippled faintly, a seemingly insignificant gap appearing in the northern sky. To the Cleanser fleet with their high-dimensional detection tech, this gap was like a lighthouse in the darkness. Above the atmosphere inside the Cleanser fleet's flagship, the Judgment, a commander clad in silver-gray metallic armor, his face hidden behind a holographic visor, stared coldly at the azure planet on the screen. Commander, high-energy reactions detected on the surface of planet X-9527. The native civilization appears to have mastered basic energy weapons. The adjutant's voice was devoid of emotion. However, an energy weak point has been found on the northern defense grid, likely due to an overload in their shield generator. A native civilization is, after all, just a native civilization. The commander let out a disdainful sneer. Even if they've awakened so-called abilities, they're merely slightly tougher ants before the steel tide of the Three Heavens domain. Order the fleet to accelerate. Breach through the northern weak point and conduct saturation bombing on the surface. I want to snuff out the spark of this civilization completely. As you command. The 12 black rhomboid warships instantly adjusted their course, their engines spewing streams of deep blue particles. Like 12 sharp daggers, they plunged fiercely towards the defensive gap in northern Qin City. Little did they know this seemingly fragile gap was the grave Qin Mo had meticulously prepared for them. Above the abandoned industrial zone in the northern suburbs of Qin City. The moment the first Cleanser ship passed through the Divine Kingdom's barrier, the previously calm space violently twisted. Warning! Warning! Caught in a high-dimensional space trap. Engine failure. Shield energy draining rapidly. Damn it! What the hell is this? Our ship is locked. Panic erupted within the Cleanser fleet. They were horrified to find that upon entering this zone, their vaunted high-dimensional technology was severely suppressed. Once seamless space jump tech became sluggish, and even the ship's energy cores began to tremble uncontrollably. Now! Thunder Tiger, hidden in the shadows, swung down the red signal flag in his hand. Fire! On the northern city wall of Qin City, 50 fully charged void spears unleashed a deafening roar simultaneously. 50 beams of deep blue spatial oscillation waves tore through the air, leaving gaping black spatial fissures in their wake. These oscillation waves were not ordinary energy beams, they were high-frequency vibrations acting directly on space itself, capable of bypassing most physical defenses and energy shields. The three Cleanser ships at the forefront didn't even have a chance to react before being struck heat by the spatial oscillation waves. Their seemingly indestructible black armor was torn apart like paper, shredded into countless fragments. The Cleanser soldiers inside didn't even have time to scream before being pulverized by the violent spatial turbulence. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Climb altitude. Climb now. The Cleanser fleet commander finally reacted, roaring in terror. But it was too late. Divine Kingdom law gravity cage. Qin Mo's indifferent voice seemed to descend from the highest heavens. As his words fell, the golden barrier above Qin City contracted, instantly transforming into countless golden chains that tightly bound the remaining 9 warships. The terrifying gravitational suppression turned these once agile interstellar warships into flies trapped in a web, struggling helplessly midair. Who is that? Through the shattered porthole, the Cleanser commander finally saw the golden figure hovering high in the sky. It was Qin Mo. He was now surrounded by a brilliant divine flame, his golden hair dancing wildly in the cosmic storm. He stood like a true god, looking down upon these invaders from a high-dimensional civilization, his eyes filled with cold contempt. Didn't you come to cleanse a civilization? Qin Mo slowly raised his right hand. In his palm, a highly condensed nuclear energy core pulsed with terrifying energy. Then taste the hospitality of Blue Star. Qin Mo clenched his fist. Divine Art Nuclear Starfall. The highly condensed nuclear energy core, catalyzed by Qin Mo's divine power, instantly transformed into a miniature sun. Carrying a cataclysmic nuclear storm, it hurtled like a meteor towards the cleanser fleet locked in the gravity cage. No. The cleanser commander let out a desperate howl. But before absolute power, all struggle was futile. A blinding white light consumed everything. Then came a terrifying explosion capable of shaking the entire planet. Protected by the Divine Kingdom's domain, the survivors inside Qin City only felt a slight tremor in the earth. Looking up, they saw the northern sky dyed a brilliant gold. The scene was both magnificent and sacred. Moments later, the light faded. The once arrogant cleanser vanguard fleet had been completely reduced to cosmic dust. Only countless metallic fragments shimmering with a metallic luster slowly fell from beyond the atmosphere like a meteor shower. Ding! Annihilated the three heavens domain cleanser vanguard fleet. Gained 1000000 faith points. Obtained loot: Black Shark class wreckage, 9 Adjudicator class command ship core 1 3 heavens domain standard energy weapons several. Divine Kingdom's prestige has spread to surrounding star systems. 3 heavens domain's threat assessment of the host has been upgraded from low to medium. Qin Mo hovered in midair, listening to the system notifications, in his mind, his expression calm. This was only the beginning. The wrath of the 3 heavens domain had just been ignited. But wasn't Qin Mo himself also anticipating a truly exhilarating battle against the gods? Thunder Tiger, lead the team to recover the wreckage. Qin Mo issued the command to Thunder Tiger on the ground through his divine sense. Those alien technologies are valuable. Especially the command ship's core. Have Li Wei study it thoroughly. I want to know exactly where the 3 heavens domain's headquarters is located. As you command, Divine Lord. Thunder Tiger roared excitedly. Watching the wreckage of the alien spaceships falling from the sky, he felt as if he were dreaming. The star civilizations they once could only look up to were now so fragile before the Divine Lord. Qin Mo slowly descended to the top floor of the Divine Court main hall. He lifted his head, his gaze seeming to pierce through the endless sea of stars towards the distant and mysterious 3 heavens domain. Observers, cleansers. Your days of watching the show from behind the scenes are over. The day my Divine Court's fleet sails into the stars will be the day you false gods fall. On the ruins north of Qincheng, smoke had not yet fully dispersed and the air still reeked of the acrid tang of scorched high-energy particles. Dozens of heavy engineering mechs swung massive mechanical arms, laboriously clearing the scattered wreckage of alien warships that emitted a pale blue glow. Lei, who stood beside a Haisha-class salvage ship nearly cleaved in two, staring at the once mighty interstellar craft now reduced to scrap, his eyes alight with fervor and reverence. He turned and bellowed to the fully armed Shinting soldiers at his side, "Move carefully. These are items the master personally requested. Even a fingernail-sized chip, if anyone damages it, military law will apply." At the center of the battlefield, the largest black-faceted warship wreckage was held aloft by a custom gravity suspension cradle. This was the core module of the Shunpan Z-class command ship. Although the hull was severely warped and deformed, the dark golden veins flowing across its surface still stubbornly flickered like the last gasps of a dying leviathan. Transport the core module to the highest security laboratory in the 1st Industrial District. Qin Mo's figure materialized silently behind Lei Hu. His voice was low but carried clearly to every person present. Li Wei has probably been waiting impatiently. In the depths beneath the 1st Industrial District of Shinting, a subterranean laboratory once used to assemble the void spheres had been completely transformed into a temporary high-dimensional technology analysis center. The moment the Shunpanja core module was brought in, the laboratory lights flickered as the energy load surged. Li Wei's eyes were bloodshot and his hair a nest of disorder, but he was in a state of feverish exhilaration. He stared intently at the rhombus crystal on the console, recently detached from the command ship, which was the Santianyu civilization's quantum matrix core and the soul of the entire fleet. "Master, you have arrived." Li Wei rushed forward as Qin Mo entered, his voice so excited it verged on incoherence. "The encryption on this core is beyond imagination. It is not secured by conventional mathematical logic, instead it employs a folded state of higher dimensional space to encrypt information. Had you not earlier used divine power to shatter its physical defenses, we might not have cracked even the superficial firewall in 100 years. How is the progress now?" Qin Mo walked to the main console, his gaze calm as he watched the complex data streams flashing across the screen. "Extremely smooth." Li Wei's hands blurred over the virtual keyboard. "I have successfully accessed its lower-level database. Although most of the advanced military secrets about their homeworld remain in deep dormancy, I have already extracted several of the most critical files. Master, we not only know where their lair is, but we have also uncovered the true purpose of their invasion." As Li Wei pressed enter, the holographic projection in the center of the lab sprang to life. A vast and intricate three-dimensional star chart unfolded before them. Countless points of light representing stellar systems shimmered in the void, and at the periphery of the map a massive star system marked in crimson stood out with shocking visibility. "This is the territorial extent of the Santianyu," Li Wei said, pointing at the red region, his voice trembling slightly. "They call themselves the Third Sacred Judgment Domain, a super-civilization spanning hundreds of stellar systems. And our home launching on their chart is labeled merely as X9527 Low Entropy Resource Extraction Zone. Hearing that cold designation, several senior Shinting officials present could not help clenching their fists. The home that bore the hopes of billions of humanity invaluable to them was to those alien false gods nothing more than a mine ripe for harvesting. Continued. Qin Mo's gaze showed not a flicker of emotion, as if he had foreseen all this. Yes. Li Wei drew a deep breath and brought up another top-secret file. According to the command ship's navigation logs, this Qinglai's fleet arrived at launching early because our ascension to godhood triggered a high-dimensional energy threshold alert they had set at the solar system's edge. In their perception, launching was merely a primitive native world utterly incapable of birthing life that could reach the realm of gods. Therefore they dispatched a vanguard to erase this uncontrollable variable, Qin Mo said with a mocking cold smile. Alas for them, they underestimated Langsing's resilience and my strength. Exactly. They could never have imagined that the fleet they sent to wipe out ants would instead become our first stepping stone to the stars. Li Wei excitedly swiped the holographic screen, enlarging a file stamped top secret. Master, this is the interstellar jump route map I extracted from the core. Although our current technology cannot yet produce a curvature engine capable of sustained travel through the vacuum, this map points us the way. If we can procure sufficient space jump materials, we can follow this hidden lane to reach the Santianya's outer defenses directly. Qin Mo stared at the softly glowing map, his deep eyes reflected an endless sea of stars. He knew the value of this chart was incalculable. With it, Shinting would transform from a passively defensive homeland power into one that could actively strike into deep space. Li Wei, you have done very well. Qin Mo did not spare his praise. Effective immediately, you will have full access to the first industrial district. I want you to master this alien technology in the shortest possible time. Especially the remnants of those 9 Heisha-class warships, even pieced together. I want to see Shenting's first near-orbit defense fleet take to the sky. I guarantee the mission will be completed. Li Wei straightened, his eyes ablaze with fighting spirit. As a top engineer, nothing thrilled him more than building humanity's own interstellar fleet with his own hands. After leaving the laboratory, Qin Mo returned to the Shinting Hall. Night had fallen, yet the sky above Kuansheng was far from dark. The secondary divine realm radiated a soft sacred golden light like an impenetrable armor guarding the land. Suchinga appeared in the hall like a breeze and dropped to one knee, reporting in a low voice, Master, as you instructed, the Shadow Division has conducted broad surveillance of the surrounding star regions. At present, no detection signals from other high-level civilizations have been found. But we intercepted a faint quantum entanglement fluctuation that appears to originate from the direction of Santianyu. It seems the news of the Vanguard fleet's annihilation has already reached their masters, Qin Mo said, hands behind his back as he stood before the vast floor-to-ceiling window overlooking the brightly lit city. Yes. Suchinga lifted her head, a tinge of gravity in her eyes. Based on the Shadow Division's intelligence simulations, upon receiving the Vanguard's loss, Santianyu will inevitably raise their threat assessment of us. The next force to come may no longer be a fleet of Qinglais, it could be a proper regular army or even higher-tier kaiju. Sure. Let them come. Qin Mo's voice was low and powerful, full of domineering contempt. The path to slaying gods has always been paved with blood and fire. They think we are lambs to be slaughtered, then we will use their blood to consecrate our banner. He turned to Suchinga. Proclaim my decree. From this day forward, Shinting enters level 1 war readiness. Initiate the Stellar Spark project at full scale. I want to see the first cohort of interstellar warriors strengthened by the laws of the divine realm take form within 3 months. At the same time, gather intelligence worldwide on ancient ruins and high-energy ores. If we are to ascend to the stars, we must be thoroughly prepared. As you command, Master. Suchinga nodded heavily. With a flicker, she vanished. Silence returned to the hall. Qin Mo raised his right hand in his palm. A golden divine flame burned quietly. He could feel that with this great victory the faith of all launching was converging at an unprecedented pace. This faith was not only the energy that sustained Shinting, it was his confidence against higher dimensional civilizations. Santianyu. Qin Mo murmured, his gaze piercing the divine curtain and pointing toward the deep and perilous expanse of the cosmos. You call us a lower civilization, call us ants. But you will never understand the power that erupts when a colony of ants driven to the brink begins to gaze upon the stars. Prepare to meet your end. From this moment, the identities of hunter and hunted have been reversed. A night breeze stirred Qin Mo's golden hair. In this silent deep night, a god-slaughtering storm that would sweep the star sea was quietly brewing. In the deep underground laboratory of the first industrial zone of the Divine Court, a piercing alarm sharp as a blade instantly shattered the silence that had been filled only with the drone of machinery. Crimson warning lights flickered madly, casting the entire space into a scene reminiscent of a hellish battlefield. What's going on? Qin Mo's figure materialized before the main console, a sharp glint flashing in his deep eyes. Li Wei, drenched in sweat, lunged at the console, his fingers becoming a blur over the virtual keyboard. His voice, hoarse from extreme tension, cried out, Divine Lord. It's the 3 realms. They've activated some kind of hyper-distance jump technology we've never seen before. Without using any conventional space routes, they've directly torn through the space barrier surrounding Blue Star. The 3-dimensional star map on the holographic projection twisted violently. A red dot representing an extremely high-energy reaction flashed from the edge of the solar system directly to the atmosphere above Qin City, defying the common sense of physics. It's not a fleet. Suchinga appeared in a flash, her face pale as paper, her voice trembling with barely concealed fear. The Shadow Division's AI just captured the target's true mass and energy fluctuations. This is not a warship at all, but a single high-dimensional life form. A deathly silence fell over the hall. Arriving alone, ignoring the laws of space and jumping directly to the orbit of a planet. What did this mean? It meant that the opponent had completely shed the shackles of machinery and technology, reaching a state bordering on the mythical. It seems the annihilation of the Vanguard has finally made those lofty false gods restless. A cold smirk curled at the corner of Qin Mo's mouth. There was no fear in his eyes, only a blazing fighting spirit. Issue the order, activate the Divine Kingdom's domain to full power. Lock all void spears onto the target outside the atmosphere. Let's see just how capable this so-called high-dimensional lifeform really is. Above Qin City, the second-level Divine Kingdom's light screen, which had been emitting a soft golden glow, now seemed to be under immense invisible pressure, emitting a grating strange sound. In the sky, space seemed to be violently twisted by an invisible giant hand covered in dark cobweb-like spatial cracks. Then, without warning, a blinding dark purple pillar of light crashed down through the rift, slamming violently into the wilderness less than 10 kilometers from the Divine Court's main hall. A thunderous boom shook the earth. A violent wave of energy carrying a plume of dust surged into the sky. Even with the protection of the second-level Divine Kingdom's domain, countless windows within Qin City were instantly reduced to dust. When the smoke cleared, everyone who saw the being at the center of the pillar of light couldn't help but gasp. It was a colossal figure over 10 meters tall. His entire body was encased in dark purple biometallic armor, its surface flowing with intricate and sinister chaotic runes. He had no face. In its place was a constantly rotating silver vortex. Behind him, 6 enormous mechanical wings slowly unfurled, each feather shimmering with destructive particle light. In his hand he held a long pitch-black scythe. At the side's blade, even light and space were being ruthlessly devoured and annihilated. Warning. Detected an extremely dangerous high-dimensional energy source. Divine Kingdom domain pressure surging by 300. Outer defense array collapsing. Listening to the urgent alerts from the system, in his mind, Qin Mo's gaze turned utterly cold. Playing tricks. With a single step, he transformed into a brilliant golden streak of light, instantly piercing the Divine Kingdom's light screen and hovering opposite the colossal figure. His long golden hair danced wildly in the cosmic storm. The blazing golden red divine blood radiance emanating from his body forcibly pushed back the dark purple domain of death by hundreds of meters. The dark purple giant slightly raised his head, and the silver vortex on his face ceased its rotation. A cold, indifferent, and utterly inhuman voice boomed directly into the minds of Qin Mo and all the Divine Court high-ranking officials below Planet X-9527, low-level indigenous civilization. Illegal awakening of a divine domain triggers the Civilization Purge Protocol. I am Yuan Tu, the 7th arbiter of the 3 realms. By the Supreme will I hereby strip you of all vitality and pronounce your death. As the word death fell, the 6 mechanical wings behind Yuan Tu suddenly vibrated. A terrifying pressure enough to level an entire city pressed down upon Qin Mo like a tangible mountain. Quite the bold claim. Qin Mo snorted coldly, his divine power erupting like a volcano. Behind him, a colossal 100-zang-tall chaos primordial dragon phantom materialized, faintly letting out a roar that shattered the clouds, forcefully pushing back the dark purple pressure. A mere watchdog dares to bark on the soil of Blue Star. Today I'll cut off one of your limbs and teach your master what pain feels like. Before his words faded, Qin Mo grabbed at the void with his right hand, and a golden sword forged from pure divine power materialized in his grip. His figure flickered, instantly crossing a kilometer in an instant. With the momentum to split a galaxy, he thrust his sword straight at the vortex on Yuan Tu's face. An overreaching ant. Facing this earth-shattering strike, Yuan Tu did not dodge or evade. He merely swung his pitch-black scythe forward casually. Clang. The clash of metal rang through the sky. Visible ripples in space spread wildly from the 2 combatants. The wilderness below was instantly shaved down by a full 100 meters of crust. Qin Mo felt an irresistible, terrifying force travel up the blade of his sword. His hand went numb, and he was forced to slide back several hundred meters before regaining his balance. Interesting. Qin Mo licked his lips, the fighting spirit in his eyes burning even fiercer. This arbiter's power was indeed far greater than that of the cleaner fleets they had encountered before. But this only proved that this god-slaying battle was worthy of his full effort. Since you like using a scythe, I'll use your life to consecrate my sword. Qin Mo gripped his sword with both hands, perfectly merging the faith energy within him with his divine power. In an instant, the golden divine flame around him turned into a blazing, blinding white, and even the surrounding space began to groan under the strain. Divine Art, Imperial Fall Star Scar. A dazzling sword beam thousands of zhan long streaked across the sky as if to cleave the dark heavens in two. This strike contained Qin Mo's ultimate understanding of divine law and condensed the unyielding will of the 10 billion beings of Blue Star. Facing this lethal blow, the silver vortex on Yuan Tu's face finally rippled violently. He felt a fatal threat. Arbiter's Mystery Annihilation Black Hole. Yuan Tu raised his scythe high and the 6 wings behind him snapped shut, enveloping him. The scythe's blade madly tore at the space before him, forcibly creating a miniature black hole dozens of meters in diameter. Its terrifying gravity instantly twisted the light, mercilessly devouring the 1,000-jung sword beam and all surrounding matter. But just as the black hole was about to fully form, Qin Mo's figure vanished. The next second he appeared directly behind Yuan Tu. "Did you think my sword was meant for a frontal assault?" Qin Mo's icy voice rang in Yuan Tu's ears. He compressed his divine power to its absolute limit, channeling it into his left palm and struck it heavily against the weakest node of Yuan Tu's back armor. Bang! A dull, heavy explosion followed. The dark purple biometallic armor shattered inch by inch. Qin Mo's overbearing divine power, like a bursting dam, flooded into Yuan Tu's body, wildly destroying his core energy circuits. Ah! Yuan Tu let out his first scream since arriving on Blue Star. His massive body convulsed violently. The mechanical wings behind him erupted in blinding sparks. Unable to maintain his hover, he crashed towards the ground like a meteor. Qin Mo hovered in midair, looking down from on high at the struggling giant figure trying to rise. His gaze was as cold as ice, like a true god of judgment who held the power of life and death. "Now," Qin Mo said, slowly raising his right hand. In his palm, a nuclear crystal larger and more condensed than before spun, wildly radiating a heart-stopping heat. "Tell me, how do I get to your lair?" On the wilds north of Kuansheng, the earth had been blasted into a terrifying bottomless meteor crater. Yuan Tu's massive form lay sunk within it, his dark purple biometal armor peeled away in broad sheets, revealing the flickering energy circuits beneath. The silver vortex on his face spun frantically, yet it could no longer sustain that lofty coldness and indifference. In its place brewed boundless terror and disbelief. You lowly native. How could you possibly master the laws of spatial folding?" Yuan Tu's voice echoed in his mind, a pained rasp thick with despair. Qin Mo hovered at the rim of the crater, his golden hair snapping in the wind. The highly concentrated nuclear energy core in his hand radiated a heat that seemed capable of scorching the very soul. His gaze remained as cold as ice, devoid of mercy. "You were far too arrogant." Qin Mo looked down from his high vantage, his voice like a divine punishment from the heavens. "You have grown accustomed to crushing all with technology, to treating other civilizations as penned beasts. But you forgot that when a swarm of ants driven to desperation begins to look up at the stars, they can unleash unimaginable power. Now answer me one final question." Qin Mo clenched his fingers, the core's radiance surged. "Where are the core coordinates of San Tianyu?" I am the 7th adjudicator. The Supreme will not spare you." Yuan Tu made his last desperate struggle, attempting to cow this terrifying lunching human with the name of San Tianyu. "It seems you still have not faced reality." Qin Mo sneered and fell silent. He poured every ounce of his divine power into the nuclear core while invoking the faith power of the entire level 2 Xinghua domain. Divine technique Starfall Oblivion. The core detonated in Qin Mo's palm, but it was no ordinary nuclear blast. It was a high-dimensional energy collapse catalyzed by divine power. An exquisitely compressed white light instantaneously devoured Yuan Tu's vast body. There was no deafening explosion, only a deathly silence in which even light and time were warped. Within that white light, Yuan Tu let out one final harrowing scream, then along with his proud biometal armor and mechanical wings, he was utterly reduced to fundamental atoms. Notification: successfully slain San Tianyu's 7th adjudicator Yuan Tu. Received an immense infusion of faith power 500,000 points. Critical reward triggered: obtained high-dimensional life core essence 1 and complete blueprint for spatial jump engine 1. Host Xinghua level up conditions met: initiate level 3 Xinghua ascension ceremony. Listening to the notification in his mind, Qin Mo slowly withdrew his hand. He drew a long breath and calmed the turbulent aura within him. He had won this battle. Not only had he secured Langsing's right to survive, he had earned the ticket to the Starry Sea. Hail the Divine Lord. When Qin Mo's figure reappeared above the Shenting Hall, all of Kuansheng erupted. Lei Hu and the Shenting soldiers broke into earth-shaking cheers. They had witnessed their Divine Lord single-handedly slay the alien demon god that fell from the sky. The dual shock to sight and spirit drove their faith to an unprecedented height. Li Wei was moved to tears gazing at that godlike silhouette in the heavens. He knew that Langsing's interstellar age had finally arrived. Qin Mo lifted his hand gently and a soft divine breeze swept across the city, soothing the people's fervent emotions. By divine thought he issued the city's first new edict: today's victory is not my doing alone, it is the embodiment of the unbowed will of billions of Langsing's sons and daughters. But from this day forth we will no longer be passive prey. Order given: take full control of the battlefield wreckage and commence phase 2 of the Xingho project. I will see Langsing's own interstellar fleet rise in the shortest possible time. At once, Divine Lord. 3 months later. Shenting's first industrial zone had expanded to an astonishing scale. Having fused San Tianyu technology with Langsing's industrial systems, it had become a true interstellar war bastion. In a deep underground laboratory, Li Wei, dark circles under his eyes, stared at the hulking machine that had just been assembled, a fanatic smile curling his lips. Divine Lord, this is the first-generation curvature engine prototype reverse-engineered from Uwanta's spatial jump engine schematics infused with our Void Spear technology. Though still somewhat bulky, it already possesses the capability for short-range spatial jumps within the solar system. Outside in the open plaza lay who wore a brand-new silver-gray powered armor commanding the first batch of interstellar warriors whose abilities had been reinforced by Shengguo's laws as they trained to board the ship. Before them lay a kilometer-long streamlined warship, the Puxiao. Its hull bore the golden emblem of Shinting. Su Qingge flashed to Qin Mo's side and reported softly, Divine Lord, the Shadow Division has extracted fragments from Uwanta's memories and locked onto an outlying Santianyu outpost space station. It is their eye that watches this sector. Good. Qin Mo stood atop Shenting's hull, his gaze piercing the clouds and reaching into the boundless depths of the cosmos. He knew that killing an adjudicator would draw greater wrath from Santianyu. So what? He was prepared. Order the Puxiao to set sail in 3 days. Qin Mo's voice was low and resolute, laced with imperious command. We will rip out the eye that watches launching. Yes. 3 days later, above Kuanqing, a violent spatial tremor heralded a vast silver warship tearing through the atmosphere, slicing into the deep cosmos like a blade. Qin Mo sat upright in the captain's chair of the Puxiao, feeling the cold, mysterious sea of stars outside. Behind him stood hundreds of fully armed interstellar warriors. Before him lay the jump corridor to the unknown and to slaughter. Notification: host has formally entered Deep Space Main Quest Path of Godslaying Phase 1 complete. A new era has begun. Ahead lay more brutal interstellar contests and the ultimate confrontation with higher dimensional civilizations. Qin Mo's mouth curved into a cold smile, his eyes burned with martial fervor. Observers, cleaners, adjudicators. Your days of hiding behind the curtain and watching are over. When Shenting's fleet flattens your nests, that will be the day you false gods finally fall. At Qin Mo's command, the Puxiao's curvature engines flared with dazzling blue light. In an instant, the warship became a streak and vanished into the vast star sea. The legend of launching had only just begun, and the god-slaying storm that would sweep the cosmos had already unfurled its most magnificent prelude.